All right. I think we're good, chat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another Severe Weather live stream here for March 30th, 2025. And there's been a good amount of stuff that's happened already today. Fortunately, it hasn't been super significant. The only real significant stuff that I've seen here has been in areas of northwestern Indiana, like the Valparaiso areas. There's been 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts over there, as well as some shingles and some damage to houses and stuff like that. So really, it seems the wind threat so far is doing all sorts of stuff. But we'll take a look real quickly at our live camera out of South Bend. Hello, everyone, by the way. Nice to see you. Oh, and yeah, Florida also had a tornado warning earlier, which was kind of crazy. But we'll take a look at our live view here out of South Bend. This is at the this is at Notre Dame here right now. And this is looking south. We got some storms that are starting to approach the area. We'll come back to this camera here soon, guys. All right. This is kind of just giving us a depth perception of what's going on right now. And I'll actually put it to here so that way you guys could be able to see. I think it's either a cathedral or some sort of church that's over on the right side. Regardless of it, it'll be good for us to have some nice depth perception. We do also have a couple other things to note here. First off, one thing I will say is the prediction of the fact that there wouldn't be a moderate risk has come into fruition. As I said, I really did not think that this event would go moderate. I really did not. And it has passed the time to which the Storm Prediction Center has or can upgrade it again. It's not going to get upgraded to a moderate risk, chat. So I understand there was a lot of people that thought it could, or thought it would, and stuff like that. It just, I didn't agree with it at all. I really didn't. So, yeah. There is that. I'm going to plug my phone in here in case if I get any sort of interesting texts from people that I know. But that is a new tornado warning that we just heard.
Tornado warning for western Richland County in southeastern Illinois, southeastern Clay County in south central Illinois.
So if you live in those counties, get in your safe space if you haven't already. We'll look here at chat real quickly. Worried about your family in Michigan. The good news about Michigan is that really, there's only a couple of counties that are in a tornado watch. A lot of these other areas seem to be in a severe thunderstorm watch, which tells me it's going to be a lot more of a damaging wind risk, according to the Storm Prediction Center. But based off of what I saw in the models as well, that kind of is pretty much the case as well. Really, any sort of tornado threat that exists with these storms that are from Indianapolis all the way up through Kokomo, through to areas near South Bend, and eventually could get down to like South Haven and stuff like that. These storms are going to be predominantly wind, and there's going to be maybe some little quick spin ups in and along the line, but it's not really going to be any sort of long track, strong tornado threat. That is going to be more reserved down to the south, towards areas in northern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky and Tennessee, and maybe even southwestern portions of Indiana. We'll have to see about that part, but that's kind of the general thinking right now as to where our significant tornado threat is going to be. And that probably won't happen for another hour or two, to be honest with you. For another hour or two, we're going to be looking at a lot of wind. We're going to be looking at a lot of hail. For reference here, guys, we actually have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time, which is kind of crazy to think about. We also have 2 flash flood emergencies all the way down in southern portions of Mississippi. This is actually where a tornado existed earlier on as well. We had a tornado on top of the flash flood emergency that was over in this area. Some significant amounts of rain has fallen, so make sure if you are in any flooded areas, if you are in a potential flood prone area, you make sure that you get into some form of higher ground, get away from that flood prone area, so that way you may be able to be safe from those storms. But a lot of these areas here up into portions of northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, all the way over into portions of southwestern Michigan. A lot of these storms are severe warned for at least 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that's pretty much going to be what you could expect with a lot of these storms, especially maybe even a little bit higher amounts of wind the further north you go, and maybe higher amounts of hail the further south you go. So that's kind of what we got here as the general makeup of this environment. If I turn off the radar, the watch, and the warnings, as well as pretty much everything else, here's the outlook for today. Severe weather outlook still shows a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. They have extended it a bit further down to the south into portions of northern Louisiana, which is kind of what we anticipated, to be honest with you. We expected that they would at least add a 3 out of 5 down there in that general vicinity. But the other thing that they have added is this massive risk for damaging winds. And this is pretty valid here, at least from right now, or at least earlier, all the way up until the overnight hours and maybe even past midnight. And that's kind of the reason why we had a little bit of a delayed start here. There was some things that I had to do here around the house, but there's also going to be a good chance that we're going to be live streaming all the way well past midnight, and we're going to have some night shift hours here for you all that we're going to be covering a lot of these storms with. So we're going to be here for a while, but hopefully nothing big happens here tonight, so it's a as boring of a stream as you possibly can get. When you have a boring live stream from the weather department, that's usually a good thing. So, yeah, but this is a 45% risk for strong damaging winds. This is a non-SIG, all right? So whenever you have a non-SIG 45% chance for winds, that still qualifies as a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. If it was a significant risk that it was attached to this would be upgraded to a 4 out of 5. And once again, they have passed the window of opportunity for them to be able to upgrade that risk. So it does look like the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale will sustain, and it will just be mainly that as we head over into the overnight hours as well for today into tomorrow. Camden, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Lena, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Wednesday, yeah, I do agree, Vegas. Wednesday, it's going to be really interesting. You're in central Indiana. I haven't seen anything yet. It's sunny. Yeah, and that's probably going to be the case for another few hours, especially if you're south of Indianapolis, because a lot of those storms really are just not near you quite yet. There are a couple of storms. If we move over to our radar here, and I'll move the camera back over to Notre Dame so that way we can at least get some form of view here. We'll refresh the camera so that way we can see the storms coming in. And actually, pretty soon, we're going to move our camera back over to Notre Dame. But we're going to go through all of these storms here just so that way we can get a general idea as to what's going on. But we'll start with the north, and then we'll get to central Indiana. Sorry, we're just going to have to jump up here so we can get through this as quickly as possible. There's something really interesting on the camera, and we'll show it to you here in a second. But severe thunderstorms ranging from Kalamazoo all the way down over into portions of South Bend. Our camera is currently over at South Bend, and there's actually a little bit of rotation here just to the west of town. So that's going to be kind of interesting to watch here and see if the camera can actually pick that up. We're looking at a couple other areas here as well, even further south of town. So definitely some strong damaging winds there. But if there is a tornado, it'll be a quick spin up. It won't really be a significant one. It'll just be more of like a stronger downburst of damaging winds that could be within that area. We also have more strong damaging winds that are going to be heading over into Warsaw, Huntington, and Fort Wayne here soon. Right now, it's currently about to impact the Wabash area, as well as the North Manchester general vicinity and Warsaw. So please be sure to watch out for that, as well as, once again, South Bend and Elkhart. And then we'll go down further south, areas near Kokomo, as well as Tipton and Kempton. You guys are going to be watching out for some severe thunderstorms. Nothing with some significant damaging winds quite yet, from what I can tell. A lot of the significant damaging winds actually is just a little bit further towards the north of you, and you guys are kind of just getting the remnants of these strong storms that are moving on through. But right now, still, once again, the chance for some strong damaging winds is possible, as these storms especially have had a history of knocking down trees, and that definitely is a good sign for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at minimum. So please watch out for that. Some more severe thunderstorms that are moving off into portions of southern Illinois. We have a severe thunderstorm that's moving into, I believe it's Terre Haute. I believe that's what it is, Terre Haute. I'm still trying to remember a lot of the town names here in these areas, so correct me if I'm wrong. But you can see there is some storms that are moving into the Terre Haute area, as well as along the border of Indiana and Illinois. These storms are mainly going to be moving with strong damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. You can see the main hail core is actually right here, where a lot of these dark reds and pinks are. And this is going to be where you could probably see your quarter-sized hail, which would head over in towards the Darwin area. And then eventually, maybe even if we take some timings here, maybe even down into the Primento and the Farmersburg area, as well as Fairbanks and West Union. So watch out for that if you guys can, as that moves off towards the east. We do have a tornado warning over here for Richland and Clay counties here in Illinois. That'll be in effect for another 16 minutes, so until the top of the hour, which is until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You can definitely see the storm is trying to wrap its rain all the way around at the bottom end of that little appendage where that hooking area is at. That's where the rotation would be at least looking at radar. Velocities do coincide with that. You can see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So right in the middle, in between Clay City and Noble, is where the rotation is at. This will be heading over towards the Olney area, as well as into Dundas and the majority of western Richland County. So if you're in those areas, definitely are going to want to watch out for those strong thunderstorms. And if you're over here into northern portions of Richland County, as well as southeastern Jasper and southwestern Crawford, you guys also could be seeing some of that activity there in those counties. More severe thunderstorm warnings that are down to the south and west, but we're going to head over to our camera right now, as we are starting to see those storms move across the Notre Dame area. I want to take a look here, or I want you guys to pay attention to the visibility over here on the right side. Look at this. Look at the wave and the wall of rain that is just going to absolutely make things. Look at that here, chat. You could see the rain just absolutely envelop the area and just cover everything. I mean, goodness gracious. This is definitely some strong damaging winds. This is probably at minimum 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And you could see the rain curtains here, chat, too. Look at that. Look at those curtains of rain. That's kind of crazy, in my honest opinion. The fact that it is moving like that here with our live camera, this is definitely some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe even 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this storm up here. Right now, we do have a report of a wall cloud here from a spotter. A few miles to the north and west. That's near the South Bend area. So maybe it's possible for the potential of a spin-up that could be enveloped within this line of rain. But that is just absolutely insane. I mean, I'll tell you what. They do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area, as well as for southern or southwestern Michigan. And they have upgraded, well, they actually haven't really upgraded the risk. They just extended it, and they kept the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this storm. So, once again, quarter-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's also possible, yeah, they mentioned here on the warning that a tornado possible. They have it's possible within the storm at least. But goodness gracious, how crazy is that? I mean, wow. All right, we'll go back to the radar here. That was pretty much the majority of what I wanted to show you guys here with these storms that moved through South Bend. That's pretty much what you can expect here in southwestern Michigan, as well as north and northeastern Indiana. So folks that may be over here in like Centerville, Sturgis, as well as Coldwater here, and maybe even Kalamazoo in Michigan. Maybe some areas over here in LaGrange. Yeah, Angola, Warsaw, Fort Wayne. You guys could potentially see some of that stuff here as well in those areas that I just called out for. We'll go back down to the south. We'll go back down to these severe storms that are heading off further and further. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning behind our tornado warning that was upgraded for golf ball sized hail. That is east of Centralia in Illinois. And it's associated with this storm in particular right here. This storm here heading into Xenia eventually could head over into the Flora area is where we're going to be watching for some large hail. You can definitely see where the majority of that hail is going to be at. I mean, look at this. You have a pretty hefty hail core here, and even with our tornado warning, you can see we have a pretty hefty hail core over there as well. I wonder, is that tornado warning... They're saying that ping pong ball sized hail can be associated with that storm in our tornado warning. I wouldn't be surprised if that one also had golf ball sized hail with it. I really wouldn't. So, yeah, I would watch out for that in those areas. Don't dox me. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Could Northeast Ohio expect a brief tornado? I wouldn't say the word expect, because expect is a very black and white term. I'm more I would say more that it's possible to see a spin up. Tabletop Geek with the 2. Thank you so much. Says Nate, how's Wilmington, North Carolina tomorrow? Tornado's a big risk. I know they put out a giant 10%. I still don't see the hype behind it completely. Like, if there are tornadoes, it's going to be a spin-up tornado, and that's it. It really isn't anything that crazy. So, trust me when I say, from right now, what I see, it doesn't look too crazy. What about Minneapolis? Minneapolis, Minnesota, if that's what you're talking about, is out of the risk, and they're going to be seeing a lot of cool temperatures here. We'll go down to the south and west here, look at some of these storms. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this Paducah radar over to St. Louis. This is probably the better idea. And while I do that, I'm going to also look for a new camera that I could potentially use with some of these storms. The only thing about a lot of these cameras here is that I don't have a whole lot of them in this area. This is some pretty rural areas here in southern Illinois, southern Indiana. The cameras that I keep trying to find over in Indianapolis, it's not even that crazy. And they're not live. So it's kind of just like, About Detroit and Windsor, they definitely will see some strong damaging winds. I'll say that much. The tornado risk, once it gets up to you all, it may not even be that crazy, honestly. I think it's just a lot of wind. Should I have watched this before I booked the hotel for the next 2 days? Yeah, let me tell you what. It is definitely... This system is definitely crazy. Heck, for the next week, we're going to be getting a lot of crazy weather. So I'd say pick your poison with that. All right, we did now move our radar over to St. Louis. This looks a lot better. We're a lot closer to the radar, so we can actually do some dissections of these storms. But we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings over here. south and west of Mount Vernon here. I think we actually do. Don't we have a camera here in Mount Vernon? No, we don't. I want to see if there is one, though. It'd be cool if there was. I don't think there will be. Oh, please tell me it's live. Please tell me we have a live camera. No, it is not live. All chat, I lied. They're live. Oh baby, oh mama. Come on now. Guess what, chat? We have more to add to the camera map after the stream. Honestly, it would be pretty cool if I had like people in the background. Like if I found more cameras and I just put them and then people just added to the camera map. That would be cool. But it doesn't look like the it honestly doesn't look like the camera is working at this time for Mount Vernon, which kind of sucks. And it's kind of unfortunate that I don't know where some of these other areas are. Well, chat, we'll not waste your time too much. We'll put this camera on over here in Carbondale. Actually, that one's not live, so we actually have to use the Benton camera. Benton camera is probably better. Actually, you can't full screen. That sucks. So really, we don't really have a view. We'll go with this camera that's over in northern Arkansas. That's where storms are. Oh well, you know, humor me. We'll put that camera there. But we do have something new that just popped up here, chat. This is going to be something that we're going to see a lot of here today. Today, as I mentioned, the further north you go, the more of a significant damaging wind risk you'll get. And we saw that just earlier with our Fort Wayne radar. By the way, that little ping that we just had, that is going to be something that we're going to have from now on. For those of you who have been on the channel for as long as they have, which is almost 6 years now, then the entirety of us being live and stuff like that, you might seem to have remembered that little jingle. And that is because that is our IEM bot that's up. IEM bot is an open product that anyone can pretty much use. It's a website. And if you ever have been curious as to what happens in your general area, your local National Weather Service forecast office, you can be able to actually filter it so that you can hear what specific stuff comes from it. However, I have made it so that I can only hear stuff from the Storm Prediction Center. And because something from IEM bot just pinged up, that means we got something from the Storm Prediction Center. What they just released is a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. It looks like it is for portions of that is Texas, Arkansas, and extreme southeastern Oklahoma. That looks like is what just happened here. And that is exactly the case. So, as I said, if you're ever interested in being up to date with some weather stuff, whether it's your local weather forecast office or whether it's just the local severe weather event, I definitely recommend IEM Bot. IEM Bot does keep up some pretty cool stuff. Would it help if we live stream our yards during the storms? I mean, that would be pretty cool, but I would also have to make sure that you guys are okay with that. I also recommend that if there's anything bad that happens, that you abandon the live stream and you seek your safety over all things. Jasmine, what's up? Welcome to the stream again. Nice to see you. Your Dodgers continue to be doing stuff with the exception of last night. All right, so once again, we do have our pretty large storm over here near Pinckneyville. I think this warning just got upgraded. It did just get upgraded. It looks like it got upgraded to a storm that could produce larger hail. It seems golf ball sized hail is what they are warning for this cell. So if you're in Mount Vernon, don't be surprised. The storm could be right on your doorstep, or if not, it'll be a little bit to the south of you. You could get a pretty strong storm. I found where Benton is, everyone, which means we might be able to get a good view on that storm here pretty soon. We'll see. But we'll go to what we were supposed to be looking at, chat, and we just kind of been delaying it for as long as we possibly can. For whatever reason, I have no idea. It's just, we love being off track here on this channel. This is the dark yellow polygon that some of you guys might have seen in chat. And here's the cool thing about what we have here with radar. You can clearly tell the types of warnings that are associated with each storm. All right. So if you look up at the top portion of your screen, all the way up here, see this where you have the different colors and stuff like that? This here tells you what type of warnings are issued. The left is the lowest level of warning that you can have, and the right is the strongest level of warning that you can have. Notice how I said the lowest, because if a warning wasn't issued to begin with, then that means that it's not really anything of note. It's not severe, it's not impactful, it's not fill in the blank. But if it does get issued, then obviously it could be impactful to life and property. So we have that up there on purpose to make sure that if you see stuff like this, you'll be able to put and fill in the blank. This is something interesting. You see up here, the top right-hand side, that says destructive severe. All right, that is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that you can achieve. And we do have one over here that just got issued. It actually got upgraded. It was a storm that was originally at the lowest levels of severe, but still impactful. And it was over near the Winona, Mississippi, or not Mississippi, Winona, Missouri areas. We'll talk about Mississippi later on. Mississippi's going to get their stuff and their fair share of activity overnight, tonight, into tomorrow. But that's a new tornado warning. I'm just going to get up.
Tornado warning for
whatever.
Southwestern Lake County in east central Florida.
Huh? Another tornado warning in Florida? Chat? Are you serious? You serious? Oh boy. Is the tornado coming in Chicago? No. Chicago actually has already seen some of the thunderstorms. If not, it didn't see anything already. The storm has passed, you guys. Chicago is out of the risk. You guys are good. Yeah, that is another tornado warning in Florida. We'll check that here in a bit. But, bleh. That's what I gotta say about that. But originally, our storm here in Winona, lowest levels to severe, has now been upgraded twice in a very short span. We're talking about in the span of probably less than 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, sometime in that. And if you guys can guess what this system is bringing, I mentioned earlier that the further south you get, the higher the hail, or the larger the hailstones there would be with most of these storms. It is exactly the correct assumption to say that these storms are producing some significant hail. Baseball-sized hail is possible with this storm here near Winona, heading into the Fremont and the Van Buren area here in southern Missouri. If you're in these areas, I recommend that you get out of a mobile home if you are not being impacted by the storm and get into a sturdy structure. You also are going to want to be the furthest away that you can be from the exterior walls or windows. If you try to watch these storms and hail is associated with them, there's a good chance that that hail could be coming in from an angle and it could go right through your window. All right, could go right through your walls, go right through your window. And unfortunately, if you're right next to that window, guess who's going to get hit? So I do not recommend being near the exterior portions of your building. Get into the interior-most portion of your building. And the other thing that I will also say is get a helmet. Get a helmet or get a pot or a pan and stick it on top of your noggin. All right? The leading injury causer in most, if not all, severe weather events, which includes tornadoes, all right, is head injuries. When you think of tornadoes, you think of all the damage that it does and all the debris that it ends up, spewing all over the place. If you're in a building and the building collapses, all right, it's going to collapse on top of you. And more than likely, the thing that's going to be the highest up, when you're situating yourself, usually when you stand, your head is at the tallest part of your body. Obviously, Nate, the greatest duh statement that you could ever make. But if you think about it a little bit more, if the house collapses or if any sort of debris hits you or whatever, it's going to hit your head. So make sure you have a helmet. It could be a football helmet, could be a bicycle helmet, or whatever. If you don't have that, get a giant pot. Stick that on top of your head. All right? Rather be safe than sorry instead of just, all sorts of this other stuff. If you're careless, you're more susceptible to injury. That is just the unfortunate truth when it comes to a lot of these significant thunderstorms. Same can be said for hail. And let me tell you, if you thought just getting hit by a baseball at like low speeds, like if you guys have ever played catch outside and you accidentally missed a baseball and say it hit you in, the leg, the arm, or even, if it went in and out of your glove and it hit your head, you cover your head, you're like, oh, that kind of hurt a little bit. Think about how fast these baseballs could be falling from the sky that could impact the earth. If you're caught without a helmet or any sort of head protection in general, that's not a great sign for safety. All right. So that's the reason why I say if you're gonna be anywhere, let's say in case if something happens, whether it goes through your roof, and I have seen hailstones that have gone through people's roofs before, they are that large, it's good to just have a helmet. It's good to just have something to protect your head. Something like that. But yeah, a lot of these storms here in southern Missouri as well as northern Arkansas, a lot of these storms are going to be producing some real large hail and maybe even a spin-up tornado or two. A little bit later on in the day, these storms could eventually turn into our significant tornado makers. We do have a strong tornado threat here today, and there's a good chance that it'll come from a lot of these storms here that we're talking about right now. But for this moment, a lot of this is a bunch of hail. There's not really too much of a significant tornado threat, maybe even not as much of a significant wind threat. We just got a whole bunch of stuff off across the board. All right, we're going to go over to our trusty pal over here in Radar Omega. And then we're going to go to Radar Scope. And the reason why I say this is because there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning here for the Fort Worth area. And then we're going to look over here pretty soon at the tornado warning in Florida, because there's a new tornado warning that's over there as well. Make sure, if you guys haven't already, make sure to help spread this information to people who may need it, especially if they're in the path of these storms. It is important to get the information out. We want to spread awareness to these storms and not spread fear, because we all know that sometimes if you are influenced by your emotions, there's a good chance that rational thinking may go out the window. Trust me, I have been there countless times. We want to make sure that people are aware of these storms ahead of time and not during when they get impacted. So, severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Fort Worth, as well as areas to the east of that. It will eventually head off towards the Arlington area, as well as maybe Burleson. We'll move this over here so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. We had this outflow boundary here that kind of moved through the area. This initiated some storms even behind it, and it looks like this is actually going to head a little bit further off to the east. So people in Arlington and areas that are near the Arlington area could see some large hail, likely in upwards of quarters, maybe even ping pong ball sized hail is possible. But if you have any cars outside, if you have any pets outside, I recommend bringing them into some form of shelter, whether it's in a garage, carport, or I wouldn't recommend bringing a car inside your home, but at least your pets or any sort of valuables that you leave outside, I'd recommend bringing them indoors for the duration of the storm. And this storm will once again continue to move on through even past Arlington. It might continue to sustain its severe levels by the time it gets to Dallas. Maybe southern Dallas could potentially get that activity. But we'll have to see what those storms look like once they get there. We'll move over to our tornado warning, which is over near the Orlando area. Yes, very surprising we have a tornado warning over here near Orlando, but we do have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale that is localized within this area. We'll kind of go back a little bit in time. And in the past, it looked like we have a little bit of an appendage here, chat. You see how we kind of just have a squiggly line? A squiggly line that moves on through. So sometimes we can have some strong damaging winds that could pop out in a lot of these areas where the line juts, almost kind of like a bow. If you were to almost like kind of connect this here, and it would kind of look like a bow and arrow almost. I would draw the arrow, but maybe this line right here kind of represents the arrow almost. Anyways, whenever you have those juts in the line, you usually have some strong damaging winds that can be associated right at the front part of it, or maybe even in the top part of it. But what also happens is you also get some fanning of winds in both sides of the bow echo. Remember, tornadoes spin counterclockwise, and so the area to watch would actually be over here on the northwestern side of the bow echo, where we could potentially see some spin. And if we go over the velocities here, we could definitely see that. There's a new tornado warning that got issued, though.
Tornado warning for Western Steuben County in northeastern Indiana, Central Noble County in northeastern Indiana, Northwestern DeKalb County in northeastern Indiana, Eastern LaGrange County in northeastern Indiana, South Central Branch County in southwestern Michigan.
There you go. There's your new tornado warning that just got issued. If you live in those areas, please get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. If you can, get into the lowest innermost part of that sturdy structure. It could be a bathroom, closet, or even basement. But we go back to our tornado warning here in Lake County, Florida. There definitely is some rotation here. You can see reds are the winds moving away from the radar. Greens are the winds moving towards. So right in there is where we're going to want to watch out for the potential of a spin up. If you live near Four Corners, Citrus Ridge, maybe Lake Buena Vista, you guys could potentially be watching out for the storm as it marches its way off towards the east. It looks like our camera here in Arkansas is trying to look all over the place for something. And you know what? How about them apples? What are they trying to find here? I'll be honest here, chat. This is what, over near the Thayer area. This is south of Thayer. So this camera is actually looking here. It is right on the border of Missouri and Arkansas. And it's trying to see what's going on with these storms in this area. There is a new storm, a new supercell that is just to the south and west of it that I'm going to actually put our camera up for, because I do think that this storm could potentially be the beginning of our tornado threat. I think this could be something that we could watch out for, as I just looked at the radar here, and it looks like we have a natural process for intensification of a supercell that could try to become tornadic. The reason why I say that here, chat, is because, as you can see, we had this one storm that formed here near Gassville heading into Mountain Home, and then it looks like it just split into two storms. You have the one storm right here, and then you have the second storm that is right here. And what happened here is this storm did a left split. It performed a left split to where the one storm ended up just popping up, and then it ended up cutting itself in half. The left split moves off a little bit more towards the north. The right split ends up actually heading a little bit further towards the east. Might actually be a little bit more east-northeast. And this one down here is the one that would be the one that could try to produce your tornado. Maybe even a strong tornado that is possible. So, if you're in Sturkey, in Viola, Salem, or Camp, do not be surprised whatsoever. Honestly, do not be surprised that this could produce a strong tornado here in the future. This is definitely something to watch out for, in my opinion. We'll go over to our tornado warning here. This is areas north of Fort Wayne heading towards the Angola area with Kendallville, Rome City, Stroh, Ashley, and Pleasant Lake in the path. If you are near Albion, you need to be in your safe space if you haven't already, as it looks like there could potentially be a tornado associated near your area. It doesn't look like it is on the ground at this time, but it definitely could spin up at any moment. At least I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I'm going to pull up our traffic camera map here. Yeah, that mention that I talked about earlier for the potential for a strong tornado, that was in northern Arkansas, right on the border of northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. It doesn't look like we have any traffic cameras in this area, but we did just get a new ping from IEMBot, and that was pretty loud for you guys. So I'm actually going to turn that down, because that scared the crap out of me too. There you go. All right, I think that noise is a little bit better. That's the only thing about that jingle. It scares the crap out of me sometimes. I'm so focused on weather, then all of a sudden, bing! It's just like, it scares the crap out of me. Yeah, we'll keep with this camera here. There's nothing in northeastern Indiana that gives us a good view, unfortunately. But once again, area of rotation here near Albion. If you are near Albion, Indiana, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Sturdy structure, lowest innermost part of your building if you can. And if you're in Kendallville, you are pretty much in the same boat. The storm's going to head right next to you here very, very shortly. And as soon as we talk about the rotation, it starts to die a little bit. See, that's the cool thing about storm relative velocities, in my opinion. Storm relative velocities are honestly something that's really cool. All right. So chat, one thing I want to mention here real quickly. I want to remind everyone here that we really want to make sure that we want to spread awareness to meteorology and awareness to these storms and stuff. Over the next few days and really just over the next week, we have a lot of significant severe weather. We're going to talk about that real quickly, but it's also going to pair into something else that I'm going to talk about as well. So let me pull this up here real quickly. Almost done here, guys, as I look at chat. CCC drop that correlates with ZDR. Yeah, that stuff is a little interesting. I'll say that much. It's definitely got a pretty good chance to do so. Okay. Almost done here, chat. Cool. All right, so we have a lot of significant severe weather that's going to be coming up here. Today, this is our outlook for severe weather. Pretty expansive risk of severe weather. It goes all the way from portions of Detroit and even southern Ontario, all the way down into portions of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. Big time severe weather with the risk of strong damaging winds that could come with it, especially if you are further off to the east. So areas that are in southern Michigan, portions of Indiana, western Ohio, central Kentucky, as well as central Tennessee, and maybe even into portions of northern Alabama and Mississippi. We also have the risk for severe weather tomorrow that'll continue to march its way down to the east. We do have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale over here for these areas, and then a 2 out of 5 that extends all the way up to Albany, New York, and it goes as far down to the south and west as areas into Baton Rouge and New Orleans in Louisiana. Main risk in my opinion is going to be a lot of the severe wind, strong damaging winds. There is the chance for some spin up tornadoes in and along the line, but I do think it'll be a lot more of a wind event that'll move on through. On Tuesday, we have the potential for, once again, more significant severe weather that could move on through into portions of the Central Plains, and we have a new tornado warning for you all.
Tornado warning for northwestern LaGrange County in northeastern Indiana, eastern St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan, northwestern Branch County in southwestern Michigan.
So if you live in those counties, make sure you get into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building if you can, and stay away from windows. Tristan, you should, and it should only be Eastern Virginia. Eastern Virginia has pretty much the only SIGTOR threat that I can see. So, anyways, strong severe weather possible here on Tuesday. That'll be something interesting to watch out for here. Wednesday, in my opinion, this is going to be as close to one of our strong events of this year as we can possibly get it. I'm not saying it's going to be a high risk because I quite frankly do not have that answer for you all. I definitely think the ceiling based off of right now is a high-end moderate. We could potentially see some long track, strong tornadoes across a lot of these areas. And honestly, this event is probably going to be worse than what we have today. So make sure if you guys are in these areas that are being impacted today, you watch out for what could potentially, happen later on. It's going to be real interesting. All right. This event is going to be pretty powerful. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Noble County in northeastern Indiana, central DeKalb County in northeastern Indiana.
The remnants of those storms will then head over into Thursday. More severe weather once again. So the reason why I mention this here, guys, is because we obviously want to spread as much information about it as we possibly can. And we also want to make sure that people who are interested can also learn about what all could be happening. And so we do have a server to where we could be able to teach people and we could be able to discuss things. We talk about auroras, we talk about tornadoes and all that stuff. It's the Twist of Fate Discord server. Feel free if you would like to already. Link is in the chat. I put it in there for you guys. If you would like to join the server, please be sure to do so. But I definitely recommend it. I've owned the server for for almost 5 years. And then I passed it off to another person who is very, very active in there and definitely loves to help people learn about meteorology. So if you are interested in that, I definitely recommend it. Kigglers, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you back. Nice to see you back. Sent me a tag on X of wind damage. Yeah, I'll look at that here in a second. I'm going to put up a timer here real quickly. We'll go an hour and 30 minutes. There we go. You're 5 to 6 miles from West Frankfort, Illinois. Storm split before it got over you. Carbondale's getting hit with big thunder, probably rain and wind. Yeah, and that kind of seems to be the recipe for a lot of the storms today. It's just a lot of things that'll split and then not split, split and then not split. It's kind of like it's kind of like a coin flip. Now that is a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is hurricane force winds and even stronger. That is definitely an interesting storm with strong damaging winds that is going to head into the Kalamazoo and the Portage area. If you are over near Kalamazoo or Portage, you guys need to get indoors and stay away from windows. That is some pretty powerful stuff. Honestly, it may be to the same degree as a regular tornado warning. Whenever I see a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning, it truly is comparable to a tornado warning in my mind because the impacts are just about the same. Now, it wouldn't be comparable to, like, say, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, because that usually includes a large and extremely dangerous tornado. But for a weaker tornado with these storms that are moving over into portions of uh, Indiana and eventually uh, southern portions of Michigan, northwestern Ohio, it's pretty much comparable in my opinion. Shell, what's up? Nice to see you again. Can I check on Brighton? Yeah, I'll check that here in a second. I probably won't do any soundings of tomorrow's event until a little bit later on, to be honest with you, tabletop. But I definitely will in a bit. Brighton. I gotta figure out where Brighton is first. Let's go radar Omega this. Brighton, Michigan is... Oh, they're pretty far away from this event. Or from these storms right now. I do think you guys could see some strong damaging winds, but I think your tornado threat will be limited. We'll keep an eye out for it in case if anything does happen, though. We'll pop in. So we do have a couple of tornado warnings here in these red boxes. Really, all these storms are probably just going to produce these little spin-ups. These tornadoes aren't really going to be that strong, but they definitely have the potential to be comparable to hurricane force winds or even stronger. So if you are caught without shelter, you definitely could get your bell rung. Yeah, no problem, Cindy. I try to look through chat when I can, by the way, so if I missed your guys' comment, I apologize. There's a good amount of people in here, and I appreciate everyone being here regardless. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us get onto the algorithm. We definitely want to get this out to more people who may potentially be in the path. What about Milton, Florida? Milton, Florida... If I remember correctly, they're kind of in the general area, but they're not. That is not Milton, Florida, chat. What in the world is this? Milton, Florida. Thank you. Oh, there's a lot of rain. Yeah, I remember where Milton is now. My brain... How could I forget? That's where one of our moderators live. Chat, I just might not be that bright today. It might be one of those days. It just might be one of those days. What's up, Tammy? Nice to see you. You and me both. South Central PA is definitely, it was sprinkling earlier. Kind of cloudy. Kind of partly cloudy, mostly cloudy. Someone in chat said close enough. Yeah, okay. But yeah, Milton, I don't see too much craziness. Just a lot of thunderstorms. And really, those thunderstorms are just kind of stationary or heading to the south and east. Some broad rotation there. There might be a the potential for a water spout over the bay. Could ever head over to Santa Rosa Island. Anything's going to happen in Knoxville, Tennessee? Not particularly for tonight, I don't think. Looks like you're in the middle of the enhanced risk tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is going to be some strong damaging winds. I definitely think that'll be the main thing. Well, we just had about a minute ago, you heard that little ping. That was from IEMBot. IEMBot issued a new severe thunderstorm watch until 2 UTC. Depending upon where that is, that could be either 9 Central or 10 Eastern. So we'll take a look as to where that watch is. And that new watch is for portions of Detroit and Flint, Michigan, as well as into portions of Defiance, Toledo, Findlay, all the way down to Greenville, Ohio. So a new severe thunderstorm watch for those areas. over there, and I'll show you guys here with that. You can see this very bright yellow. You guys see this very bright yellow polygon right in here. This is our new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued right in here. So, what I think we'll see in Dayton, pretty humid and sunny here. Honestly, Dayton, I think you guys, that's a new confirmed tornado. That's unfortunate. Dayton, I think, is just a little bit to the south of where a lot of the main strong damaging winds are. So really, or will go, I should say. And it's a little too far north to where all the main significant tornadoes will go. So it's kind of like you're caught in between two separate areas of where the significant weather could be. In my honest opinion, I could see a little bit of both, but it would have to have some overlap. You'd have to have some storm that would veer off of the usual path to do it. What program do I use? I use quite a few, to be honest with you. I use GR2 Analyst version 3 and GR Earth. Those are my main programs. But I also use Radar Scope and Radar Omega. And then I use a lot of websites that give me an idea as to what all could be happening. Oh, goodness gracious. It's that time of day. I think they will hatch. Do I think they will hatch the 30 severe winds for tomorrow? Honestly, no, I don't think so. I don't see that really being that big of the case. We do have a confirmed tornado, though. This was a confirmed tornado from law enforcement. What in the world is... Anyways. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. That is a yawn count. Someone just sent me something. I was just like, what the heck is this? So yeah, we did have a new report of a spin up. This was near Sturgis. You could definitely see where that could have been. There's definitely a little bit of rotation right in that area there. Reds away, greens towards, right in the middle. There is definitely some spin in that area. Now the rotation has moved off towards the Colon area. It's not as strong as it once was. Also, the rotation that was down near Waterloo and Auburn is weakened significantly. So that might actually, they might actually cancel that tornado warning before it actually expires. It's possible. These are the only two tornado warnings that have been issued at this time. Which, of course, is some good news. Someone asked about Indianapolis earlier. And believe it or not, I do think they could see some severe weather at some point here. If it's not within an hour from now, it'll be about an hour and 30 minutes. I do think that's what we could be talking about here. Thoughts on how clear the warm sector is near Kentucky and Tennessee? Really, that's just kind of anticipated. That's what we were getting. I think even with how clear and open the warm sector is, there is still a huge asterisk with this environment out in front of the line. The asterisk to me is these storms, at least in my opinion, don't have a real way of forcing, and a lot of the winds that I see out here in the open warm sector of Kentucky and Tennessee, your winds are coming from the south and west, which means if there is any storm that forms here, the wind is just going to be linear, and you may have, you may get a shot at maybe a long track supercell. That could be possible, but any tornadoes will not be long track. That's what I got from that. Local news in Wilmington said there's going to be a tornado outbreak. Maybe for the entire event, it's possible that a tornado outbreak is possible, but a tornado outbreak in Wilmington, I don't see that. Maybe they're saying something that I'm not. Do I think the Orioles game is going to get postponed tomorrow with the storms arriving at the beginning of the game? First pitch is at 2:30. Well, that's the reason why they moved it back, because they thought it was going to be storming. So, my yawn count is at 5 now. Are you serious? I've yawned 5 times already this stream. Ugh. How do I stop? How do I stop getting such multicolored velocities on Radar Omega? That's a good question. I guess what you mean by that, multicolored velocities. I'm not sure if that's just the multi-view that you're talking about, or if it's just like the different color table. But I changed my color table on Radar Omega. So. This velocity seems legit. How severe do I think it will get in Indianapolis? I do think it will indeed get severe. I think you guys are going to get some good hail. There's going to be a good-sized hailstorm that's going to be heading off near you. Right now, it's over near the Brazil and the Center Point areas. It's getting close to Putnamville and Greencastle. It'll get close to you. Oh, I'm only out of 1, and that was just velocity? Gotcha. I was about to say, if I yawned more, and I'm feeling a yawn right now, but if I yawned, it's 1.5. And I didn't realize I yawned, I probably would have lost it. That's a random severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi, by the way. Anyone want to take a guess where it's at? Waynesboro. Yeah, Wednesday is way better than today. I'll tell you what. Wednesday, we're going to be watching that event like a hawk. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Steuben County in northeastern Indiana, southeastern Branch County in southwestern Michigan, southwestern Hillsdale County in southeastern Michigan, northwestern Williams County in northwestern Ohio.
So it's for this area of rotation here south of Angola. That's pretty interesting. There's I believe, a traffic camera up here. And there's a traffic camera that is up. Is this in, yeah, it's near Metz. It's like a storm that's impacting it right now. Yeah, yawning is absolutely contagious. I agree with that. Probably over. Nate will probably be under. That's funny. Yeah, I agree, Shell. Unfortunately, we lost today, but I think that's just more because of our own doing than theirs. All right. So there's our 3 tornado warnings. As I said, a lot of these storms here in northeastern Indiana, southern Michigan, northwestern Ohio, it's going to bring a lot of strong damaging winds and some spin-ups. This is really what we can look for in that environment. Detroit. I know someone asked about Detroit in the future. We're looking about an hour and a half away. Hour and a half away before you guys get some stuff. How does Chicago look for Wednesday? My best guess is based off of this outlook, there's the brief look at it. It doesn't look like you guys are in the main risk. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't think I'll be able to look at an in-depth, or I'll be able to have an in-depth look or discussion on Wednesday's event until Monday night. Monday night and Tuesday morning. Wow, this storm that's over here near Cherokee Village and Ash Flat in northern Arkansas, I definitely think these storms down here in the northern portions of Arkansas and southeastern Missouri, these are going to be the ones that could try to produce your signators. I do think that would be the area to watch. If you were to ask me where the significant tornado threat would be, it would be with these storms, especially this one that we've been watching since it was over near Henderson. It is absolutely a right mover now. It was going up like this, and now it's just going like that. That is a classic signal of a tornadic supercell. The only unfortunate thing about this, though, is that it's out in the middle of nowhere. The radar coverage is pretty meh, pretty subpar. We have one radar right here, one radar right here, 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 and then there's one all the way. It's beyond the screen, but it's all the way up there. So we truly have a storm that is out in the middle of nowhere. Johnny, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Ugh, there's another yawn. It's just that time of day for me, chat. It truly is. What about Allegan? I'll check at that here in a second. Is that tornado going to move into Calhoun County, Michigan? We'll check that first real quickly, actually, because that might be a little bit easier for us to figure out. The tornado warning storm will eventually move into Calhoun County. Even if it does, though, I don't think the activity would be that significant, so you should be fine on that regard. Allegan. Ovi's 5 goals from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. You know, interesting thing you say about that. I'm going to the Caps Jackets game in Columbus on the 12th. That'll be my early birthday present, because I'm a Jackets fan. Allegan County, Michigan. So that's the Kalamazoo storms. Yeah, so there's definitely a lot of strong damaging winds here. The good news is that it's starting to move out of that county. It's going to now head into like Berry County and Kent County. So if you give it another 5-10 minutes, you guys should be good. But a lot of it seems like a lot of damaging winds. What's my favorite cam model to use? For right now, it definitely has to be the pair of the HRRR and the wrap. The wrap, I know, is technically not, you know, a high resolution cam, but it gets pretty much the lower 3 kilometers almost perfect with the exception of the surface temperatures. Surface winds, though, it absolutely gets correct. But yeah, that's what I like to use. Let's go back down to southern Illinois. Look at our storms that have moved through Mount Vernon, because that is now going to head over towards the Albion area. A lot of these storms here in southern Illinois, from what I can look at, are not tornadic. And there's a very big reason why. I know. Oh my goodness, the Caps lost 8-5. What the heck is that? Who was in net for Washington? Logan Thompson got cooked. Yeah, what a showing by the Washington Capitals. Anyways. There's a big reason here, guys. See this? See this little boundary here? Might be hard to see. We'll draw it over again. Actually, we might even highlight it. Let's highlight it. Let's highlight it in white. See this boundary right here, guys? See this? For the veterans of the channel, what does this mean? Yes, we don't use the NAM 3 kilometer. I hate it. I hate it with a passion. It's good to look at it for memes, but ugh, disgusting. Awful. Would I call it cursed like the Central Oklahoma news station? Yes. I would call the NAM 3 kilometer cursed. The only thing about that, though, is that the NAM 3 kilometer is actually allowed to be said in the chat. News 9 is a banned phrase because I am just done with their crap even before the stuff that they tried to pull. Yes, exactly, Paul. Good thing that you called that out first. That is an outflow boundary. This is basically a wall that prohibits moisture from getting into the main core of the thunderstorms. That, in itself, inhibits any sort of tornadic potential, unless if there are storms out in front of it. And the simple answer here, chat, is that is not the case. There is not any storms here in southern Illinois that are out in front of it. Therefore, these storms that are in Illinois at this time, with the exception of this one near Flat Rock, are non-tornadic. They produce large hail, damaging winds. Yep, perfect, Paul. Good stuff. Glad you got that. And I'm going to be asking chat a lot of questions too, stuff, because at some point, you guys are going to be helping me, all right? There is a good chance. Someone just sent me a text. They're being cute. All right, cool. Anyways, main point is the storms in Illinois are not doing a whole lot. We're good. I think it might be good for us to move the radar from St. Louis down to Paducah now. Power going in and out south of Marshall. Yeah, that's not too surprising. Is the Doniphan storm a supercell or is that contaminated? What state is that in particular? There we go. What is QLCS? QLCS stands for Quasi Linear Convective System. Missouri? Gotcha. Technically it is a supercell. Technically it's a supercell. It walks like a supercell and it talks like a supercell. But it's not acting like a tornadic supercell. It looks more like a hailer. Right now, it looks like a hailer. I think we're going to abandon the Little Rock radar and move it over to Memphis. Yeah, it's definitely spinning. It's definitely spinning. But things just look all sorts of messy. This storm near Cherokee Village still looks interesting. It still looks like a tornadic thunderstorm. But it's not quite getting its act together yet. We good in Western Kentucky? You guys are going to be seeing your storms a lot later on this evening. But for right now, it looks like you guys are kind of good for at the moment. We're going to see if we can get a different camera up. You know what, chat? Let's go back to that Memphis radar. Or actually, not even that. Let's go back to our radar Omega. I think these storms are getting really close to some sky cameras here. We are. Wow. Chat, we're going to be looking at some really interesting cameras. All right. So I want your guys' help here real quickly. My mic keeps cutting out for a split second. It could also possibly because when I look over to the left, my audio goes down. If I look straight ahead, it's there. It could be one of those things. I definitely need to move my mic. Somewhere. Like a middle ground. Kind of like that. Maybe if I move my mic up like this and adjust it like that. That might be better. Maybe. So I need your help, chat. And we'll use... Well, that's a new tornado warning. So that just got issued for Doniphan and Poplar Bluff.
Tornado warning for eastern Ripley County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Butler County in southeastern Missouri.
So if you live in those areas, another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Kent County in southwestern Michigan, northwestern Ionia County in south central Michigan.
So it's a new tornado warning for Grand Rapids, I do believe. But I need your guys' help real quickly. We have sky cameras here in southeastern Missouri from Radar Omega. Which cameras would be the best? All right. So I'm going to start out. We're going to show off 6. All right. And in chat, I want you guys to put in the camera that you guys like. Keep in mind, the storm is moving due east. So we're trying to find stuff like large hail, damaging winds, maybe tornado or wall cloud and stuff like that. But we'll look at these cameras, all right? So this is camera number 1. If you like camera number 1, put that in chat. Taking into account the surroundings, the trees, the buildings below, all sorts of stuff, all right? This is camera number 2. So once again, take into account the distance, the trees, everything that's in and around it. Camera number 3. It's a little bit north. Camera number 4. This is probably really far north, honestly, but something to consider. Camera number 5. I don't actually like camera number 5. And then camera number 6 we probably could use after some of the other cameras. So put in chat here which ones you may like. Once again, camera number 1, camera number 2. Oh, they're actually moving camera number 2. Move it in all sorts of different directions. Number 3, number 4, and then number 6. We're not doing number 5. Number 5 can go away. All right, while you guys are figuring that out in chat, we are going to look at the tornado warning up north. We're going to actually move the radar from... What radar can we move? Honestly, we're going to keep the Fort Wayne radar eventually, but we're just going to move it up to Grand Rapids for right now. People are saying 1 or 2 in chat. We'll start with camera number 2, and if we're a little too far north, we'll move down to camera number 1. And then eventually we'll move it to camera number 6. It looks like they're moving it all over the place here as well. But we'll keep it on camera number 2 for right now. So here's the new tornado warning that's on the southern side of Grand Rapids. If you're in Grand Rapids, you need to watch out. There also might be a new tornado warning that gets issued here in Barry County. This would be near Middleville and Hastings. Look at that little hook here, chat. There definitely is a hook right in there. See that? That is definitely a embedded supercell in the line of storms. So right here on the leading edge of that hook, there probably could be a tornado here. If you're near Middleville, Freeport, Lake Odessa, and Clarksville here in Michigan, honestly, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, bathroom or a closet. You definitely could see something tornadic in that area. I would not be surprised at all. So we'll keep this radar right here. There's also a tornado warning here in Hillsdale County. It really doesn't look too crazy, to be honest with you. A lot of strong damaging winds. So if you live pretty much in northwestern Ohio, you've got a good bit of storms, a lot of strong damaging winds. I don't see anything more than that right now. Indianapolis is going to be getting some pretty gnarly activity here soon. Within the next, I'd say 15 minutes to 45 minutes, you guys are going to see something. I really do think you guys are. We're going to look at it in a bit, Mothman. We saw that earlier. That's where our camera is at right now. Our camera is in Pine Bluff, which is looking out in front of that tornado warning. But if you're in Indianapolis, you guys could get some activity. I don't think it could be tornadic, to be honest with you, and it's for the same exact reason that we mentioned earlier on with the Illinois storms. Look at this here, chat. Another outflow boundary. Another outflow boundary here. Once again, if there's any moisture that tries to come in and it tries to get into the storm, it gets blocked. It gets blocked off by this wall of wind and rain and cold air. And you want warm, moist air for a lot of these tornadic thunderstorms. So there really isn't too much craziness happening within that. Any cameras in Indianapolis? There's a bunch of traffic cameras, I'm sure. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kent County in southwestern Michigan, northern Barry County in southwestern Michigan, southwestern Ionia County in south-central Michigan.
Ooh, that is an interesting... where are these storms at? That's Cloverdale right there. So it's probably good for us to keep this camera. Or that's looking east. This is looking west. So we'll probably keep that camera here for right now, just for a little bit. But that's a new tornado warning up in Michigan. We'll check that in a bit. We're going to want to go over to our tornado warning here in Fair Dealing, Naylor, Harville, Neelyville, and Poplar Bluff. We have a camera that's south of Poplar Bluff. This storm has rotation, but it also looks like it's gusting out. I mean, this is a hodgepodge right now. We definitely have a hook echo. We definitely have some gusting of our winds. We have a little bit of rotation here just to the south of Highway 160. But we also have just a lot of gusting out. A lot of winds that are gusting out. I see a lot of hail with this too. I don't see really a tornado based off of correlation coefficient. But this is definitely a hailer. The storm is definitely producing some good amounts of hail. Honestly, with that storm that's getting into Indianapolis, it doesn't look too crazy. So we're just going to head back to the camera here in Missouri. And honestly, camera number 2 is not showing us a whole lot. It's actually looking south. Camera number 3 is showing us more than camera number 2. And camera number 1 is also showing us more. We're still a little far away. But I think if we stick with camera number 1, it might give us the best view here. There we go. There's camera number 1. But yeah, this definitely looks like a supercell. These two supercells right here. This one here, heading towards Poplar Bluff. And then this one that's northeast of Ash Flat, heading towards Pocahontas and Arkansas, right on the border of Missouri and Arkansas. These are probably the two storms that could be tornadic. I would watch out for those storms in particular. We'll go back up to Michigan. There was a new tornado warning that got issued. And it also looks like the severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Calhoun, Berry, and Kent County has been upgraded. We're now at a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is pretty much comparable to any tornado that this line produces. So please watch out for that. And honestly, it doesn't look like it produced a tornado, but we might have had a little spin up that was near that area of rotation in Middleville. I don't see anything tornadic on the ground right now south of Grand Rapids. It's close. It might try to be, but I fortunately didn't see anything crazy there. But, you know, associated with a lot of these spin-up tornadoes is going to be the very real threat of some strong damaging winds. Very strong damaging winds at that. Hurricane force winds, 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's a lot of wind. It is very much so a lot of wind. And just get indoors, stay away from windows. It's a lot of stuff across the board. Good news for Grand Rapids. Storms have passed, you guys. I really think you guys are starting to get it in the clear more and more. I do think there's going to be a new tornado warning here heading into Montcalm County. We could be talking about Smyrna, Belding, Greenville, Sheridan, or Sheridan, I should say, not Sheridan, Sheridan, Carson City, Stanton, and McBride's. We have a little bit of a spin up over here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle. It's where the tornadic rotation would be. That's what I would watch out for. Yeah, Poplar Bluff is definitely at it again. And I'm going to go back to camera number 2 here. Camera number 2 actually has fixed its issues. And my goodness here, chat, I want to show you guys this camera because this is... Wow. Wow. I'm going to go to camera number 3 real quickly just to see if it actually has... It's not as good as camera number 2. Camera number 2... Wow. This is a mesocyclone here, chat. If you wanna talk about textbook, I mean, this is as textbook as you can get it. And then right in here is where we'd watch out for the potential of a tornado. I would say in particular right in here. Right in here is where I would look. But it could extend further out to the right. A lot of lightning here, too. A lot of lightning. But you can definitely see the rain coming down. And then it wraps around the area of where there could be rotation. I think this is the edge of the wall cloud right here, chat. I think that's the edge of the wall cloud. It's kind of hard to tell. It's pretty rain-wrapped. Pretty rain-wrapped. But it looks to me like the edge is right within here. This storm is going to be heading very close to the town of Harryville, as well as Naylor, Neelyville, Brosley, and Quillen. If you live in those areas, please watch out for the potential of a tornado near your area. Man, does this just look like a heck of a storm. I mean, this is honestly kind of crazy. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Kent County in southwestern Michigan, southeastern Newego County in west central Michigan, central Montcalm County in central Michigan.
If you live in those counties, please be sure to get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of a sturdy building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. This just went confirmed. Report of a tornado from weather spotters. Weather spotters have now confirmed that a tornado is or has been on the ground. And it went west of Naylor. So I'm assuming it is rain wrapped. Because from what I can tell here, first off, as I said, this structure is absolutely phenomenal. You can see clouds wrapping around into this, and then you have these clouds wrapping in here. My guess is right in this area here. Particularly out in here. That is where we could see a tornado. It looks like it's rain wrapped. It looks to me like it's rain wrapped. That might be a funnel, though. I was about to say, Radar Omega, don't you dare do this to me. Man, look at the pancake structure here, chat. We definitely have some nice streamwise vorticity here in the lower levels, and we definitely have some inversion here that's sculpting the storm. Oh yeah, this is the whole wall cloud right here. That's the whole wall cloud. That is the whole thing. And the camera better, I was about to say, it better start working. Man, how crazy is this view right here, chat? How crazy is this view right here? I want to real quickly take a look and see if this view here and camera number 3 is better. I don't think it is. I don't think they're going to move that around. It looks like the camera view that was in Neelyville has went down, so this is pretty much the best view that we have of this storm. And this is a report of a confirmed tornado that was on the ground at some point here near Naylor. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground right now. All we just had was a report of a tornado from a train spotter. Man. Right now what we're currently looking at, this is a supercell. This is a powerful thunderstorm here in southeastern Missouri. What we're currently looking at is the leading edge. We're looking at the hook of the storm. If you guys look right above me here, as the camera now dies. Nope, it doesn't die. It just reconnected. All right, and it didn't reconnect. Man, oh man. So we just had the leading edge, the hook echo, where the rain was moving from left to right, and wow, this camera. Did this camera actually just die? It better not have. There you go. That's so much better. So, clouds are moving in, and they are trying to circle all the way back in behind this rain here, all right? So, the moisture is being pulled, and we're starting to see a general swirl of these clouds. Now, right back in here, specifically probably right in here, that's where I would watch of a tornado, because these clouds are moving in just like this, and the rain is being pushed out, just like these clouds are, out and around. So we have some pretty broad rotation here within this area at this time. And we'll watch this out, but if you look above me here, chat, all right, you see our supercell. Our camera is currently located right about here-ish. Let me change this to a black pen. Right about here-ish, all right? And we're looking at those clouds that are going from left to right on the camera. So once again, just like that. And then we're going to watch these clouds come in through the inflow notch, through this clear slot, which is right in here, all right? And so the general pattern, the general movement of airflow is something like this. And the rotation is right on the leading edge of that hook, right about there, which would be right in this storm, right where this wall cloud is currently located. They're still saying weather spotter is confirmed tornado on the ground. I don't see that with the camera right now, to be honest with you. And I see the velocity is actually weakening a lot. So I would say that this is probably not on the ground anymore. But we have a camera here for a reason, don't we? All right, let's go back up to our tornado warning up north in Michigan. While we have this camera view right now, we talked about how there would probably be a new tornado warning that would be near the Rockford area, and it would include more than likely areas near Greenville and Stanton. It actually went a little bit further north than that, and there's a new area of rotation that is moving on through there. Actually, no, that was our rotation here that they issued. So that's for areas near Greenville, Sheridan. So I would watch out if you live in those areas if you can. I don't see any real other areas of rotation other than those, but this is just, once again, the main areas to watch in portions of Michigan is this massive line. I'll zoom out just a little bit more so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about. This massive complex of thunderstorms with just pretty much every single warning under the book that is moving on through into portions of western and south central Michigan. Our camera is now starting to die a bit, so that kind of sucks. But we do have a new camera that's looking at this storm in the distance. We'll bring back this camera and we'll just hold it for right now. But just this massive complex of storms here in portions of Michigan. This is what we're watching out for, some very strong damaging winds and upwards of hurricane force. You can clearly see that that is the case here with a lot of these destructive tagged severe thunderstorm warnings. And so we're potentially talking about some 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts that could be heading into Lansing, Michigan here pretty soon. Exodoy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nate, look at CC. What do you mean look at CC? Like what, this storm? These storms definitely don't look too crazy, CC-wise. Pretty soon here, guys, Detroit's going to be in the path of these storms. We're talking about, I'd say, within the next hour. So if you know anyone that lives over there, I'd definitely watch out. That's the CC that you guys are talking about, near Grant. It spun up for a little bit, and then, yeah, it just spun up for like a little wee bit. Looks like it hit a lot of trees and maybe a couple of ranches. Yeah, that's when it spawned. That's when it started putting down the tornado. Yeah, it looks like it hit a lot of trees and then it just kind of blew up. But it's definitely not as strong as it once was. It's definitely not there. And honestly, I don't think it's probably on the ground at this time. But that is a new tornado. And this entire line is just going to produce those spin-up tornadoes. More often than not. So that's north of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Baxter County in north-central Arkansas, Fulton County in north-central Arkansas.
Wait. No, that's the one behind it. They issued a tornado warning for that storm? Why did they... I don't know why they didn't issue... That doesn't make sense. Anyways, new tornado warning here for portions of Iola and Salem, as well as Sturkey and Camp. If you live in these areas, definitely get into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building if you can. There is a pretty mean-looking hook echo here. I mean, you can definitely see storms trying to wrap its rain all the way around to the bottom side. Very clear inflow notch. I'll tell you what, there are no storms in there. That moisture is going to be getting in unimpeded. This storm's going to feed on whatever instability is out in front of it. Especially since there's pretty high dew points there in general, about low to mid 60s. That's pretty high for severe weather. Or for just weather in general to make it severe. So if you're in portions of Fulton County, Arkansas, please be mindful. Please watch out for the potential of a tornadic thunderstorm to move on through your area. I'm still surprised they haven't warned this storm in Randolph County. I'm very surprised. It does have rotation. It's just they're not. I guess they're just not going to pull the trigger with that quite yet. The tornadic thunderstorm that was south of Poplar Bluff is starting to just fold. It's all over. Can I check in the U.S.? We are in the United States. What's going on in Pittsburgh?
Tornado warning for northern Jackson County in south-central Michigan, Ingham County in south-central Michigan, southeastern Eaton County in south-central Michigan.
So if you live in those counties, please get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building or an underground facility if you can. Pittsburgh is really going to see their stuff tomorrow. And it's not even going to be that crazy. So I wouldn't worry too much about Pittsburgh, to be honest with you. Yeah, a lot of hail with this storm, though, south of Poplar Bluff. I do not see anything really tornadic associated with that storm. So that's kind of the good news here. We'll go back to Paducah's radar as this storm that is kind of near Carbondale actually has maybe a small chance of something, but it's another outflow boundary. Look at this, chat. We're just getting outflow boundaries on top of outflow boundaries. Really, all of these storms that are in Illinois, they do not look tornadic. They don't. How bad would Lawrence, South Carolina be tomorrow? That's a good question. Chat, we're going to take us off of this camera here real quickly. Lawrence. Oh, Lawrence is near, like, Clinton. I think you guys could see a lot of strong damaging winds. You could potentially even see a spin-up or two. That is possible. But I don't think it'll be any, like, SIG-TOR potential. I don't think significant tornadoes are really that favorable for that event in particular. We're going to go back to our camera here that is over in Quillen, Missouri, with our tornado warning that was south of Poplar Bluff. This still looks like a pretty mean supercell. We have a pretty well-defined mesocyclone. You can just see the upper level clouds are just swirling from right to left. So if I were to try and find out where the potential of a tornado could be, or if I were to look for it, it would be right in here. That would probably be where the wall cloud would be at. And it looks like other people do agree with that sentiment because someone just reported a new wall cloud that is forming. And I think we can see that there. We can just barely see it. But I think we can see that new wall cloud that's forming. Let's go back up into Michigan. We did get a new tornado warning for areas that are south of Lansing. This is now into areas near Reeves Junction as well, or Rives Junction, as well as Stockbridge, Leslie, Dansville, and Mason. If you live in these areas, the potential for a spin-up tornado is possible. I want to make sure you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building if you guys can. Look in Croton area. Croton is where? Croton, Michigan is currently in the northwestern portion. So that's where the tornado was. There was a tornado up near that area. The debris is no longer there. There was a tornado that was south of it near Grant. But now it's not anything crazy. It was basically similar to a strong wind gust. I appreciate that, JDs. Northeastern Ohio, believe it or not, is currently not looking all too crazy. They're pretty relaxed, especially compared to what was happening in northeastern Indiana. It wasn't all that crazy at all. And that's a new tornado warning. Sheesh.
Tornado warning for northwestern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Butler County in southeastern Missouri, southern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri.
Extension. So it looks like that was an extension, the new tornado warning, and it is. We'll take a look at that in a second. I want to mention here, someone asked about Bloomington, Indiana earlier, and I kind of got sidetracked, so I apologize. Bloomington should get their severe weather here in the next half an hour. I do think some spotty hail is possible with it, but I think it'll be more of a damaging wind threat more than anything. We had some reports of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so I wouldn't be too surprised about. All right, sorry about that, chat. I just needed to talk to someone who came in here. Yeah, no, this is gonna be a lot more of a damaging wind risk for you guys. The main reason why these storms didn't do anything in Illinois was because the storms are just not really in a favorable environment for tornadoes. A lot of the winds are coming from the south and west, and it just so happens that the upper level winds are coming from that same direction too. And you want a bit of veering with height. You want winds that veer in a, gradual, so, it comes from the south in the beginning, and then it starts to change and almost kind of rotate clockwise. And it just kind of is not. It's all the winds are moving in the same direction, even though the storms are, moving off to the north and east like this. So usually when you have the winds moving in the same direction, that bolsters the wind risk. That tells me more that there's a bit more of a heightened damaging wind risk for you all. So that's my general idea on what's happening there. I'll move my radar from Indianapolis to Fort Wayne, because I want to talk about these storms that are going to be getting close to Toledo. Toledo, you guys could be getting some severe weather here pretty soon. But honestly, it's very similar to what I just said here in portions of, southern Indiana. The winds are all pretty much moving in the same direction. So you're getting a lot of windy activity. There could be a chance for a spin up or two. Don't get me wrong. I do believe that there actually could be that case. But yeah, I do think that is what we could probably be seeing. And it looks like that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. I think they're starting to get into some form of jurisdiction issue. Fort Wayne is pretty much done. Northeastern Indiana is done. Northern Indiana is done. I mean, yeah. It's not that bad for you guys anymore. It might actually be good for us to move the radar over to Detroit. Detroit might actually be a bit better of a view. But I want to show you guys here real quickly our view from Radar Omega. Once again, this is out in front of the new tornado warning in southeastern Missouri. And it looks like it definitely has recycled to an extent. You can definitely see the rain. So this would be the front part of the hook, if you will. You can see how it curls like a whale's mouth. And then you have the rain and hail fog back within here. So what this rain does is it falls down and then it spreads into all sorts of different areas just like this. if this camera were to move just a little bit to the right, if we were to change our view just a little bit to the right, we actually would be able to see where the tornado could form. Right now, we're just kind of eyeing down the southern side of the storm. It's the northern side of this whale's mouth is where we would like to watch out for. And it's unfortunate that we don't have any cameras there, but that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Gratiot County in central Michigan, eastern Ionia County in south central Michigan, Clinton County in south central Michigan, southeastern Montcalm County in central Michigan.
If you live in those counties, please get in your safe space, lowest centermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, and stay away from windows. Yeah, really the only areas that are getting some pretty strong severe weather at this time would be northwestern portions of Ohio, here at least in the state of Ohio. We were talking about Ohio earlier, and I said the storm's going to be heading in Toledo here pretty soon. Wauseon, Napoleon, Lyons, as well as eventually into areas near Sylvania, Toledo, Perrysburg, and Waterville. It looks like you guys are probably going to be in the main activity over there. Fortunately for Defiance and areas south of Defiance, so like Lima, Wapakoneta, Van Wert, Salina, and then even further south all the way towards Dayton. Your activity is not going to be happening quite yet. It'll be a little bit later on. CC drop in Michigan, another one. I know there was one earlier. It's not on the ground anymore, fortunately. I don't see a new... That would be the CC drop right there. Maybe. That is a weird looking debris signature, but that was indeed a brief tornado. That was north of Lyons, southwest of... This warning is in the way. I can't read it. There's another warning that's in the way. Hubbardston, there was a tornado southwest of you. North of Lyons, northwest of Pewamo. So hopefully you guys are okay over there. A lot of these storms here in Michigan are going to try and produce little spin-up tornadoes that are pretty comparable to significant damaging winds. Yeah, this is currently the storm heading into southeastern Missouri. We'll get our radar up on this here real quickly. We'll show you all this is a storm heading right through Quillen. And it actually looks like it's starting to recycle. The wall cloud might actually be right on top of our camera here, chat. I think right here. That could be our new wall cloud.
Tornado warning for South Central Orange County in East Central Florida, North Central Osceola County in East Central Florida.
What? Florida, do you mind? Your severe weather and your tornadoes happen later on. Not right now. It's southeast of Orlando. Oh my good chat, look at that. That's a tornado. Chat, that's a tornado. What in the goodness gracious? What was that spin up on the right? If they could move this camera to the right, that would be very helpful. I'll tell you what. And the reason why I could tell that was a tornado and all this stuff. Yeah, move it to the right more. Move it to the right more. Move it more. To the right, to the right, to the right. Move it to the right. Oh, it might have gusted out right as soon as it was doing it. It might have gusted out as soon as it was doing it. But my goodness. You can definitely tell how strong the damaging winds are associated with that. That definitely looked like a little spin up. The reason why I could tell is because you had a wow, this is kicking up a lot of dust right here. I wonder if that is still the rotation or if that is still a tornado. That could be a tornado still, chat. You know what? I wouldn't put it past it. I think that still could be a little spin up. I still think that could be the tornado. It could be. If we had a better view as to what was up in the cloud base, we'd be able to see if it was connected or not, or if that was just a gust of wind. But the reason why I saw it is because it had like a rear inflow tail, and it just got pulled into the actual storm. Definitely looked like maybe a little gust-nado. How crazy was that, chat? How crazy was that? We'll keep this camera view on for a little bit longer. There's once again, if you're over in Malden, Missouri, Bernie, Missouri, Parma, Missouri, and Risco, Missouri, you need to get in your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Camera views for the win, chat. Cameras will always do it for you. These storms are now starting to get closer and closer to Detroit. We are seeing some pretty strong damaging winds that could be associated with that. There's also a new area of rotation just to the south and east of Lansing near Dansville. That could head over towards Fowlerville and Williamston, as well as Interstate 96. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, please tell them to watch out. From this live camera view, I think this thing might have a little bit of a whale's mouth on the northern side. I think we might have a storm that's gusting out, at least on the northern side, which might be able to either promote a recycling area, a new recycling phase with this storm that we're looking at on our camera. Once again, this is in southeastern Missouri, or it could temporarily dampen the tornado threat with an outflow boundary that's gusting out. Can I check Laurel, Indiana? I sure can. I'm going to pull it up here because I have no idea where Laurel is at. Laurel, Indiana. That is a new mesoscale discussion, I'm assuming, or something from the Storm Prediction Center. Laurel is still pretty far out in front of these storms, so you have a lot of time before anything happens. We'll keep the camera up for right now. We'll keep that there. Apparently, there is a tornado, or a tornado that could be moving about here. Wow, that's crazy, chat. We have a tornado that's possibly going about right now. You know, chat, I'm not sure if we have a camera, but this is definitely looking like we could have a tornado on the ground. This is southeast of Orlando International Airport. It's currently out in the middle of nowhere almost, and it's just to the west of Rockledge. You can clearly see we have a pretty well-defined hook echo right within here, and some rotation. So if you know anyone that lives to the west of Rockledge, to the south and east of Lake Hart, I would let them know that there is the potential for something tornadic in this area here. Maybe even a tornado, chat. It's on the ground, CC and ZDR verifies. Does airport radars even have that? No, but we are close enough to the Melbourne radar to where it could. Let's see. Correlation coefficient. What? If I do 4 pane and I circle. Eh. Chat, I don't know. Chat, I'm not too sure if this is on the ground right now or not. I think it should just be treated like it is. But it looks to me like it's... It looks to me like it's trying to produce a tornado.
Tornado warning for Clay County in eastern Arkansas.
Well, it's about time. Because this storm right here has been spinning like a top for God knows how long. And I was surprised that they issued the tornado warning for the storm near Salem. I think they just canceled it. Yeah, tornado threat is diminished. I was surprised they issued a tornado warning for that cell before this one. I really was. Yeah, that's what I thought too, tornado clips. It didn't look like it was on the ground to me, but... Why is there a marginal risk in Florida? Just some remnants of some storms from yesterday and the day before. What about Indianapolis? That is a good question. We'll take a look at that here in a second. But it looks like our storm has started to pass the live camera. I have no idea if we have any more traffic cameras in this area. I don't think we do. We have some cameras in Arkansas. That makes anyone feel any better. We have a camera in Walnut Ridge, but that doesn't really help too much. It does not help our predicament, chat. Check the Dexter camera. That may be a good point. Yeah, that'll work. Dexter camera works. Good call, chat. Looks like we got a nice little shelf cloud, and that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Shiawassee County in southeastern Michigan, northwestern Livingston County in southeastern Michigan.
So if you live in those counties, make sure you get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Bathroom or a closet if you guys can. You know, chat, I wonder if we could see a little spin up, because that actually looks like an area of rotation is possible. Just to the west of Dexter, which would be with this particular area right here. I wonder if we could see a potential spin up. This is in Dexter, Missouri right now. Is there another camera that maybe? No. This is the best one that we got. The heck's going on in Pensacola? Bunch of rain, and more rain. Trust me. It is flooding all over the place. Yeah, Florida's going crazy. What is a downstream watch? Storm Prediction Center posted they will issue one. You're in it, so you're just curious what it means. All it means is that when the storms move on outside of the current watch, that's kind of more downstream. There's a new tornado warning. Give me a sec.
Tornado warning for northeastern Ingham County in south central Michigan.
So if you live in those counties, please get in the lowest innermost part of your building. Bathroom or a closet if you can. Stay away from windows. Potential of a tornado is possible in your area. A downstream watch, if you were to basically imagine as if you're floating down a river and the river eventually takes you down further along the line, it's the same thing with the storms. If the storms keep going on their current trajectory downstream, that's where there could potentially be some stuff. Chat, is this a funnel or is this Scud? I definitely see some rising Scud within it, but I'm not too sure if that's spinning. If we could move the camera to the right, we'd be able to see something. It's hard to say. Now we're starting to get out of the view, so we'll go back to our radar. If they move the camera, we'll move it back. But we'll go to our tornado warnings that are over here in Michigan, as we're still seeing a lot of tornado warnings in general. A lot of spin-ups. Looks like that cell that is near or north of Williamston is a culprit of one of them. You can definitely see some higher values of inbound winds, some stronger greens turning into blues. And now it's starting to consolidate. Now it's starting to stack. This definitely tells me that we could potentially be having a spin-up tornado here right along State Highway 52, south of Perry. And that could even head over in towards the Bancroft and the Durand area, as well as maybe even Owasso. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, feel free to share the live stream with them so we can spread this information out. We want to try and continue to spread the information with more people who may live in the path of these storms and spread awareness. It definitely looks like that storm near Perry is trying to spin up. Strong damaging winds are starting to head over into Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. If you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to get indoors, stay away from windows, stuff like that. Detroit's going to get into this action here pretty soon. Not quite yet, but it will soon. What about Indianapolis? Clouds are pretty dark. If you're in southern Indianapolis, like Martinsville, Greenwood, Franklin, you guys can see some stuff. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for Shiawassee County in southeastern Michigan.
If you live in that county, lowest innermost part of your building, bathroom or a closet is preferred. Stay away from windows. Please be safe. It looks like the storm that is in southern Indianapolis on I-74. It doesn't look too crazy. It looks like if anything, it could probably produce some spotty amounts of hail. That is another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Monroe County in south central Indiana, southwestern Brown County in south central Indiana.
If you live in those areas, please get in your safe space if you haven't already. But yeah, this definitely looks like a lot of damaging winds, some spotty hail. They're saying where? This one here, south of Bloomington. That makes sense. There is absolutely a little bit of rotation here south of Bloomington. Gonna keep an eye on Warren, Michigan. Yeah, if I can figure out where that is. But yeah, I got it. If you live south of Bloomington here near Clear Creek and Smithville, as well as areas near Nashville, there is a spin up right here. Definitely the potential for a tornado is possible. And you know what? It's kind of riding what looks to be the old outflow boundary. It looks like the old outflow boundary is starting to connect up with the new storm and is giving it a little bit of fresh air. But if you're in downtown Bloomington, you're good. If you're in Clear Creek or Smithville, or if you're east of Bloomington, say you're on the eastern side of Bloomington near State Highway 46 all the way up to Nashville, you need to get into a sturdy structure, lowest innermost part of your building if you can. I'm going to put our camera that's up here northeast of Detroit on for right now. I don't see a whole lot of stuff. It might actually be interesting. It might actually be interesting to look at something in a bit. New tornado watch has been issued. They did indeed issue a new tornado watch. That new tornado watch is for portions of Cincinnati and Louisville, as well as Dayton. I'm kind of surprised about the probs. Not exactly the greatest thing in the world. Keaton with the 25 months of being a weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says 25 months. Woo, a tornado watch will be issued for southwestern Ohio in about 10 to 15 minutes per the SPC. That is exactly what they just did. But thank you so much for the 25 months. I really do appreciate that. If we don't go live, by the way, if our members are still here in the chat, or at least most of our members, if we don't go live tomorrow for everyone, we will probably be live at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central to react to the HRRR being able to read Wednesday's event for the first time. So, if you're interested in stuff like that, we did this already on Friday night, and we had a lot of fun with our members and stuff like that. As I said, members only live stream that we did there. And then on Tuesday, whether we're live for the severe weather activity or we're live for the HRRR and we're going over what could potentially happen the day after. Point being is we have some pretty cool stuff for you guys coming up for the whole channel and for everyone. But I appreciate you for being a member for 25 months. Long-time supporter. Thank you so much, Keaton. I really do appreciate it. That is the timer. That is interesting time. Looks like our rotation here to the east of Smithville, southeast of Bloomington is still holding. It's not as organized as it once was, but it is definitely trying to consolidate a lot of its peak velocities into a stacked position, is what I like to call it. It's basically where everything, the bright greens, the bright reds are touching each other, and it's all kind of like in a horizontal or a vertical. It's all in like a straight rectangle fashion. You don't want to see a lot of these grays if you're looking for a tornado. But, yes. Very tired, yes, with the spout spotter. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. How do you become a member? So if you are not on the YouTube app through Apple, it should be right next to the subscribe button where you can find a join button. You click that join button. There's 3 different tiers that you could become a member for. The cheapest is like $2. It's the spout spotter and stuff like that. And it's just basically like it's a roundabout way of supporting. It's like being a sponsor to the channel. But yeah, we're going to give out a lot more members only content for people who are doing that for us, because they definitely deserve it with how much they support us. This is a really cool supercell that's formed out near Mitchell. I'll tell you what. Definitely has a weird bounded weak echo region associated with it. Lena, what's up? Nice to see you back in the stream. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Indianapolis still looks good for right now, so we're going to head over into Michigan again. Look at these storms that are heading northeast of Lansing. This is now heading into Elise and stuff like that. It's near Detroit. All right, I got you. So, I'll look out if I see Warren by any stretch. Yeah, I see Warren. Warren's on the north side. I got you. I got you. I got you, Shell. Just had a report of 62-mile-an-hour wind gusts over in Lansing, Michigan. Excuse me, chat. This is a report out of Jackson, Michigan. 96-mile-an-hour winds. Isn't that Category 2 hurricane strength when it comes to wind speeds, chat? That's crazy. 96-mile-an-hour winds that were reported from these storms. So that's all the more reason for you to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. Don't go outside during these storms. Just don't. Just don't. What's the timing for the storms in Atlanta tomorrow? You reminded me I need to put up my Pivotal Weather login. Will you load Pivotal Weather, please? You know what? While that thing loads, I'll just look at the other stuff. Looks like our new storm here, the storm has officially recycled. The one that we saw, the potential tornado over near Quillen and near Poplar Bluff near Neilville. And so it has recycled into a new hook echo right here. Right at the bottom part of this hook here, just south of Bernie. That's where I'd watch for the potential of a tornado. And you could definitely see the velocities are showing that we have spin here too. A red's moving away, pink's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. That is definitely where we got some stuff happening. We still got our other storm near Corning, Biggers, Peach Orchard, and Knoebel. A little bit of rotation here as well. So same thing applies. Not as organized as the storm to the north and east, though. So that tells me that this storm still has a little bit of ways to go, and you can even see on reflectivity, it does not have the hook echo like the one to the northeast. It has almost like an arch. It's got to wrap around just a little bit more into a hook. This is, this is what the hook is over here. Change to a pen, please. So that's what the hook looks like up near Bernie. And this just kind of looks like an arch. So it's not all quite there yet. Let's go back to our storms here with this tornado warning near Bloomington. Rotation has died off. That is the good news. It's gotten weaker. It's not completely gone. It's still there. The remnants is still there. But the organization that the storm had is definitely losing a lot of its character. It's definitely losing a lot of its character. 96 is bottom cat 2. Yeah, so that's some crazy amount of wind that is there in southern Michigan. That's a crazy amount of wind. We just got over 200 likes. I appreciate you all. You guys have helped us get onto the YouTube algorithm and spread this content to people who could potentially be in the path of these storms. That's what hitting that thumbs up button does. That's the cool thing about YouTube, is that the more people interact with it, the more they push the content out to people who could be interested in it. And with weather, it just so happens that the people who are interested in the weather at the time is the people who are getting impacted by it. So you guys have definitely helped us get this out to more and more people. Is this a storm chaser? It is a storm chaser. We're starting to run out of cameras here, chat. We're starting to run out of viewpoints here, at least in this part of the United States. Yeah, we're losing some viewpoints, unfortunately. It would help to have chasers, huh? New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, northern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri.
So I think that is a extension to the old warning. My apologies for the yawn. Well, I think Wilmington, North Carolina is looking like the timing for these storms tomorrow. I really do think you guys are going to see a lot of strong damaging winds. Maybe the chance for a spin up. And the timing for you all would probably be sometime around 8. Although storms actually weaken a lot as they get closer to you, to be honest. They weaken a lot. Pretty strong wind gusts overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. And maybe some spin ups in southwestern, well, not southwestern, but western Florida. Now I'm curious, chat. I hope you guys don't mind. Very tired, yes. Which isn't odd, but it's weird it happened twice. That is a great reference, I'll tell you what. Man, Eastern Virginia, Southern and or Eastern Virginia might probably have a really interesting risk for tornadoes tomorrow. Who knows? Instead of streaming tomorrow night, I might actually go chase. Might happen. That's another yawn, unfortunately. That wind profile in Wilmington is garbage. I'm not impressed. Sup, Vando? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Alright, I think it's safe to say that there isn't really much that we can look at from the Springfield, Missouri radar. So what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to reorganize my radars. Grand Rapids, Detroit, Indianapolis. We're going to move Indianapolis's up into Fort Wayne, and then we're going to move Paducah's over to Indianapolis. And then we're going to move Springfield to probably Evansville. And then Memphis up into Paducah. And then we'll roll with that. You know what, chat? There probably could be a tornado warning here soon for extreme southern portions of Illinois. Benton, Scott City, Miller City, Mound City, Tams. Could be a tornado warning down here. There's definitely a lot of strong damaging winds. I think there probably could be stronger winds than 60 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised, at least. Any real concern for Baltimore tomorrow? It's just some, gusty winds, to be honest with you. Couple intense tornadoes possible. Yeah, that sounds about right. A lot of these watches have that across the board, but I don't think it's, it's not like it's anything extremely crazy beyond that. Let's go back to our tornado warning here, east of Bloomington. It looks like this is probably going to expire here soon. It expires in 11 minutes. Honestly, this warning could go bye-bye, and I don't think anyone would miss it. That's how I feel about this right now. But if you do live near Columbus, Indiana, you guys could see some severe storms. Really just anywhere in southern Indiana. A lot of strong gusty winds are possible. That is the reason why you guys got a new tornado watch. Seems legit, Alma. To all the people who have subscribed, I appreciate you guys subscribing. It means a lot to the channel. We're growing our community slowly but surely. We're growing it back up again, but you guys have definitely been helping us out here. So I appreciate you guys. That's the new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for Pulaski County in southern Illinois, central Alexander County in southern Illinois, northern Ballard County in western Kentucky, northeastern Scott County in southeastern Missouri.
Chat, if it's this area, you know what to do. Actually, I'm not sure. Well, I mean, that is a thing. That is indeed a thing. Well, we are getting close to a camera over here in Paducah. So when the storm does head over there, we'll be able to see it. What time frame should you expect severe threat in Wilmington? 8-ish. Something like that. Yeah, there's your new tornado warning. As I said, they probably were going to call this one. I wouldn't be surprised at all. No, I don't. Stop. I don't control the weather. I only read it. Stop it. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. You know what, chat? I think this could probably be unintentionally our first strong tornado of the day. It could be. If this thing puts down a tornado, based off of how strong the winds are behind it, and I mean, this is a pretty strong wind risk period, we could be talking about our first strong tornado of the day. And that's if this thing puts down a tornado. But we definitely can see the velocities here. We got the reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Might be better for us to look at the base velocities. I kind of like this a little bit better. But right in the middle, right in here, this is where the broad rotation is at. There's not any stacking of the velocities quite yet. So that gives me a little bit of hope that this thing isn't quite tornadoing, if you get my drift. But it could happen here very soon, honestly. I have no doubt that this thing could potentially try to put down a tornado. Well, it looks like our supercell that was over near Quillen that went through Bernie. It's still going. It's still doing stuff. It is still looking like a classic supercell. Inflow coming in unimpeded. Usually when you don't have storms in the inflow of a supercell like this, that's a good sign that this thing is a healthy supercell. But I don't see any real rotation with this thing at this time. So there might be something that this thing is struggling with. Could be a SIG spin up. I do agree with that. I do think it could be a SIG spin up. What about Bloomington, Indiana? Clear Creek area now. It was outside. It started with high winds and hail. Only had enough time to jump out of the old truck, heard sirens and tornado warning. So the good thing about that, Jenny, now is it looks like the storm has passed you guys completely. If we look at the radar right now, this is where the tornado warning was issued for. Honestly, it probably could expire now. The storm is so far off to the east of you. Bloomington and Clear Creek, you guys are good. Earlier, you guys did have a chance for a little spin-up tornado that was possible. But right now, the storm is completely past you guys. If anything, Columbus is probably a little bit more in the path of it. But you guys are good right now, Jenny. Actually, you guys might be done with the event for today. But I will say, Jenny, you guys have another round of severe weather. It probably could be even worse than what's happening today on Wednesday. So be aware of that. All right, there's round 2 on Wednesday. There's your new tornado warning. I was kind of surprised it took them just a little bit that long, but there it is.
Tornado warning for southeastern Shelby County in central Indiana, southwestern Decatur County in central Indiana, eastern Brown County in south central Indiana, Bartholomew County in central Indiana.
When Nate took a break, you almost resorted to watching Channel 9. That's not cool. We don't like Channel 9 in Oklahoma over here. We don't like that place. Columbus, Clifford, Hope, Hartsville, if you're over in these areas here in Indiana, this is along I-65. You guys need to watch out. And honestly, if I remember correctly, chat, wasn't there a tornado over here for the last, I think it was the moderate risk event that we covered? There's a tornado over near Jonesville, wasn't it? Or Columbus, somewhere in this area. I can't remember which day it was, but it was sometime within the past 2 or 3 weeks. So yeah, if you're in those areas, definitely watch out. We're going to go back to the storm here. As I said, the cell near Commerce in Scott City, I think... Well, it's definitely on the ground. It's definitely a tornado. As I said, I do think this is probably going to be our first significant tornado of the day. I think this is probably going to be our first significant tornado of the day. So, if you know anyone that lives, and I hope everyone who knows people out in these areas, listen in very closely. If you know anyone that lives in Olive Branch, Miller City, Pulaski, Tams, Olin, New Grand Chain, Olmsted, Mounds, and Mound City here in Illinois. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, let them know that there is a tornado that is in progress, it is on the ground, and they need to seek a sturdy structure immediately. A mobile home will not help them be safe from these storms. They need to get into the lowest innermost part of a sturdy structure. That could be their local gas station, that could be a local shopping mart or whatever, or if they have a friend that has a anchored to the ground home, you will be able to be safe from the storm, all right? But being in a mobile home is not going to cut it. You need to be able to get into a sturdy structure, get into the lowest innermost part of it. As I said, if you know anyone that lives in these areas, let them know. Let them know that this stuff is going to be coming near them. And if you live in these areas, heed the warnings that I just said. heed the warnings of the National Weather Service. This is a tornado. This is absolutely a tornado. It is doing damage right now. Just crossed over State Highway 3 in between Thebes and Olive Branch. It is right in this area right here. We're looking at the correlation coefficient, which is a product from radar that tells us as to whether or not things are rain. The red and maybe some yellows, that's rain. But once you start to add in, maybe some of the brighter yellows and even some of the blues, that shows you that there is debris. That is a tornado that formed with this storm. The latest scan came in, though, and it gave us some good news. There is not as much green and blues, which could have told us exactly what... Oh, that's not good. I think it temporarily lifted, but only temporarily. I think it's going to go back on the ground here soon, and this is once again going to be a strong tornado. For reference here, chat, I mentioned earlier that the velocities were not stacking. They were not stacking in a conducive way for a tornado to form. This is a lot more like what you want to find. You see how you have a lot of your brighter pinks and your brighter greens in this area, especially right within here. Right within here. This is what I like to call stacking of the velocities. This is basically where the highest concentrated velocities are at, and they appear almost as if they're uniform. And what that means is when, there it is, PDS. Wow. So they pulled the trigger. They basically, that's basically what they're saying here. They're saying the large and extremely dangerous tornadoes on the ground right now. I'll read it verbatim, word for word here in a second. But this is basically where we have the most concentrated, intense values of velocity right on top of each other. And this is absolutely a strong tornado. This is our first strong tornado of the day. And I'm going to real quickly, I just updated the name of our live stream to try and make sure that this is a little bit more factual with what we're looking at right now. Whenever the PDS tornado warning gets decreased, hopefully it will get downgraded at some point. Chat, if you guys could remind me to change the title of the title of our live stream, that would be greatly appreciated. But this is a very strong storm here. We're looking at velocities and our inbound winds at 68 miles per hour. And our outbound winds here is a little bit more reliable of 60 miles per hour. So that is around a 128 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this particular storm. And this tells me here, chat, that we absolutely do have a pretty strong tornado that's going to be in progress here. So we'll read the word verbatim, word for word, what the National Weather Service here says. Tornado warning is in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for Pulaski, Alexander, Ballard, and Scott counties here in Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri. At 6:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Olive Branch, or 10 miles east of Scott City, moving east at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Pulaski, Alexander, Ballard, and Scott counties here in Illinois, Missouri, and Kentucky. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It does indeed look like this thing is still consolidated to an extent. It looks like this thing is probably still on the ground. It is south of Tams. It is west of Pulaski. The only reason why the correlation coefficient is not picking this up is because of how rain-wrapped this all is. But we also did mention the likelihood of this only being on the ground for a good bit. We probably could have little spin-ups that could occur, and it would just be on the ground for a small duration of time, and then not be on the ground, and then be on the ground, then not be on the ground. I think that is probably what we are going to see. I think on the southern side, we could probably see some very strong damaging winds here, because you can see here, this is our upside down triangle. This is called a tornado vortex signature, and that is automated by the radar to be detected as to whether or not or where there could be some rotation. South of the tornado vortex signature, we have a pretty large bow echo. This is where a lot of wind can come in and jut out a lot of our rain, and right on the leading edge of our bow echo, especially with the direction of the storm heading towards the east. Right over here, this is where the strongest damaging winds could be located, and within this particular storm, we probably could be talking about 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At least in my opinion, that's what we could be talking about. And so, whenever we have this bow echo, usually we also have some winds that veer off to the side of it that just kind of, float about. They flow out from left, or they flow out to the left, they flow out to the right, and they create a little bit of extra spin. It's almost like a whirlpooling effect. And it just so happens that on the northern side, that's where the strongest area of rotation is, because tornadoes spin counterclockwise. So red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards, and that spin right in the middle is what we are looking at for the potential of a tornado. So it is really important that the folks that live over here in Pulaski, in Tams, in Ullin, in Olmsted, in New Grand Chain, you guys are going to potentially see some pretty impactful conditions severe weather-wise. You need to heed the words of the National Weather Service. Get into a sturdy structure. Heed the words. Respect the polygon. Lowest, innermost part of your building if you guys can. Is Laurel, Indiana cooked? As of right now, no. This is, for reference, this storm is really far away from you. This is extreme southern Illinois. Monkey Film Productions. Thank you so much for the 2. Couplet on Velocity near Champaign and Clark County, Ohio. We'll take a look at that here. This would be... You said Clark and Champaign County. That's central. Interesting. I'll allocate my radar here from Indianapolis over there just for a small time. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis. Stay indoors, stay away from windows if you can. Tornado warning over here near Columbus. Still, the rotation hasn't consolidated well enough to produce a tornado quite yet. I'm not saying that it is done and over with. I think there still could be an opportunity for some spin-ups to occur within that storm. So don't treat it like it's done. Just continue to be weather aware. That's Bartholomew, Decatur, and portions of Shelby County in Indiana. The cell that's in Champaign and Clark County is not doing a whole lot. If anything, it's not doing anything. So I wouldn't worry. The storms that are out in front of the line are not going to be the ones that are going to be severe. You guys are going to be good based off of that. We're going to check up on our PDS storm here again in a second. I want to look at the storms that are heading into Detroit, however, because we have a few viewers that live over there. We want to make sure everyone stays safe from these storms. First off, if you are in Ann Arbor, which is basically University of Michigan, you guys are done. You guys are good. Go to sleep. Or you can just do anything else you want for the rest of the evening. You guys are good. Lansing, same thing. All right. You guys are good. Anyone that is west of the areas that I just called out for in Michigan, you guys are good. All right. Don't worry about it. Detroit. Now is your time to get indoors and stay away from windows. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe even if you're further north of that, near like Pontiac, as well as Birmingham, Southfield, Rochester Hills, Ortonville, Mount Morris, areas east of Flint, maybe near Lapeer. You guys could potentially even be saying or be seeing stronger winds than that, maybe even in upwards of 80 miles per hour. So please get indoors, stay away from windows, lowest innermost part of your building if you can, bathroom or a closet if that is what that is. But once again, if you're in those areas, please watch out. Strong damaging winds across the board. I don't see really anything tornadic as of this time besides this area right here, west of Ortonville. I'm not too sure if this is a tornado or if it could be producing a tornado, but it does have a little bit of spin up. If there are any tornado warnings that are issued here in Michigan, it likely is going to be the case that it's going to be a substantially stronger gust of wind that could probably get over 100 miles per hour. So please be sure to watch out for that. If they issue any sort of warning for whatever reason, make sure you are weather aware. I honestly, to be honest with you, I would just get into your sturdy structure and stay away from windows if you can now. It'd make things just so much easier. But new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Clay County in eastern Arkansas, west central Pemiscot County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Dunklin County in southeastern Missouri.
That's a new tornado watch for those storms, or not tornado watch, new tornado warning for the storms in northern Arkansas. So watch out for those. If you're in the path of those, please get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. Please be safe. Weather watch number 73 has been canceled. I don't know what weather watch that is, but it has just been canceled. That is not what I wanted to click, unfortunately. I'll have to delete that. Be gone. Goodbye. Weather watch 43, I think, is the old severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that's the old severe thunderstorm watch for western Michigan. So that rightfully has been kaput. Sirens in Shelbyville. Let's take a look. I think if I remember correctly, that's... Yeah, so that's the storms that are north of you all. So Shelbyville, there's a good chance that you guys could see some strong damaging winds. Tornadoes is not really that much of a... not really that crazy for you guys. But Columbus and Elizabethtown, there could be a little bit of a spin up down near you guys, so please watch out for that. We're going to go back to the PDS warning. Once again, large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Tams and Pulaski. New tornado warning has been issued out in front of it for areas near Metropolis, as well as Reedsville and Joppa, as well as Karnak. You'll probably hear it from the automated voice here in a second, though.
Tornado warning for eastern Pulaski County in southern Illinois, Massac County in southern Illinois, central Pope County in southern Illinois, southern Johnson County in southern Illinois, northern Ballard County in western Kentucky, northwestern McCracken County in western Kentucky.
There's a lot of counties in that one polygon. But if you're in any of those areas, you need to get in your safe space. As I said, a lot of real tornadic activity can be associated with this one. So please, please, please watch out. Reflectivity on PDS tour is insane right now. I don't doubt it. I mean, this is a bow echo with a very strong rear inflow jet. We got 70 mile per hour winds with a spin up tornado on the north side. And all of these more than likely, as I said. Wow, is it occluding to the north? Did it just sweep? Hold up, chat. Did this thing just sweep to the north? Look at this. Watch what it does. It just occluded to the north. Either that or maybe it could have a failed occlusion, but how about that? this thing just did a turn. If you're near Olin, I hope you guys are in your safe space. I hope you guys are there. Was there ever a tornado on that storm in Missouri that had strong rotation? There was reported a tornado, but we never saw it. I don't count gustnados in hindsight. It's still cool to look at. It's still cool to watch. Gustnados, though, aren't really, you know, like that. But yeah, this thing just absolutely spun off towards the north. Still have some good rotation here northeast of Pulaski. And if you're near Olin or if you're east of Olin and west of New Grand Chain, I hope you guys are in your safe space already. Because this is definitely a tornadic thunderstorm. Chat, we also could be talking about a storm here that could produce a tornado near Matthews and Kewanee. The supercell that was over near Bernie is now starting to look a lot more interesting. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing produced a strong tornado here soon as well. I wouldn't. The new tornado warning that was over near Piggott and Greenway, this is also starting to get a little bit better looking with its hook. It's starting to wrap around. It's no longer an arch. It's now just this elongated hook. Can I say thanks for tuning in to Richard May? Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Richard May. I appreciate you. Macomb County, Michigan. I'll check you guys here in a second. I just want to double check some of these storms. That's a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail. If you are southwest of Walnut Ridge, please watch out. That is a lot of hail. Especially if you're on Highway 67. Highway 67 near Alicia and Swifton. And eventually Jonesboro. If you're in Jonesboro, you guys are going to want to watch out. And 30 to 45 minutes could be some pretty big hail heading off towards you. If you have any cars, if you have any pets, any valuables outside, bring them indoors or bring them into some form of shelter because there's going to be some significant hail. I'll tell you what, baseball-sized hail falling down. And make sure you guys get helmets. If you don't have helmets, get pots and pans. Stick that on your noggin. It'll be just as good. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Decatur County in central Indiana, east central Bartholomew County in central Indiana.
That's an extension for that. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Greene County in eastern Arkansas.
What?
Craighead County in eastern Arkansas.
Excuse me, chat. Chat, what in the goodness gracious are they doing? What in the name of Mike? I don't even know how they could issue this warning, but you know what? You watch out for the tornado to Jonesboro. We just talked about you about like 5 minutes ago. Watch out for the potential for a tornado too. I don't see the rotation that well, but you know, you better watch out. It might be honestly good for us to pull a radar here soon. It looks like these storms that are heading into southern Indiana, this one near Huntingburg, is not that significant. Same for this North City cell, as the outflow boundary is spreading out in front of it. So we're probably going to use the Memphis radar. The Memphis radar is probably going to be a little bit better for us to watch it. Auburn won the Final Four. Did they? Did they win it all, or did they win in the Final Four? Oh, they won in the Final Four, yeah. So now they're facing Houston. Crazy stuff. Yeah, chat, I still don't know why they issued this tornado warning. I'll be honest with you. I and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. That's hen egg size. I mean, I guess. Someone asked for Windsor, Michigan. We'll take a look at that here. Or I'm assuming we're talking like Windsor, not Michigan, but Windsor, Ontario. Windsor's definitely going to see their severe weather. Some strong damaging winds. Honestly, I wonder if they have a, do they have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for them yet? They do. They do. Or it looks like... Yeah, Windsor is in a severe thunderstorm warning, so... Or, no, I'm sorry. Windsor is not in a severe thunderstorm warning. They should be. It's areas that are south of it that's in a severe thunderstorm warning for 100 kilometer per hour wind gusts. That's basically what they say there. They should be in a severe thunderstorm warning. They should be. Continue to stay indoors. The storms are passing through you right now. It doesn't look like there's anything tornadic associated with it, so you guys should be good on that front. I don't see anything tornadic. That was a brief spin up that was near Oxford, or west of Oxford. That was absolutely a brief spin up. So a lot of these storms here are going to be creating some strong damaging winds here heading into eastern Michigan. Port Huron, you guys are definitely going to see some stuff. Warren, you're about to see some activity. Same with Mount Clemens, New Baltimore. Just stay indoors, stay away from windows. You guys should be okay. I think it's a jurisdiction issue, Joliet, but I still don't see why they issued the warning in general. It kind of reminds me of the one time where they torried the whole portion of northern Arkansas, and there wasn't even a tornado there. That's what it reminds me of. Alright, I think we can start moving this radar from Fort Wayne over to Cleveland. We'll be able to gain a little bit more ground with some of the storms that are in northern Ohio. I hate the fact that there's a huge radar hole there in northwestern Ohio, though. Huge radar hole. Alright, we no longer have our PDS warning. That has been canceled. Rotation is kind of broadish. They have updated it. We'll go to our camera here. This is our live view out of Metropolis, Illinois. This is on the south side of the warning. And we'll watch the big storm go by as we update our title. Update the title of our stream. There we go. It's a lot of nice lightning with this storm, though. Definitely a huge bow echo with this, too. I'll bet you that that storm is creating at least 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts at peak. And it looks like they updated the severe thunderstorm warning to respect that, too. So good on National Weather Service Paducah. Rather being safe than sorry. Hartsville, Indiana might have turned the corner. It's looking a lot better than it once was. I'll give it that. It definitely looks like it's looking a lot better. Good news for Hartsville, though. You guys are not in the direct path. It is now Letts and Westport and Napoleon here in Indiana. Look at that hook echo, chat, right above me. See that? That is from the Hartsville cell. That is an embedded circulation in the line. Absolutely. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Greene County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Clay County in eastern Arkansas.
They're what? Chat, are they just warning everything? I'm surprised they haven't warned that if they're going to warn everything. Chat, I'm very curious. Am I allowed to be curious for a little bit? Sup, Allie? Welcome to the stream again. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Here, I'm gonna let you guys watch the live view here for a little bit. Before I do that, I'm gonna show you all the tornado warnings here. Southeastern Missouri, northeastern Arkansas. There are 4 tornado warnings, and they just canceled the one that is north of Paducah. I'm not sure if that's because it is diminished. It has diminished. They canceled it because the threat is diminished. There are 4 different storms that are tornado warned right now. If you had to ask me which one probably has the best chance of producing a tornado, it would be this one over here north of New Madrid. That just looks way better on radar, but you'd have to look at the Paducah radar to be able to see what I mean. And actually, we'll go to the Paducah radar. We'll show you what I mean. You can clearly see that this supercell is just really organized. Now, if this can just wrap around just a little bit more, just a little bit more, you can already see that you got some pretty strong values moving away. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing produced a tornado over the next 15 minutes. So if you live near East Prairie, Anniston, Matthews, please watch out. Please watch out. You just gave me a good idea, Shell. I'll do that after the stream. Exclamation point. Subscribe. IMBot just popped up. A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. I have no idea where... Oh. It's portions of Texas and Louisiana. So new severe thunderstorm watch for areas like Shreveport, College Station, Lufkin, Mahia. Those areas down there. Anyways, we'll go back to the Memphis radar, show you guys. This storm near Piggott, I mean, it is spinning, but it's not doing it that well. This cell near Delaplane is kind of interesting, but range folding is holding it back. If there was a storm that could form a tornado here in Arkansas, it probably would be that one. This one over here near Walnut Ridge, I don't know why it's tornado warned, to be honest with you, but to each their own. So I'm going to let you guys watch this live view here of what was a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This storm in particular here, that is now north of Paducah, Kentucky, is no longer tornado warned, but it has had a history of producing a large tornado, and now it's producing some significant damaging winds that is going to be moving into the area. So we'll keep you guys here for right now as I try to quench my interest and my curiosity of this one supercell that's near Searcy. Well, chat, seems my interest was spot on. Has some pretty good rotation aloft with it, too. Yeah, this will be one to watch. If it were to ever turn right, which direction would it head? Fisher, Harrisburg, Marktree, Waldenburg, Amagon. Newport. Okay, that's interesting. Newport and Diaz. Let's hope that storm doesn't. It would be nice if it didn't. Yeah, we should watch out for this storm right here. This one over here that is north and east of Searcy, north of Bald Knob, approaching the Newport area. I'm not saying this because Newport, and Diaz got hit by a tornado way back when, but this supercell here, it's out by itself and it's got some good upper level rotation. So I would watch out for that. All right, let's look through. Sup, Tracy? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Shout out to Matthew Self for doing the most Nixon Nudger thing ever. Yeah, I know. It is kind of funny. Newport has a wall cloud now. Wow, am I not surprised?
Tornado warning for southwestern Carlisle County in western Kentucky, central Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri.
Well, as I said, that's not too surprising because this storm probably has the best chance of producing a tornado here. And there it is, chat. Look at that. It has now developed its rotation on the southern side. You finally have more of a consolidated area of rotation. If you live near East Prairie, Anniston, Pinhook, areas near Columbus in Kentucky, you guys could potentially see some tornadic activity here soon. I think this could potentially be our next strong tornado of the day. I think this potentially could. It's got a very strong ZDR arc. This storm just looks like it's going to continue to sustain. It may not be a long track significant tornado, but I do think it could be a strong tornado here soon. What does I-70 into Clarksville, Tennessee look like? Parents are driving their RV right now. Well, right now it's looking good for you guys. You're not expected to see a whole lot of stuff. It'll be a little bit later on. It'll be a little bit later on when Clarksville, Tennessee gets their stuff. I-70 is pretty far off to the north. So if they're still on I-70, they're pretty much fine. But, if they're impacted by these storms, like along the border of Kentucky and Indiana, or Kentucky and Illinois, or Kentucky and Missouri, or Missouri and Indiana, or Missouri, not Indiana, Missouri and Arkansas. There's just a lot of storms on the border right now of all these states. If you're near a border, gotta watch out. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a new scan coming out of Paducah here. I really do think that storm could try and do something. There's a new damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail for Walnut Ridge, Minturn, Alicia, and Swifton. Honestly, if you're in Jonesboro, I know there's a tornado warning that has been issued for you guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really see a whole lot of tornadic rotation with this. I think it's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds and especially some significant hail. So if you have any, pets that are outside, bring them indoors. If you have any cars outside, put them under some form of shelter or put some form of strong cover. Because there's going to be some baseball-sized hail that's going to fall down from the sky. They are in North Platte, Nebraska right now. Oh, yeah, they're fine. They're not going to be encountering the storm. They'll be okay. That's a long distance away. But yeah, if you're in Jonesboro, you're going to be seeing a lot of hail. They have updated the radar with this Matthews and East Prairie cell. It still isn't consolidated quite yet. That's why. It nudged too far temporarily. Outflow boundary is too far to the east. Yeah. That's what it looks like to me, at least. For now, what's the highest risk for West Georgia? Should be a risk for some damaging winds and the potential for a couple spin-up tornadoes. That would be tomorrow. By the way, I talked about how Wednesday, a lot of these areas that are seeing severe weather today could see it again. This is the risk for Wednesday. 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in that orange area. So if you're being impacted today, don't think today is the only day you're going to get it. Just keep that in the back of your head. There's the risk for severe weather for tomorrow. So depending upon where you are in West Georgia, you can have a 2 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. A lot of wind, in my opinion. A lot of wind. But there could be the chance for some spin-ups. And it looks like our storm is starting to move on through Metropolis, Illinois right now, which is near the Paducah, Kentucky area. And our visibility is starting to drop. Our visibility is dropping. Excuse me. Man. Yeah, visibility is definitely gone here, chat. Big Ten schools getting all the rough weather today. Yeah. It's pretty accurate. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, northern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, northern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana.
If you live in those counties, please be mindful. Potential of a tornado is possible near your area. Dearborn County. So that's down here. It's just this complex of storms. Gotcha. So maybe a little bit of a spin up over here that's possible near Millhausen or Napoleon, heading towards Batesville in Indiana. If you live in these areas, I would definitely recommend that you watch out for the potential of something tornadic here. Man, this camera is crazy. There's a warning about a mile away from you in Van Cleve, Mississippi earlier today. Was it the little spin up? You guys also had a lot of flooding down there too. It's kind of crazy. Grand Island, Nebraska. Will they be okay to stay the night there? Yes. Nebraska is not in the risk at all. They are far, far away. Oh, I don't doubt it, Binksy. I don't doubt it at all. I do not doubt it at all. So there's the new tornado warning. I'll take the actual tornado warning off so you guys can kind of see. Got a little bit of a hook echo here. We also have some storms that are popping out in front of it. So whenever those storms actually go by, we probably could see a little bit more activity that would increase. But we still have our rotation here. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. And right in the middle, right over Millhausen, is where the tornadic rotation would be. So current trajectory takes that near Batesville, St. Leon, St. Peter, Sunman, Napoleon, Cedar Grove, and Rockdale, as well as Harrison. So watch out for that. A couple severe thunderstorm warnings in southern Indiana, but these storms seem to be producing a lot of large hail. So if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning that's over here along or near Interstate 64, that's pretty much what you can expect. Kind of worried about Wilmington. I get it, Table Talk. I get it. I get it. I, the best way I can help is by saying it is definitely not as bad as it was. Like, I genuinely thought we could potentially see like a 10 sig environment about 2 to 3 days ago. And it downtrended so much that I'm honestly surprised they put up a 10 risk for tornadoes in general. Should honestly be a 5. And honestly, that outlook tonight that gets issued might reflect that. Rotation that's near East Prairie and Pinhook as well as Matthews is really eating its words. Pretty happy about that. Jonesboro's going to get slapped by all sorts of hail. I'll tell you what. We talked about Jonesboro's going to be getting a lot of large hail. They're going to get a lot of large hail. Potentially, all right, hen egg-sized hail. Earlier, the warning said baseball-sized hail. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think we have some cameras that are over in that area. I think we do. We do. We have a camera on Highway 230. So that's what? That's technically Interstate 57. So the storm's already passed them by then. We have a camera that is on the west side of Jonesboro. We'll probably keep that for right now. Am I expecting the storms to weaken or lose tornadic strength by the time it gets to Bowling Green? I am. I think it'll be more of a damaging wind threat by the time it gets to you guys. Might see a spin-up tornado or two. It's possible. What can Annapolis, Maryland expect tomorrow? Gusty winds. The potential for a spin-up tornado. It's up to a lesser degree compared to today. Yeah, velocity, there's a lot of just strong storms that are just heading off into the Cincinnati area right now. Definitely a windy threat. What in the world is going on up there? That's crazy. All right, looking through chat. What about Mount Juliet, Rural Hill, Tennessee? I'll take a look here. They just screamed upstairs. That tells me that Penn State has won. Yeah, this house has a bunch of Penn State fans in here. They're watching the Frozen Four. Um, that tells me that Penn State just won the hockey game against UConn. Or yeah, wow. All right, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Oh, that's Nashville area. You guys are probably gonna see some gusty winds overnight tonight, so I would watch that. Just had to listen to people scream too. Yeah, kind of crazy. Football? No, hockey. This house is pretty big in ice hockey. Since I played it since I was a kid. Yeah, the storm near Egypt and Jonesboro, it is starting to rotate a little bit better. I will fully admit things are starting to look a little bit better. I kind of wish the cameras that were over here in Jonesboro were looking at a better view. If they were to rotate this camera here, we'd be able to see what's happening. But we don't exactly have that luxury, unfortunately. You guys know me, though. I'd love for us to be able to figure that out. Yep, and it does look like we did win, which is pretty cool. Is there a tornado in Chicago? No, Chicago's fine. They're too far west. It was a great day here in the Mid Atlantic. You're absolutely right, Shell. It was a really nice day. Looks like our strong damaging winds are starting to move off towards the north and east towards Golconda. Golconda, Elizabethtown, Cave in Rock, right on the border of Kentucky and Illinois. And that could eventually head off towards Owensboro eventually. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But I think it might head off to the south of it. Oh, yeah. Can I just say, by the way, yesterday was hot as all get out. I am not ready for the spring and the summer quite yet. Been so used to cold temperatures that it's just seeing 84 yesterday near where I live and actually being outside. I was outside for about a good hour and a half walking around at the park like a furnace. Yeah, golf is interesting. I guess it depends upon what type of event it is, though. But yeah. What about Waverly, Tennessee? That's a good question. Waverly, Tennessee. That's west of Nashville. You guys will definitely see your damaging winds at some point later on tonight. Not anything right now, but later on tonight. Yeah, there is still some interesting rotation heading into Jonesboro. So now maybe the tornado warning is a little bit valid. It is an embedded supercell. but it is so rain wrapped that it is having some issues being able to pull itself together. Not sure if this has been asked, but does today's storm impact tomorrow? And if it does, is it a good impact? It's been raining all day in Augusta. It'll create a lot of strong damaging winds by the time it gets there. Might see a spin up or two. It's possible. But I think it'll be more of a damaging wind threat for the folks over in Georgia. But they are in a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale across the board. Sheesh. That kind of sucks, Top Gun. Freezing rain is not amazing. All right, I'm going to look at some of these other storms and see if there's anything interesting to come from it. Right now, the most interesting storm's got to be this one in Jonesboro. I'm going to take a look. Jonesboro. We're going to play the radar loop here so you guys can kind of see the general motion of this. But Jonesboro sky cameras. I know there is a camera that is southeast of Jonesboro in Truman. Chris, what's up? Welcome to the stream. If only, as I said, there's some places that have sky cameras that aren't live. All they have is just like pictures. And that's just kind of stupid in my opinion. Like, why? Get us like actual live cameras. Might be easier for us to see what's going on. But nope, we have to use traffic cameras. I don't want to be picky, but I'm going to be picky. Might be a decent view. I'm going to go back to the tornado warning that's over in southeastern Indiana. And then I'm going to go back to Michigan. Storms that are currently near Batesville and Oldenburg. It has a tornado warning right now, but it's not doing a whole lot, to be honest with you. That could change soon, but seems how... That's a new tornado warning. Wait a minute.
Tornado warning for southwestern Fulton County in western Kentucky, southwestern New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri.
There you go. So, seems how the old rotation was over here near Napoleon has kind of just died out. It's kind of hard for me to say that anything tornadic is imminent with these storms, but I also can't ignore the fact that we just have this massive line that's just going to cover pretty much the span of Cincinnati to Dayton. So if you live in Cincinnati, or if you live in Dayton, or if you live in between the storms and those major cities that I called out for, over the span of the next hour, you guys could potentially see some strong, severe thunderstorms capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I would watch out for that. Between now and, say, an hour from now is when you guys could potentially be seeing this activity. So be mindful of that. Also be mindful of the chance that these things could try to produce spin-up tornadoes. All it is really is just stronger gusts than usual. If you stay in a sturdy structure, if you stay away from windows, lowest innermost part of an anchored building, you'll be okay. You think tomorrow's absolute buns from a tornado in chasing sense and will probably be upscale, so you're probably sitting that one out? I'd have to take a look at the 0Z. but I am really liking. This is an area that you are absolutely just gonna cringe at. I really like the Fredericksburg area. Fredericksburg all the way down to Richmond is pretty tough. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna go back to our camera here. Live view out of Jonesboro. They still have not rotated that camera. We're gonna just look at this view here in Western Jonesboro. We're looking southbound, but we're gonna go hail hunting. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Greene County in eastern Arkansas, Craighead County in eastern Arkansas.
It's a new tornado warning for Jonesboro. The rain is currently moving from right to left, and we're currently south of the rotation. So that makes sense. It looks like it's feeding into the rotation. There could very well be a rain-wrapped tornado right now. It's possible. It's honestly possible. Man, that visibility just went away. Woo-hoo-hoo. I'll tell you what, that thing just... That visibility just went poof. It's kind of surprising how dark it got. Sounds good, Velocity. Don't worry about it. I'll look into it in a bit, Will. Was that a lot of lightning and... Okay, that makes sense. Pretty soon the storm's gonna get... Or, oh. Wow, the rotation just kind of died. Wow. They issued the new tornado warning and then it just kind of died a little bit. That's hailstones, chat. That's huge hailstones. What the heck? What the heck? Chat, I just saw that hailstone roll across the freaking across the freaking highway. What the heck? That is some golf ball sized hail. Yeah, there's the hailstone that rolled across the highway. What the heck? You guys saw that too, chat, right? That's gotta be golf balls. If not, that's a headache. Now I gotta see. Could we potentially see that hail in this view? Alright. Every single time a camera view starts to deteriorate, I'm just gonna go to the next camera. Look and see if we can get big hail. I'm gonna go back in time as well. I wanna. Yeah, the fact that that hailstone just hailstoned itself was kind of crazy. I'm considering the following. You're absolutely right, chat. I am considering the following. Watermelon size. If I saw watermelon sized hail in person, chat, I think I would lose my mind. That's like the craziest size of hail that you can probably get. Alright, I'm a little impatient, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna head back to this view. Well, the wind is moving from right to left again, which means whatever rotation is on the left side of the camera. Freaking out over Cabrera responding to a post our friend. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Yankees are definitely doing things right now. Although it doesn't help the Brewers, the fact that they've just been constantly getting worse. Yeah, those roads are definitely slick. I'm kind of hoping we don't see some slip and slide action here today. That's good, Lavi. That's good. I would lose my head because I'd be decapitated. You know, that's honestly fair. I don't think. You know how I say that, people in hailstorms or people with tornadoes should just wear helmets and, hopefully things will be all right? Because as I said, head injuries are head injuries. I, I don't think a helmet would do anything against a watermelon sized hailstone. It would just be. Yeah. Sup, April? Nice to see you. You really haven't missed much, by the way.
Tornado warning for southeastern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, east central Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, northern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, northwestern Hamilton County in southwestern Ohio, southwestern Butler County in southwestern Ohio.
So if you live in those areas, please get into your safe space. Lowest innermost part of your building, stay away from windows. They issued this tornado warning for New Madrid County. I'm going to be honest, I don't know why they did. I mean, the rotation is garbage. Can I just say, chat, this is a bona fide enhanced risk. Like, I know we had the big wind event over in, like, Indiana and Michigan. and stuff. But like, this is a classic enhanced risk. Like, if you were to ask me what an enhanced risk event is, I would probably point at this day today so far and say, that. Yeah, I would watch out, by the way, tomorrow, April. When those storms move on through your area in the morning, uh, they probably will have some good, strong, gusty winds and might see some spin ups. I think coastal Florida probably has the biggest chance of seeing some spin ups in, rather than any other spot tomorrow. So I would watch out. I would watch out if you can. Just letting you know ahead of time. That supercell that was near East Prairie and Matthews is still moving near Clinton. It's going to head close to Mayfield here pretty soon. Rotation still looks like it's there. So who knows? Maybe that thing could potentially try to be tornadic as well. We will wait and see. We're going to check that tornado warning that is over in and along the areas of the border of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky as we get close to Cincinnati. And goodness gracious, TCVG, this radar might be garbage. Wilmington it is. Michigan, with the exception of areas along Port Huron all the way up into Port Sanilac, Harbor Beach, Bad Axe, Deckerville, Port Austin. If I didn't call your area, you guys are good. If you're in Chatham, Ontario, you guys need to watch out. And if you're in Sarnia, Ontario, you guys need to watch out for some strong damaging winds. Likely somewhere around 100 kilometers per hour. I don't see anything super tornadic with it, though. Severe thunderstorm warning over here close to Sandusky. If you're west of Sandusky in Sandusky County. This is Fremont, Vickery, Clyde, and Port Clinton. If you live in those areas, you need to watch out for the potential of some strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. I don't really see anything beyond that, though. Go back to our tornado warning here. Tornado warning here for Mount Carmel, Cedar Grove, St. Leon, Rockdale, and Harrison over here. This is in portions of Indiana. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Ohio County in southeastern Indiana, southeastern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, southern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, Switzerland County in southeastern Indiana, Boone County in northern Kentucky, eastern Gallatin County in northern Kentucky.
So if you live in those areas, chat, please be mindful. The potential for a tornado is possible. So new tornado warning here for Cross Plains, Dillsboro, Aurora, Bellevue, Rising Sun, Patriot, Beaver Lick, Union, and Burlington, as well as Covington, Cincinnati International Airport. Looks like our camera here in the southeastern portion of Jonesboro is starting to get smacked a little bit. There are a couple areas of rotation that I'm watching with these two storms. This one over here near St. Leon and Cedar Grove, there is a little bit of rotation here. But it's not the craziest one in the world. But it would be right in that area. Maybe as spin up as possible. This cell here near Canaan and Cross Plains. This one actually has some better rotation. So maybe a little bit of a spin up is possible with these storms, but I'll be honest with you, I really think that a lot of these storms heading into southwestern Ohio is going to be mainly strong damaging winds. We're talking 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Will I be live tomorrow? If I am live, it might be in the morning, but I don't entirely know. The one thing I do know, though, if I'm not live tomorrow, there will be a members-only live stream that we will have for 9 Eastern, 8 Central, that will look at it'll have our reaction of the HRRR model being in range of Wednesday, which Wednesday is super crazy, so we're going to be live on Wednesday no matter what. But it'll have its first in-range model run of Wednesday that we'll be able to show you guys for members only. I'll send you a text, April, if I do go live, though. I'll send you a text. But it's a little bit uncertain right now. It's a little bit uncertain. Just a little bit. All right, I think some of these cameras that we have, I think we can reorganize not cameras. I think we can reorganize some of the radars that we have. And I think that's what I'm going to do. So we're going to start from the north. We're going to go Detroit, Cleveland, Wilmington, Louisville, Evansville, Paducah, Memphis. And it'll just be this giant coverage of area along the Ohio River. You know what, chat? This is evolving into the Ohio River outbreak. The Ohio River severe weather outbreak of just hail, wind, and maybe a spin up. Talk about all sorts of naming and stuff. Sup, Ken? Nice to see you. Is Velocity here? I believe she's in Cincinnati. She was in here earlier. She's charging her phone, getting ready for the storms that are moving in. She'll be back here soon, though. Man, our camera is just taking a beating. Definitely some gusty winds. It's unfortunate that these cameras are not looking north. At that point, we just might as well use this camera. It was zooming in and out earlier. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea what it was doing because I was looking at it for like a good, I don't know, minute while it was doing that. I don't think it knew what it was doing. I'll be honest with you. Family's so scared they're calling the family. Where are they at? That way I may be able to at least try to provide a little bit of relief. If you're in Dayton, storms are going to be getting pretty close to you. As I said, not really a huge tornado threat, more of a damaging wind threat. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the peak or the ceiling of these storms. But it could definitely be weaker than that. Some areas may not even see that, might see half of that. Do 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 do. Yeah, I see like no tornadic activity at all with this line. I seriously am so surprised that they issued tornado warnings for these storms. I really am so surprised. I have no idea why they did it. I truly have no idea why they issued these tornado warnings because I just don't see anything. I think they maybe were just trying to predict it, and I guess they just got it off. I don't know. Lakeview, Ohio. Yeah, let me take a look here real quickly. Lakeview, I believe, is like near Sandusky, right? No, it's not. It's well north of Dayton. Lakeview, honestly, a lot of your storms over there aren't that crazy. So I wouldn't be too concerned. If anything, if you're worried about anything, just stay indoors, stay away from windows. That's the best thing I can say for you all. But I don't see a whole lot with your storms that are near you. Yeah, that's basically that. Yeah, it's a lot of wind. That's the best thing I can say. Let's see if I can pull up a better camera of the Cincinnati area. Actually, chat, there's some cameras over here. There's one in like Dayton. But I wonder if it's possible if our cameras that are over here. Oh my sculpted. Chat! Look at how sculpted this looks. How crazy is that? That's our storm out in the distance. Is this low topped? Are these storms not that tall? They're not that tall. That's the top of the storm here, chat. And look at how much lightning is with this thing. It's a shame it's dark right now. If they just put the regular lighting on, that would be a pretty cool view. I want to see if that's it right there. That's it right there. Cinema. Cinema. That's what I'm looking for. I wonder if this camera near Lebanon could be that as well. That's pretty cool. Wonder if these other cameras. This camera here is probably going to be our best one. Send me a video of the Ohio storm. I'll look at it here in a sec. What's up? You're in Indiana? I guess it depends upon where at in Indiana, but not really too much, to be honest with you. A lot of the storms in Indiana are just kind of gusty and hailing. That's pretty much it. In 15 seconds, we would have been live here for about 4 hours. That's not too bad. Butler, Kentucky. Have anything to worry about? Much appreciated on the info. I'll take a look here real quick. Pull up the radar. We'll show you guys here the loop of these storms here near Evansville and Owensboro. Butler, Kentucky. Oh, they're south of Cincinnati. There is a small risk for severe weather near you all. It's not really too crazy, to be honest with you, though. A lot of the storms might actually head north of you. Or at least all the big storms might actually head north of you. If this camera that was right here was in color, it would be so much cooler. Like, I kid you not. I think if this still showed color, it probably would be one of the coolest cameras we would be able to see. But unfortunately, it's not in color. So we have to stick with this one. You're in Batavia. You're east of Cincinnati. Please tell me your good news about the tornado warning. Your good news about the tornado warning is it's not really doing a whole lot. If anything, I'm struggling to find an area to where there can be rotation. There's maybe a couple areas that are relatively weak, but it doesn't really look all that bad. What about northwestern Mississippi? You guys are definitely looking at a lot of strong damaging winds overnight tonight. Tonight, I definitely think... You know what? I'll take a look at the 23ZH-RRR. Yeah, this camera is definitely real nice looking, but I'm going to keep it with this. It's also possible, chat, that we could use this Middletown, Ohio camera. It's actually not that great looking. South Dayton. Yeah, it's not that great looking. Never mind. We won't use those cameras. We shall use this one. Chat, they turned it into color. Chat, they turned it into color. It's a legacy now. This camera is legacy. Oh my goodness. What a view. That is absolutely... There's something about storms that just aren't really, you know, that impactful to humans, you know, when it comes to life and property and stuff like that. But they give views like this. It's just... Oh... So this is currently looking live just to the west. This camera is currently in Mason, Ohio. It's looking to the west of that. This is northeast of Cincinnati is where we're looking at. And just... Ugh. It's actually... Well, this storm is northwest of Cincinnati, but this camera is northeast. This is a heck of a view here, chat. I won't lie. The radar for folks over in northeastern Mississippi, it looks like you guys are going to get your stuff well after midnight, but it won't be that significant. Be a lot of strong damaging winds. I'm curious about something, chat. Tornado threat starts to ramp up a lot after dark near Memphis. Three Cape looks like it's enough. What's up, Secretariat? By the way, is that because of the horse that was in the Derby? In the triple crown races? If it is, that's pretty cool. If not, I might just be a donut.
Tornado warning for northeastern Butler County in southwestern Ohio, northwestern Warren County in southwestern Ohio.
Huh? What? New tornado warning here for 7 Mile, New Miami, Trenton, and Middletown. I'm not too sure about this one, Chief. Streaming Tuesday? I'm not too sure. Tuesday, I'm kind of waiting until we get to the 0Z run to be able to see anything. There's a little bit of spin, but what? They really needed to warn that? Chat, for reference, they really had to warn that? What the heck? What the heck even is that, chat? What is that? I don't even know. I don't even know. The rotation just died the second it got warned. It's just... Gotcha. See, I can't exactly say that I'm like a huge horse person, but I do watch the Triple Crown races. So, plus my mom grew up in rural areas, farm places and stuff like that. So she kind of just passed that off with at least horse races to me. So it's kind of cool to watch. But wow, that's really cool. I knew that much. I knew Secretariat ran in the races, did pretty well. So that's cool. That's pretty cool. I won't lie. Certainly a warning of all time. Listen, all right? I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. That's what I could say. You know what I've been watching? Orioles baseball? Yes. Today, our offense couldn't do anything. It'd be great if we did. But, you know. Wishful thinking. It does have a little bit of spin to it. Has a little bit of rotation. We do have a camera on it as well over here in Middletown. It's actually east of Middletown. Sean, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Might be cool for us to... Yeah. We're keeping this camera up here for right now, chat. We're watching this tornado warning. Sorry for the playoffs last year. We weren't good. I knew we were losing the first round. We sucked for like 2 months straight. I was surprised that we actually maintained a home playoff spot. We were in the middle of the battle of mid with the Yankees. The only reason the Yankees made it as far as they did is because they didn't play the Orioles, because for whatever reason, the Orioles slapped the Yankees. Should defer to my DMs. Am I doing model watching for Tuesday? Would I like input from a local? I mean, of course you are always welcome with input. But I'll probably model watch a little bit later. I think I see the area where there could be some rotation, though, chat. It'd be right in here. That's where I'd watch. Really nice updraft, too.
Tornado warning for Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, west central Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas.
Huh? They finally warned that storm, chat. They finally warned that storm. They finally did it. The one that was near, or northeast of Searcy, that produced 3-inch sized hail in Oliphant. And now it is trying to become tornadic as it heads towards Harrisburg, Weona, and Marked Tree. Which is what we were talking about earlier. I do not see a tornado on the ground with this one at this time, though. So that's the good news. At least according to the radar. Brad Arnold says it's a big tornado. What? Chat, I'm going to go over here to the side and look at his stream. Although he is behind the storm. I wouldn't exactly say that's a big tornado. That's like a rope. Small cone. That definitely does not look like a big tornado. I'm definitely getting some Reed Timmer vibes there. Big tornado, big tornado. I'd say it too. Don't get me wrong, chat. But yeah. Keep our camera here. I'll watch that. That is now a confirmed tornado warning. The one here in Harrisburg and Whitehall. Damaging tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. That is not surprising at all, in my opinion. Maybe the tornado's on a diet. It's definitely a skinny tornado. That was a power flash that we just saw. That is another power flash. Goodness gracious. That storm that's over in Ohio here. We're going to do that. You guys can watch the storm as it gets really close. Oh, that's better. Yeah, like I said, I'm watching this area right here. But tornado in progress southwest of Harrisburg here in Arkansas. If you live here near Harrisburg, Weona, and Whitehall, you need to get in your safe space. A power flash is basically when a power line snaps or it's being impacted and electricity shines into a flash. That's basically what it is. It was going to take a break 45 minutes ago. I wish. No such thing as breaks here. Yeah, this thing definitely looks like it's trying. It looks like the radar is finally starting to try and pick up some debris from it. Or at least it's trying to. This radar is also struggling mightily. So we'll come back to this, but as I said, confirmed tornado in Poinsett County, Arkansas. If we go back over here to this tornado warning, that's getting close to Middletown and Trenton. There is still some rotation with this storm. If there was a tornado, that is not what I wanted. If there was a tornado, it would be right here. It would be somewhere in this area right here under this wall cloud. That's where I would watch out. Thing is about to drop a huge tornado. Just trust me. Mayhaps. Not quite yet, though. There's still some issues. It's getting close to that window of opportunity, though. I do agree with you on that. But not quite yet. We'll go back to the radar here real quickly. That's the area of rotation we're watching right now here in western Ohio. It's currently near the Monroe area, and it is south of Middletown. So we'll move the view over to the left again. And we're watching right now, if there is a tornado that does spawn from this, which I kind of doubt, it would be right above us. Next 30 minutes, that's probably realistic. Probably. That tornado warning that was in the southwestern portions of Cincinnati and Covington has now dissipated completely. So all I really see is just that one area of rotation. And that's it. Let's go back to the storm down in Arkansas. Tilt 0.9 and tilt 1.3 might have to be my friend after all. Big time Beaver from Arkansas City. I'll tell you what, this cell here in Monette and Manila, kind of interesting. Might see a spin up here as well, but you definitely have some strong damaging winds regardless. Look at this S shape. This is an actual S, chat. That is a legit S. What does that stand for? I don't know. Hey, chat. Is the wall cloud going right over the camera? Oh, power flash. I think that's a funnel. We either got some strong damaging winds or we might got a little bit of a tornado on our hands. if you're in western Ohio, south of Middletown, near Monroe, you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Little bit of a spin up here. Looks like is what is happening. Looks like it was a brief spin up. I don't see that funnel anymore. I definitely don't see that funnel anymore. That was as quick of a spin up as you probably could get. And we do have another camera here in Lebanon we'd be able to look at and use for when these storms get closer. We'll keep this camera in Mason, though. There's another area of rotation right next to Mason, too. Now, these areas of tornadoes are probably going to be very much so similar to strong gusts of wind. Pretty strong gusty winds. 2 Mets office will be fine. There it is. That is a pretty big power flash that we just saw. Sheesh. Could we get a look at Tennessee? Yeah, we could. Tennessee for right now should be all right, but they could see some activity here soon, as well as into the midnight hours. A lot of gusty winds. Maybe the chance for a few tornadoes. Storm Prediction Center just did something. New convective outlook, chat. What in the name of Mike? Sure. What in the name of Mike? That is a big old 45 wind. It's absolutely valid, to be honest with you. It absolutely is. Okay? Because the wind overnight tonight heading into Jackson tomorrow morning is cooking. Why do I have 2 alert boxes? Be gone. Keaton with the 2, thank you so much, really do appreciate it. Says there is definitely power flashes in that camera. Oh, yeah. Whatever the storm is doing, it's doing some form of damage. Definitely could see some power outages. But yeah, that is a big expansion to the wind risk overnight tonight into tomorrow. Tornado risk looks like it actually shrank a little bit further south. This storm is confusing me now. I told you it's got some issues still. It still has some issues. This storm, it needs a little bit of time. Just a little bit. It'll do stuff later. So, random thing, chat. I was given my dinner I'd say about, what? Hour and a half ago, maybe? I've been working on it. Can I just tell you? I think my 4th favorite food, if done right, is mashed potatoes. I'm that simple. uh, it is it is good. It is very good. Mashed potatoes are top tier food. Same with macaroni and cheese. Mac and cheese and mashed potatoes are pretty interchangeable. Listen, my house is home style food cooking. Yeah. Mac and cheese equals elite. Mashed potatoes. That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. But no, like, I definitely have my top 5 foods on the top of my head right now. That is the new tornado warning extension.
Tornado warning for southeastern Butler County in southwestern Ohio, Warren County in southwestern Ohio, northwestern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio.
So that is the new tornado warning here for what looks to be a spin up. There's actually a couple of spin ups over here. One near Lebanon is possible. I wonder if they have. Was that a power flash that I just saw? See, there's an area to watch over here on the right side. This thing here. It might be good to watch it from this camera that... Never mind, we can't watch it. Wow. I don't have much to say here, chat, because the camera's being stupid. Okay, well, I definitely think this is the area of rotation that's right next to Lebanon. Just to the east of Lebanon. There's a couple areas that spin here. There's it's a big boom of lightning. There's one right here, which is northwest of Lebanon. There's another one that is right here, which is just to the east of Mason. It's about to cross over I-71, actually. So those would be the only areas that we would watch out for the potential of a spin-up tornado to be possible. Harrisburg just shot out an outflow. Real. And its rear flank downdraft is lacking. Yeah, that is some 850 to 925 millibar weak winds. Goodbye. It is not... The low-level jet is not here yet. I did not intend that to rhyme. The low-level jet is not here yet. That is... Yeah. I prefer to see it as the weather is not cooperating rather than blaming the camera. I mean, that is a fair point. Although that is a stronger velocity couplet here. Man, I'll tell you what. Is it crazy to say that the storms in southwestern Ohio look crazier than the one that's in Arkansas? Like, am I crazy for saying that? What do I think about Wednesday? Could it go day 3 or day 3 moderate? Eh. If it does, it'll be during the day. I think there is a lot of good instances, good chances of it potentially trying to do something, but I still have a couple of questions. Stop fueling Ohio Storm's egos. We want them to go away. Well, I mean, that is true. That is absolutely true. Fair point. Okay, this camera is not helping. I tried to give the Waynesville, Ohio camera just a little bit more, and it just did nothing. So we're going to stick with this camera that is near Morrow and hope for the best. Secretariat, is Will actually your son? Because if that's the case, I'm sorry to laugh, but that's kind of funny that he's trying to. I'm not sure if it's because he's embarrassed or whatnot, but that's funny. Oh boy. that's that's glorious. That's a power flash. I'm not sure if that's because of the wind or if that's because of a tornado, but that's a power flash. Totally met here accidentally. That's even funnier, honestly. Is that a fire? It doesn't look like it. That actually looks like a town's lighting. Man, the storm that's over here near Lebanon and Waynesville, I'm not going to pronounce that because I'm going to get it wrong. If I say Organia or Organia, I'm going to be wrong either way. I lose. That is how I feel. You think it's wrapping up right on top of you? I hope you are safe. Wow. Thanks, camera. Well, the Moro rotation kind of died. I think we're just going to keep the... Oregonia. Oregonia. So I got it wrong both times. Oregonia. Goodness. Well, the Storm Prediction Center issued out something else. Mesoscale discussion concerning tornado watch. 72 and 76. So I think that might actually be... Oh, goodness. Where is this camera again? This is near Harveysburg. Chat, we might actually see a tornado here on the camera. I just want to prepare you all. I think this might be a wall cloud here. If there is any power flashes in this area, It's a tornado. Man. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning here for Warren County, Ohio. Should be looking at 3D. It's less than 1,000 feet up. We could. Why not? I know we want to look at the camera, but the camera is being inconsistent. It's going in and out, so we're just going to try and go with the flow here. Disgusting. This is a typical QLCS supercell. There is no inflow notch. It's barely an inflow notch. It's trying its best. It's trying to wrap the rain around. It's just not doing a great job of it. Alright, this thing needs to connect faster. There hypothetically could be a tornado right in front of us. If you live near Harveysburg, you need to get in your safe space immediately. The potential for a tornado is very much so possible and or even likely here. Harveysburg, Ohio. Yeah, look at that hook. That is one of your more classic hook signatures. All right, yeah, I'm looking right here. That's a power flash. That's a power flash. It looks like we do have a tornado in progress.
Tornado warning for eastern Poinsett County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, west central Tipton County in West Tennessee.
Camera, please. Yeah, that's either lightning or another power flash. But that was right there. That's a tornado, chat. I'm pretty sure that's a tornado. I need another lightning strike behind this thing. I'm pretty sure that was like a I'm pretty sure that was a tornado, chat. Once again, if you know anyone that lives in Harveysburg or New Burlington or areas south of New Burlington, eventually heading towards the Port William area, potential for a tornado is possible over in this general vicinity. Now, the camera is just going in and out. New scan shows it's probably on the ground. What is this other camera view looking at, out of curiosity? It doesn't look too crazy. This one camera that just went out on us is just to the north of Harveysburg, just to the east of Waynesville. The camera just went down. When in doubt, chat, hope that there are cameras. Nope, there are no cameras on the camera map. That is a new tornado warning that has been issued here. The camera's back up. If this camera just looked a little bit to the left, we might be able to see it again. But it does look like, in my opinion, that this is on the ground.
Tornado warning for northeastern Warren County in southwestern Ohio, Western Fayette County in central Ohio, northern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, southeastern Greene County in west central Ohio.
So if you live in those areas here in Ohio, please get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. It looks to me, even though CC doesn't align, I saw... What is this? Yeah, CC doesn't show a debris signature, but we saw a funnel with rain wrapping around the base, as well as power flashes. That tells me that there is a tornado associated with this. It's probably one of the weaker tornadoes that we'll see. And the velocities just absolutely gusted out. This is not as strong as it once was a second ago. You can see earlier how compact the velocities were. And even to an extent, it was also stacked. You had this rectangular stacking here of the velocities, which typically shows a tornado in its, or a tornado at its prime and likely producing a tornado. It's still kind of stacked until it got to this new scan, and then it just kind of died out a little bit. This other camera's taken a beating from this other rotation. That's just to the east of Morrow. But regardless, if you are in Port William, Bowersville, Milledgeville, Sabina, Wilmington, in Cuba, here in Ohio, you need to get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for central Breckenridge County in central Kentucky.
What? Excuse me. This is Paducah's jurisdiction. No, it's not. It's Louisville's jurisdiction. Where is Louisville's radar? Do I not have a radar for Louisville? I better. I do not. I might as well just slap it over from Detroit, because it's not like I'm going to pay attention to Detroit's weather anymore. Sir, I just want to get on the radar. I just want to get on the radar. While that loads up, once again, there's a new tornado warning there. I'm assuming we're going to see a new scan that's going to change my opinion, but what? That's the reason. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If you live in Hardinsburg, potential tornado near your area or just to the west of your area. Get in the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building if you can and stay away from windows. That rotation just kind of died. There's a little spin up. Sheesh. Let's look back at our storm here near Marked Tree, where our outflow boundary is really far out in front of our hook. Yeah, this thing is struggling here, chat. This thing is on the struggle bus. And you know what? I think I might know why. This supercell up here created an outflow boundary. And it might be plaguing this other supercell. Just barely. 2 more likes to 300? Wait, seriously? Hey, you go, chat. Good stuff. As I said, a lot of people here. If you like and subscribe and stuff like that, you guys help us get onto the YouTube algorithm to help get this live stream out to people who could potentially need it. And that's the same thing if you guys decide to share it with friends and family too, especially if they could be impacted. So I appreciate you guys. One thing I will say here, over the next few days, we are going to be seeing a significant amount of severe weather here. Today, we still have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here for portions of the Ohio Valley all the way down into the deep south. So definitely something to watch out for later on from now all the way into the overnight hours. And it could even get as far east as Wheeling, West Virginia. So definitely something to watch out for there. And then tomorrow it continues. The storm marches its way further to the east. Strong damaging winds are likely across all these areas here in the yellow and the orange. Small little chance for tornadoes is possible. Not as much of a significant tornado risk as there is today. It is more of a spin-up tornado risk. So definitely something to watch out for heading into tomorrow. Tuesday. Next wave of severe weather starts to build up. Another 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here for the Central Plains as well as the Midwest. And then Wednesday, same exact area as today is going to be impacted on Wednesday. I urge you guys to please pay attention to Wednesday because Wednesday could very well be one of your significant severe weather events of the year. I really do believe it could. We'll have to see to what extent. I don't think it'll be anything worse than what has happened on the 14th and what happened on the 14th and 15th. But I do think it still could be a very strong severe weather event that we could see on Wednesday. And then it continues all the way into Thursday. The remnants of those storms will continue to march its way to the east and will still bring some more severe weather over there as well. So why do I say this? Well, the reason is simple. I do believe that our objective here is to try to get this information out to as many people as we possibly can. I try to make sure that we can spread awareness, and I hope you guys can spread awareness to this too. If there's also people who are interested in wanting to know more information or is wanting to learn about how weather works and how meteorology works, in the chat is a link. In Discord, you can join the Discord server. I owned the server for about a good 4 years. And then I gave it to a new owner who is now going to be really active with it and is going to make sure that all the people who are a part of my community and other communities are able to learn and engage and talk and stuff like that. All about meteorology. If you'd like to join it, link is there in chat. Keaton with the 5, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. It says littler rotation south of Clarksville, Ohio. Interesting. Clarksville, Ohio. Yeah, that's the one that was over near Morrow. That was the one that was over near Morrow. Anything on Dawson Springs? As of right now, you guys are pretty... Oh, wait. You guys might actually have some stuff here in a sec. Give me a sec. I'll pull it up. Okay. So Dawson Springs, you guys have some thunderstorms. They're not really that crazy right now, all right? This one over here, however, near Benton, Calvert City, heading towards Eddyville, could be some strong damaging winds associated with that one. It could get near you at around 45 minutes. So if there's anything that you should probably watch out for, it's probably that storm. But other than that, yeah. Check the CC on the Mark Tree cell real quick. I sure can. Look at Mount Enterprise, Texas, Monster Supercell. I'll look at it here in a second right after that. You're cooked, funny guy? Seems legit. It sounds like me whenever I storm chase. I'm cooked. I truly am. Alright. First things first. Mark Tree. CC. That's a lot of hail. Oh my goodness. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for southwestern Fayette County in central Ohio, central Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, north central Highland County in south central Ohio.
It's a lot of hail with this storm. Goodness gracious. If you live in those counties in Ohio, please get into your safe space if you haven't already, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Can you ask me 2 questions? I guess it depends upon what the questions are. Right now I'm doing a lot of forecasts and stuff like that. Someone said Enterprise, Texas. How do I want to look at this? Probably with a radar scope. Is that Enterprise? I have no idea. Shreveport, what do you have for me? This definitely looks like, yeah, that's Mount Enterprise. That's a pretty gnarly looking supercell. You know, these storms over here that's actually over in eastern Texas, heading into Louisiana and Arkansas, is actually going to be the beginning of our big wind risk that heads off into Monroe, Greenville, Jackson, Vicksburg. So this is basically the start of severe weather over there. How's Starkville, Mississippi looking? Starkville's looking fine for right now. They'll probably see their activity in the early morning hours, though, tomorrow. So watch out. Watch out, watch out. Kentucky Tour is trying to produce a brief tornado. Of course it is. It tried to produce, or it looked like it was trying to produce a brief tornado earlier. Now it still is looking like it. Definitely got a little bit of a hook echo here. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
What?
southern Harrison County in south-central Indiana, southeastern Meade County in central Kentucky, southwestern Bullitt County in central Kentucky, northeastern Hardin County in central Kentucky.
Little spin up here southwest of Bradenburg. Heading towards the Muldraugh areas. Ekron. If you live in Custer, Big Spring, and Hudson here, I'd watch out. I think these storms over here, it looks like this just general line segment here could potentially have a lot of spin-ups possible. Do I think Lebanon is in the clear? Are we talking Lebanon, Ohio? Is that what we're talking about? We'll go back to that storm over here. If we're talking about Lebanon, Ohio, Lebanon's good. I think you guys are fine. Same thing with Hamilton, Trenton, Forest Park. Dayton, downtown Dayton's good. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Will tomorrow upgrade to a moderate risk? If they do it, it's going to be in the middle of the day when they have a little bit more clearance with the models. But I don't know. I think the safest thing to do is to keep it as an enhanced. That's what I would do. What could Pickerington, Ohio get? That's a good question. More than likely wind if you haven't had storms yet. Oh, you're Columbus area. Yeah, more than likely you're going to get some form of damaging winds. 3D. The 2 storms, they're like a couple 100 feet up. What, the ones that are near the radar? Probably not. With how thin the radar pixels are, it adds a little bit of contamination. So I think Steubenville, Ohio will get severe thunderstorm watch tonight. You know, that's actually a really good question. I'll be honest. I think it's possible. I think they could get a severe thunderstorm watch. I think they could. think it is possible. I appreciate all y'all who's been helping out in chat, talking and stuff like that. You guys are great. I appreciate you guys. All the people who liked or subscribed and stuff. By the looks of it, Nate's screen probably won't be in the line of fire for a spin up, so that's good. Straight line wins. About to smack me really hard. Chat. Be safe, regardless. What's up, Highlander? Nice to see you. Been a bit. I wonder how my, Oh, that is another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Meade County in central Kentucky, east central Breckenridge County in central Kentucky, central Hardin County in central Kentucky.
Oh, yes. Sure. Yes, Morgan. Morgan. That was a nonchalant yes, by the way. That's a pretty nonchalant one. Man, you know, this storm here is crazy. All right, we're going to be joined by Morgan J. Fold here. Hello, hello.
Figure you're chilling with your cameras right now, so we can not bother with the whole camera thing for right now, unless you don't have cameras to be showing.
Well, I don't have any cameras showing right now, so it's fine.
Okay.
I'll bring you up here if only you want to be shown.
Yes. Morgan. Yes, I'm fine with being shown. I'm presentable.
Okay, cool. Just gotta double check. You never know.
Priorities.
You never know.
Join. Center myself on the thing, which is more difficult than I make it out to be.
Yeah, this Supercell here, chat, is just not amazing. It's not. It's on the struggle bus. What I am gonna do though is I am gonna move one of our cameras over to like Tennessee or something like that. Yeah, there's a lot of traffic cameras and sky cameras over here too. Show on stream. There he is. Look at him. By the way, before we even get into models and stuff like that for tomorrow, did you chase last night?
I did. I ended up going out. We made a decision early on yesterday to wait until like 3 o'clock to make a decision because we were banking on, well, one, where is convective initiation going to occur? Two, how late's it going to be? We ended up going out to El Reno because, you know, that's the easiest place to make a chase target out of. And we ended up wandering west. I didn't take any pictures, but there's a lot up on Spike Davis's Twitter of stuff we got last night. We think we had a Gusnado and some ridiculous structure as well. It was pretty nice. But that being said, once the storms in the complex out west hit the outflow boundary, or excuse me, let me try that again. Once the storms in the complex out west hit the capping inversion, it shot out an outflow boundary immediately, like 10 or 15 miles out in front of it, and then it was over. But other than that, pretty cool. Not too bad.
So, funny thing about that entire thing, Morgan, I'm pretty sure chat could hear a single word you were saying. My
Is that nice?
headphones were not working because I could hear. Look, I could see you actually talk on the sound bit. You were clearly connected. I think it's my headphones that just didn't hear a single thing. And so the entire time, I just saw. So I was just trying to hold it in and not burst out laughing so that chat could actually hear. Yeah, and
You
look,
could have said
chat
that.
isn't even saying it. They couldn't hear.
Why do we give you a
Chat,
viewing
all right, I
base?
want cliff notes from you guys while I fix my headphones. Cliff notes. What did Morgan just say? Oh my gosh, that is. Oh jeez.
Well, good thing the 200 something people that are watching could hear just the one that brought me on.
Ugh, my brain. There we go. It worketh. There we go. Rewind. I'm not gonna watch the replay. It's too far out.
I can give you the cliff notes of what I said if you would like. Basically, we went out to El Reno, saw that stuff was going up both to the south and to the west. Said the stuff to the south was not going to do much of anything, which I was right.
You were absolutely right. I was watching it last night.
Everyone bit on that. Brandon Kopic bit on it, Jordan Hall bit on it, Scholl bit on it, but he's just trying to destroy his windshield all the time. So honestly, that's understandable that he did. But we ended up going out west, and we got a total of one gustnado and some insane structure before the whole complex hit the capping inversion wall, and then it immediately shot a 15-mile outflow boundary out in front of it. So over then, we got back at like midnight. It was pretty chill.
Yeah, I definitely saw that there could potentially have been a tornado last night, just based off of what the model said. But there was just something about that inversion and the fact that just the boundary wasn't forced. Like, it was the boundary from the north. It's like this weird warm front dry line that just.
Yeah, and it ended up dragging too far south to begin with. So.
And you could literally see it on radar. Like, it just went whoosh. And it just, it was not, I was happy not.
Hey, for having gone out 45 minutes from home and seeing the structure we did, not complaining at all. But for Ryan Scholl, who drove from Kansas City, I would have been complaining.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Well, it looks like our storm that is over in Mark Tree and Terrell is trying to do stuff. It's just behind the outflow boundary. So who knows? Might get like a little mini coal core supercell. By definition.
And and I was gonna say as well, I understood that today had a spin up tornado threat. Be so real with you. Never understood the moderate calls from everybody on Twitter. I never saw it.
You and me both.
But maybe I was missing something. But as of right now, I definitely wasn't missing something. Although the 45 non-sig wind is objectively funny.
Well, that is pretty funny. But I think the reason why they were like, oh, it's going to be a moderate is because people saw that the storms were going to hit the exact same area as that one May event last year. And they were like, oh, that May event, overperformed. That one, is going to be a moderate because it looks like it's the same one. And I'm just like,
come on.
Like, it's.
I will make one point though. That tornado warning for Bradenburg and Muldraw, I'm pretty sure the one heading I'm pretty sure both of them are rotating pretty strongly. That one heading towards West Point though looks pretty significant to me.
Are we talking about
And
the
it
one
could
that's
be
actually north, like on the border, almost like north of the border?
yes, the one that's gonna go, I think, just slightly north of the radar.
Yeah.
Um, that one looks pretty intense. The one heading towards Mildra also is pretty intense. I know I just joined and Nate and I laughed for about 5 minutes straight. But folks, if you guys are in Mildra, West Point, definitely be getting into tornado shelters. Lowest innermost part of your building. This is approaching I-65 in areas west. These are things that you're not really going to be able to call that far out in advance. Regardless of whether or not there's tornadoes with this, you do have some very strong damaging winds. We just got a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust report out of Bradenburg from the Mesonet station. So, regardless of whether or not these are producing tornadoes, significant severe thunderstorm activity happening right now. Should be inside, away from windows, regardless of tornadoes going on right now.
I'm going to go back to the storms real quickly in Ohio, because that's just going to continue to be a spin-up tornado threat until Kingdom Come.
I
But
also don't know if you've looked at that one supercell that's heading towards the Memphis radar that I called out to you 30 minutes ago that had an outflow boundary. It still has an outflow boundary in front of it. I don't know if you've seen.
No, it does. And by definition, it probably could be classified as cold core. Because it's technically in a low dew point, low temperature because of the outflow boundary. Technically.
Struggle bus, man.
Might see a spin up. I mean,
It'll take a little bit.
It will take a little bit.
We said that we said it would take 30 minutes ago. We said it would take 30 minutes like 30 minutes ago. So
it's probably on Nate's standard time. It probably
Absolutely.
is. So the storms that are over in Ohio right now along that line, the 2 tornado warnings here for portions of Clinton, Fayette, and northern portions of Highland County are still going to keep going. They're going to still try and produce little quick spin-ups. Nothing really too significant to report on at this time, but there is a new area of rotation in northern Fayette County. That would be north of Jeffersonville and south of Midway. So if you guys live in those areas near Midway, Mount Sterling, Madison Mills, I would definitely watch out. Interesting, Morgan, by the way. Washington Courthouse. So there's an area of rotation to the west of that. That should sound familiar to you because that's where we stopped, I believe, for gas that one time. Coming back from that event. And then Morgan already dropped his head into his hands because he knows exactly what that event we're talking about with that storm chase. Yeah. So we stopped by.
I just need visual confirmation here.
New tornado warning, by the
for
way.
Southwestern Franklin County in central Ohio, northern Fayette County in central Ohio, northwestern Pickaway County in central Ohio, southern Madison County in central Ohio.
So yeah,
You've got to be kidding me.
the storm that was over near Jeffersonville just got tornado warned. As I said, Midway, Mount Sterling, Madison Mills, and Big Plain, as well as Orient and Commercial Point, definitely need to watch out. We're also getting close to the southern side of Columbus here. If you live in Columbus, Ohio, definitely are going to want to watch out for all that. That is something new from the Storm Prediction Center. Mesoscale discussion, watch possible. 40% watch prob.
It's for damaging winds, large hail, Mississippi River, south of Tennessee.
Oh. Huh. Interesting.
How did we end up down there on 625? How of all, like, where we started, how did we end up down there?
We got what did we eat at? Where did we eat at during the day? What was that restaurant chain? It wasn't a McDonald's.
Like, are you talking about roughly when we were all seething about
the bust? Yes. And then we were like, we got to.
I think I got Dominoes, honestly.
All I remember is the picture that Tristan took of you basically crouched over and like
Carl Jr.'s. Carl
Carl
Jr.'s.
Jr..
It was you guys were getting burgers, and I was out looking at the Mamadas like this.
and,
And folks, when I say it created a photo to be spread on the internet for months to come, it was spread on the internet for months to come. Terrible.
That was a chase day. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Fayette County in central Ohio, northeastern Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, southwestern Pickaway County in central Ohio, northwestern Ross County in south central Ohio.
You know, they really are issuing every single tornado warning under the sun.
Well, for this kind of storm mode, they don't really have any other means or choice.
Maybe so. But I want you to go take a look at the new tornado warning for Washington Courthouse and let me know how that goes for him.
I will. Getting there. They're all right over the radars. Why are storms, whenever we're trying to cover them, either right over the radars or too far away from them?
Just a matter of convenience.
So I pose you a question then, if that's what they're warning. Why wasn't there a tornado for I-40 last night where we were?
Simply put, this is Wilmington, Ohio's jurisdiction.
Yep.
Yeah, if you're in Washington Courthouse, just get in your safe space. Ride this one out. Bunch of severe storms with some spin-ups. Honestly, this is kind of interesting because I mentioned as a joke, you know, this is Wilmington, Ohio's jurisdiction for severe weather. And some other jurisdictions, believe it or not, they would actually let this go. Like, they wouldn't issue a tornado warning, and they would just upgrade the severe thunderstorm warning to just a damage threat considerable tag.
And tore possible.
Yeah, that's the difference between National Weather Service forecast offices. And, you know, quite honestly, there's no wrong answer with that.
Tornado
There's
warning
a new tornado
for
warning, though.
southeastern Fayette County in central Ohio, east central Clinton County in southwestern Ohio, northeastern Highland County in south central Ohio, northwestern Ross County in south central Ohio.
Just had to complete the line, I guess.
It's not even...
They kind of missed it, though, I think. No, they didn't.
They basically issued...
This is just a really broken line of showers and maybe some rumbles of thunder embedded. Folks, if you're in the southern Columbus suburbs, down on US 23 to about Chillicothe, and points west to about Washington Courthouse, just get inside a sturdy building, ride this one out. Some strong damaging winds occurring with this regardless of tornadoes. The tornado threat is certainly questionable, though. You all are under warnings: Mount Sterling, Asheville, Washington Courthouse, Frankfort.
Tornado warning for southern Jefferson County in central Kentucky, northern Bullitt County in central Kentucky.
Did they just like make it one big warning, or did they just do one small area?
Almost. They just north and east of the ray. I think that northern, unless it's a jurisdiction thing. Nope, that's both Louisville. Why? Anyway, I was saying, I wanted to let that play out. Let's ride this one out. 60, 65 mile an hour wind gusts were reported in Wilmington. Certainly some strong storms moving through. Tornadic threat is questionable, though there's warnings out for all of these areas. Like I said, US 23 between about South Columbus and Chillicothe, areas west to Washington Courthouse. Shelter, proactive, not reactive, best means of best course of action. And we have seen with these kinds of storms, the storm mode particularly favors quick tornadoes, quick spin ups, hard to tell when we're getting intermittent radar scans between every 2 and 5 minutes, give or take. So just do what you can, do what's in your control, get into a safe space, get into a sturdy shelter, and shouldn't be looking at too much harm from these storms. They got rid of the warnings that were behind these three. So now you just have these three in Ohio, these three in Kentucky, and that one back in Arkansas, sort of unexplainably at this point.
I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab this camera that's in South Louisville. It's looking north. That sucks.
You know, I bet that's a really photogenic outflow boundary in Arkansas.
It
Not even
probably
kidding.
is.
It's very well organized and keeping everything else behind it.
They're moving the camera, chat. Goodbye, Morgan. Hold up.
Bye.
Yeah, it didn't take you with me to the camera, so I apologize. But it's fine. It's okay.
We'll be back after these short messages.
Yeah, of course he will. Yeah, strong gusty winds. And maybe even a spin-up tornado is possible. We'll see what this camera sees. But definitely, we just have two different lines. We have two different lines of where there could be spin-up tornadoes possible. As Morgan mentioned, one that is south and west of Columbus. The other one that's over here, south of Louisville. And then we have the casual, whatever this thing is, over here in north of Memphis. It looks like it's trying to fix its outflow boundary, but I mean, it's just... All right. I'm interested. Relevant severe photographs. What's the photograph in Memphis looking like? Yeah, I never want to look at another photograph from Memphis ever again. Chat for reference, this right...
You're looking at the VWP.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't really make sense after 1 kilometer.
Oh my gosh, chat. We just missed it. There was a power flash. I'm sorry, we missed it. I saw it there. But there's a power flash. You'll have to take my word for it.
What is this thing
It was
doing?
right here. Yeah, go back like 2 scans and it'll actually give you probably an accurate... But this thing is linear from 0 to 1 kilometers is just linear.
I like how it's trying to depict, because the thing is so messed up, it's trying to depict some kind of streamwise to 0.5.
It's depicting
that
something.
Purple line. It's depicting something. I don't know what.
Well, that... Yeah, there's your power flashes once again. Except it's not as pronounced. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Wow.
southern Jefferson County in central Kentucky, northeastern Bullitt County in central
What?
Kentucky.
How many tornado warnings are they going to issue on this line? They issued this one because it went outside the warning box. That makes sense.
Good. Really perfect. Awesome. Splendid.
So basically, chat, if you live along I-65 from Louisville down into Elizabethtown, you should be in your safe space. That's the basic way I could just put it to you all. We're currently looking at some strong damaging winds and potentially even a tornado moving on through our camera here. We are looking at South Louisville here. We do have a little bit of rotation near Hollyville here, where the potential of a tornado is possible. Couple tornado warnings over in this area. And then we also have quite a few tornado warnings up here in Ohio. Yes, visibility is gone. Yes. What did I just get?
Tornado warning for
Now, I would like to preface.
southwestern Spencer County in central
It's
Kentucky.
dry.
Northwestern
It's really dry.
Nelson
And
County
we've seen
in
with these
central
dry line
Kentucky,
events,
Bullitt
the
County in
HRRR
central
usually
Kentucky,
takes several sweeps
northeastern
to get it right.
Hardin County in
Usually,
central
probably
Kentucky.
it'll take until tomorrow night, even early on Tuesday morning. But that's what we're starting with.
What the heck is this? Yeah, that is pretty dry at the 700 and 600 millibar level, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm just even talking about the surface. It's good. I took that sounding over me. So, one, that's cool, but two, it is just really dry along the axis of the dry line, and that just won't be the case. It's just not going to be how it is. It is certainly possible that we get another late night event, which is not particularly great. But combine this with the wrap output, it's coming in pretty good for Tuesday here.
Tuesday is definitely an overnight event. Another one.
Welcome back. Glad we're here. Yeah, my friends keep saying to me someday, usually after chases, they keep saying someday we'll have an event in Oklahoma that we can see. I just keep saying, no, we won't.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as it stands, this trough, the potential for moisture return, really everything all together, it looks more significant than yesterday did, just on a baseline. So we'll see how it evolves.
Oh, for sure. Northernmost tornado warning got a decent CC. Yeah, it does. It's possible that could be a tornado. We did see power flashes earlier on the camera. Or I saw it. You'll have to take my word for that, though. Is Terre Haute done with storms? Yes, you guys are good. You guys can go to sleep. What's happening with these storms down here near Hopkinsville? And why?
And why? Better question.
And why? There's storms that formed out in front. Yeah, it's cooked. It's wind. It's cooked and it's wind.
Forgive me. Where?
So the severe thunderstorm warning that is down in Hopkinsville. It's on the border of Tennessee. Yeah. So storms are forming southwest of it, likely due to some form of outflow boundary.
Yep. Enjoy your 65 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts for the rest of the night, folks. Because this is an untapped parameter space, but...
Speaking of 65 to 70 mile per hour winds. What's the one tornado warning that we've been crapping on this entire time?
Oh. Oh my gosh. It just downdrafted and shot out 65 to 75 mile per hour winds. And that's a severe considerable for Millington as a result.
So, ouch.
Yikes.
I'm gonna be honest, Morgan. I'm gonna be honest. All right, and you could say that I'm
And
an
there goes
idiot.
your tornado warning.
Yeah, no, that's the whole reason why I pointed that out, by the way. Because downdraft and goodbye tornado warning. I might be a little crazy, Morgan. Okay. But I was kind of expecting more than one significant tornado in this environment.
Yeah, it shaped up today to not look like storm mode was going to evolve the way it did.
Right.
But earlier runs depicted a more linear mode than what we had this morning / last night.
Mm-hmm.
And models, again, I say this over and over again, they've been better, but I say that very carefully, cautiously, whatever. It is very, very dependent, and I feel like I'm having to tell more and more people this than I would have hoped.
Right.
When we are in an event, like in it, I'm saying actively it is ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
Do not use same hour model data. No. Bad.
Only use it for a general idea.
Because it initializes generally wrong.
Right.
And does not have an idea of storm scale mergers, interactions, and things like that that are ongoing as it's trying to print data. So, mesoanalysis exists for a reason. 1. 2, your forecast, and I'm just saying this on a general thing because this is what I've said to my friends. 2, your forecast that you made 12, 14 hours ago on concept is probably not far off. Use it.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that is particularly off will make itself clear, and then you can make your own adjustments. Do not rely on some computer trying to predict storm scale interactions, which doesn't often go over well. I'm going to finish making my tweet about Tuesday now.
Well, and here's the other thing, chat, because I saw this in the meso-analysis at the beginning of the stream. Our winds were coming from the southwest. We had a lot of southwesterlies. A lot of them. And in an environment like today, where your 850 is pretty much coming from the same direction, all right? Your 500 millibar wind shear is almost coming from the same direction. You have no real veering with height. That hurts. It's not great. And the only reason why Ohio and Kentucky is going off with their QLCS threat is because you have winds that are coming from the south. Things veer way differently. Let's pull up the Louisville radar. Here's your vertical wind profile from Louisville. Way better. Winds coming from the south, veering over to the right. Clear, well-pronounced photograph. We go to Wilmington. And we're not able to really see a whole lot with that because the storms have passed through already.
Go back in time.
Can't go back in time. Too late.
That's unfortunate.
Very. We'll go to you know what? Fine. We'll even go to Fort Campbell. That's on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. She told me not to text back. Unfortunate. Squishy, if you're watching right now, consider the following and fill in the blanks. How dare you not let me text back? You're lame. Anyways, point being is the photographs over here are way better than this photograph right here. That is linear garbage. That is a new whatever from the Storm Prediction Center. They canceled Weather Watch 75. What Weather Watch is that? I have no idea. Storms are now starting to march on through into Columbus. If you are in Columbus, Ohio, now is your time to get some severe storms in your area. Get indoors, stay away from windows. Honestly, the tornado threat for you guys is starting to deteriorate more and more. That's a good thing. So, see you, Lavi. I appreciate you being here. What's up, Joseph? Nice to see you. Thoughts on the rest of the night? The rest of the night's going to be a lot of wind, pretty much. I'll be honest with you. We're going to see wind, wind, and more wind. I was honestly, I told Squishy earlier. She asked, when will I be free tonight? And I said, I was expected to end the stream sometime around 10 or 11-ish. Sometime around then. Because that's when I thought the event would kind of die down. And to be fair, it kind of has looked to be that case. Every single tornado warning expires in 11 minutes. Now, do I think they will probably issue a couple more? It's possible. But I told her, I said I would end it sometime around then. And I sent her that text sometime around 8 Eastern. So that was about 2 hours ago. And it still seems to be kind of on track for that. Do I think Wednesday will be a moderate? I think the ceiling is absolutely a moderate. Right now, I need to see a little bit more consistency from some things in particular in order for me to say anything more than that. But I think for right now, to be honest with you, I really wouldn't upgrade it to a moderate for day 3 quite yet. I think you need to keep that enhanced on there, make it look pretty a little bit. And then once you get into day 2, that's when you can start really honing in on WoW. Because here's my thing. The thing that was so special about March 15th is every single model was screaming high-end parameter space with that high-risk event. Every single model. So it wasn't surprising in the slightest when the moderate was pulled on day 3 and then the high was pulled on day 2. It really wasn't. The big key difference between that event and this event is that consistency and the high-end parameter space. It doesn't hold a candle. It really doesn't hold a candle.
Tornado warning for
tornado warning.
Spencer County in central Kentucky, southwestern Shelby County in central Kentucky, east central Jefferson County in central Kentucky, northeastern Bullitt County in central Kentucky.
So you can see here, Wednesday, you have a high-end parameter space, but it's mainly for, just a small area here with our 500 millibar wind shear. There's no diffluence in the areas to where there could be some, big activity. Our diffluence aloft is over the Great Lakes. I'll be surprised if we get a wedge tornado in Lake Huron. All right, that's all I gotta say. So there's no real diffluence there. I appreciate that, Morgan. I pride myself on these takes. I really do. Your 850 millibar wind shear. All right. It's significant across the board, but it's significantly straight All right. You have a lot of southwesterly 850 millibars shear, basically from the border of Tennessee and Missouri all the way through and north. And so really anywhere that's within that general area from there and north is what you want to watch, right? Moisture does get up, of course. Moisture does get up and into portions of Illinois, Iowa. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for Central Stewart County in Middle Tennessee.
Moisture does get up, but a lot of these winds here, at least according to the Euro, are coming from the southwest. All the people who are looking at the GFS, who probably used the GFS to forecast today's event, I'm sorry, but the GFS is not a great model. Do not use it. I have resulted to, for over the past year, I have went from use it, but only if you know the biases, to use it very lightly, to don't use it. Don't use it.
Just
It's not great.
oh.
I am so done with the GFS. It is genuinely terrible. I am so close to calling it the NAM 3 kilometer of long range models because I am just genuinely that done with what. And Morgan's laughing right now because he sees my point. It's genuinely that bad when it comes to how overdone some of the things can be with the GFS. All right. And people who use the UK Met need to go check themselves as well, because I am done with that too. I'm sorry. No. It's Euro or bust, in my opinion.
Speaking of the NAM 3 kilometer, hour 29.
I think the UK Met is getting there eventually, but I still see some pretty whack stuff that I just do not agree with. I don't. The Euro is probably the best model to use with range. UK Met model hasn't been that bad. I can't name a single thing that it does better than the Euro. That's my position. I can't name a single thing that it does better than the Euro.
Excite us?
I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that's my opinion on Wednesday. Is it looks like a lot of the stuff for right now is very inconsistent, and I need cams. I definitely need cams.
I'll have that tomorrow night. I won't be around because I have my old man activities.
It's okay. That's members only anyways. Anyways. Prefer the HRRR as my go-to. I know some people hate the rap, but I genuinely love the rap. I am very hesitant in making some extremely bold and insane predictions, because Morgan knows how I feel, or we think the same way in a sense. We doubt a lot of things that the models say, and that's kind of natural to doubt a lot of the things that the models say, because the models, they're never going to give you an exact answer. They only give you an opinion, and half the time most opinions are wrong. at least with models. So, by looking at that, the Wrap is probably one of the more conservative models that you could have to look at. It's like finding a best friend that you know gels with you in your opinions. You know, the Wrap, if you were to doubt every single event, the Wrap is basically that same person. It doubts a lot of stuff, which is the reason why when I saw the Wrap on March 13th, when I saw that thing on the 21Z run go ape for the high risk event, I said, I'm sold. I've never seen the Wrap do that before in my life. I'm sold.
That being said, the Wrap's got a pretty nice hold on Tuesday, too. It's still got some resolution things to work out with moisture and such, though less so. And it synoptically looks a little bit off. But it's got a very defined 500 millibar shortwave moving through western Oklahoma by the time sunset comes around. So that's on line with every other thing I've seen. I think we're in for an interesting few days here with this sequence.
That is the new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. Someone asked earlier if Steubenville could potentially get in a severe thunderstorm watch, and I said they could. And lo and behold, they are now in a severe thunderstorm watch. As a matter of fact, Pittsburgh is in a severe thunderstorm watch. But that tells you all you need to know about the tornado threat as it heads east, because there's only one more tornado warning that is left that you'll see here on the screen.
Until something else happens and they issue 5 more warnings.
That's true. But this warning here expires in 55 seconds, which is whack. Did you see that Ovechkin scored today?
I did not. How many ways he now? 4?
4 to tie, 5 to break. So remember, I'm a Columbus Blue Jackets fan.
You got the playoffs to work with, right? That's an all-time thing. It's an all-time record.
No, it's a regular season record.
Mm.
So they've separated the categories. Well, I don't think I told you this. About 2 months ago, I bought my birthday present. April 12th, in Columbus, Washington goes. It is actually cheaper for me to drive to Columbus, get a hotel, watch the game in the lower bowl compared to lower bowl tickets in DC. Because the Caps play the Jackets.
It's cheaper for now.
Well, the Caps play the Jackets in DC the following day.
Mm-hmm.
So I was using those two games to compare and contrast. And yes, it is...
Tornado warning for northeastern Nelson County in central Kentucky, Washington County in central Kentucky.
Dang it, Pennsylvania, why do you always do this? Anyways, point being is, tickets... Actually, no, scratch that. Tickets in the upper bowl in DC, $350 with fees. Tickets in Columbus that I got in the lower bowl, $138 per with fees. All right. The hotel that I got that's near the airport is like $130-ish. So that's an additional $130, and then parking's going to be $25. Gas is probably $50, and it still is cheaper than to buy just regular general admission tickets to get into DC.
Oh, it's pretty bonkers, honestly.
I'm okay with making that trip because I like Nationwide Arena. Nationwide Arena is a really cool place to go to. But that is a new tornado warning here in Kentucky. That is for Bardstown, Willsburg, and Cardwell, as well as Mackville. You live in those areas, definitely got to watch out. There is definitely a little spin up there. Went to my first Blue Jackets game earlier this season. It was incredible. You wore a Fantilli jersey. Fantilli, I love Fantilli. He's going to be one of our cornerstone pieces, even after Werenski retires. And I know that's a long way to go because Werenski's in his prime right now. But I hope
Werenski's not that old.
He's not. But Werenski, Fantilli, Marchenko, and probably Kent Johnson, in my opinion, are going to be the cornerstone pieces for this team. If you can just get a decent goaltender, someone consistent, we'll be fine.
Haven't you said that as a franchise for like 6 years now? Sorry. 4? When did Bobrovsky leave?
2019-2020 season.
5, right in the middle.
What's up, Team Vortex? Nice to see you. I'm kind of surprised. This tornado warning over here near Elk Creek, south of Shelbyville, here in Kentucky, it has a little bit of rotation, but I'm kind of surprised it's still warned. It's like that weak. We'll go to our tornado warning in Tennessee here. We're going to move our radar down to Fort Campbell. What's up, Carson? Nice to see you. I appreciate that, Team Vortex. You really don't have to. You haven't really missed too much stuff today, by the way, with the exception of one strong tornado on the border of Missouri and Kentucky. No. I'm sorry. It was Missouri and Illinois. It was near, what was it? Matthew? Yeah, it was Matthews, Anniston, and it had to like Bardwell, Arlington, Clinton. Yeah, it was Missouri and Kentucky. But that was really it. What's up, Finisher? Storm headed your way in Clarksville, Tennessee. Weak rotation. Any chance of strengthening? We're about to check that out, believe it or not. What in the heck? So it was tornado warned in the past, and the rotation is just not that great. I think they're just going to warn everything, to be honest with you. I think that just might be the MO. Storms are moving through Columbus at this time, damaging winds and penny-sized hail. Other than that, not really too crazy. The tornado threat in Ohio is deteriorating. We hope that continues to be the case. Do I have a photo or footage of the tornado? No, because that one in particular was rain-wrapped. We have caught some tornadoes in Ohio, though, that were relatively weak, like northeast of Cincinnati. There was another tornado in Arkansas, but it was pretty garbage. That same storm now is... Anyways, it's not great. That is a new supercell that is southwest of it, though. That's heading into Forest City. So maybe that one could have a decent chance. Never mind. The METAR station that is right next to it is southwesterlies. And the one that's in Stuttgart, which is further down to the south and west, is even more southwesterlies. Linear
How to speak left
garbage.
mover.
Yeah. Linear garbage. Because the Flyers...
Diablo Boundary is going to be in front of that one within 15 minutes, I'll bet.
That's true. That's probably true. I would say, William, probably... I'm going to be honest. It's probably the Flyers. I thought you guys had a good chance of making the playoffs this year. I really did. I thought Michkov would have lit a fire under someone, and I thought the momentum that the Flyers had last year would carry it on to this year. But it's just a turnstile at head coaching position, isn't it? The Flyers will get back. They'll be back at their... They've got a good core that they're developing already. They're going to just get more young guys in the draft. They'll be fine. I know they traded away a couple of guys that didn't want to be there, but I'd rather have loyalty on my team than, people are just making a fuss about where they want to play.
Well, name 3K, right?
Let's not.
It's consistent with the wrap on trough placement and moisture. Return at 20Z. Tuesday. Maybe a little slow with trough advancement, actually.
If it's slow, that's going to make things even more midnight blues. I don't want to do this anymore.
I'm probably gonna be in Gaylord for this. Or unless if it happened. Yeah. Oh,
New
geez, that is
mesoscale
a good
discussion.
That's a good 100 miles slow.
This is for Eastern Kentucky. Watch likely 80%. They just only said a weather watch issuance will likely be needed. Wind damage, tornadoes, and hail.
That's really descriptive. I appreciate the help.
I don't think they know quite yet what type of watch it is. But they did say that the tornado potential is from 100 to 130. Which is, by the way, pretty cool on IEM bot. Trying to get into hockey as an Islanders fan? Well, you've made your first mistake.
Yeah.
No, if I remember correctly, you're on Long Island. I guess that's kind of unavoidable. Being a fan of the Islanders. The one thing you'll learn about that team is that the past is the past and the present is disappointing.
Nam did what?
The time in which you guys have won cups is long ago, and the teams that you have right now, they try to replicate that glory, but they always somehow fall short to the Hurricanes or the Lightning. It doesn't make sense. I do agree. What does 100 to 130 mean? That's the Storm Prediction Center saying what they think could potentially be the intensity of tornadoes that form within that area. But it's an experimental thing.
Hey, you need to see this.
I'll see that in a second. There's a supercell in Western Tennessee in Benton County. It has some rotation, and I wouldn't be surprised if it went tornado warned. We got a right mover here, folks. We got a right mover.
Ah, that one. You using Fort Campbell?
I am. What? What did you just send me?
Sent you the 0Z FV3 output for it. Okay, maybe the damn 3K's output isn't right. Maybe that's not right. uh you know,
The return of Winniewood, apparently.
I don't know, actually.
Actually, that's Purcell, not even Winniewood.
Yeah, Winniewood's always south of that.
Jackets are still a relatively new team, not compared to the Kraken, but they're like one of the newer franchises in the league. And never mind, the Supercell decided to say, let's not spin. Now, this I kind of don't get, because you have Southerlies in this environment.
I also think you have an outflow boundary out in front of it. Look at the showers forming to its south and west. Like, I think it's still struggling with cold air.
You know, you might be right. The only way I'd be able to know, though.
Shout out Forest City. Let's go see what that thing's doing. I think the outflow boundary got to it. Woof.
Something got to it.
Range folding.
I just went over the Nashville's radar with you, so you're absolutely seeing what I'm seeing. Range folding and sadness. Yeah, Morgan, you want to know what my reaction to today's event was when I reacted to it with the 0ZH last night?
Oh.
You remember the video of the news reporter who was in a blizzard? It was like the Gen Z news reporter.
Yeah.
And I think it was in like South Dakota or something like that. And
I know what video you're talking about.
There's like two of them, but there's the one where he's like, I'll just say the quote. He says, "As I look across this wasteland, I'm reminded of my high school report card. I'm disgusted." And I said, if I was him sitting in this chair right now, I would say the same exact thing about today's event. As I look across this wasteland, I'm reminded of his high school report card. I'm disgusted. I am disgusted. There's only 2 tornado warnings right now, but there are over 20 severe thunderstorm warnings, though, chat. So,
wanna know what I'm disgusted about? The fact that the 3 kilometer chooses to convect in that same area of northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas, where we started with the convection for this event yesterday. It also does it in negative 260 joules per kilogram of SynH, so there's that too.
So it can pick up outflow boundaries.
maybe. I'm not particularly inspired.
That's all the more reason to say, go away, NAM 3 kilometer. Why are you creating your own outflow boundaries?
Right.
You're the most. Oh my gosh. You're the most upscale
God.
growth model ever. And you decide to create your own outflow boundaries. No.
Disagree.
Speaking of disagree, the fall from grace that is the storm that had a tornado warning in Arkansas is real. It is honestly kind of sad. Cuz this is terrible. And right at the vertical wind profile. So as the storm was approaching, right? The vertical wind profile actually showed the modified environment that the storm created. So obviously it's a right mover ish. Okay.
Right.
0 to 1 kilometer shear straight as a pencil.
Yeah, that's not good. Wow.
That-
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you need a tornado watch the rest of the night, honestly. This is even better. So you've got stuff in central Arkansas in the Pine Bluff region that's developing right now. And that's moving east-northeast. So it's going to get caught up eventually once this supercell hits this Forest City storm, which it is actively doing. You can see it in the RFD.
Mm-hmm.
This is all just going to merge together, and it's going to do that windy thing that it's been set to do all night.
Yep. A windy.com warning.
Yep. Great. That's really... Yup.
It's accurate.
I'm gonna look at the FV3 some more.
Right. That's what we have been driven to. We're done.
Oh my gosh.
See you, Camden. Nice to see you. Morgan's just gonna fan about the FV3 and how crazy it goes.
Wait.
All right, listen. Can I be honest? Is this a hot take? Why is there a 10 tour period tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't agree with it. I was saying to someone earlier, it should probably just be a 5 with
It
that normal
probably
39
should
that
be
they do for
5.
these East Coast events. We've seen these over and over and over again.
Can you go take a look at the 0ZH RRR on what it says about
I
tomorrow?
absolutely can do that.
For the Southeast in particular. Just
I'm prepared to be amazed.
Just click around.
Oh, I am not amazed. Oh, I am. That is as like if you remember in 2022 and 2023 when New Jersey severe weather was all I knew, that is as New Jersey cold front severe weather as it gets. Most prototypical East Coast 5 tour I have seen in my life. And I've seen a lot of East Coast 5 tours in my life. Why does it veer backward from 3 to 6? It doesn't make any sense to me.
When northeastern North Carolina is a better environment, something is wrong. Yeah, chat. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really surprised if a 10 tour maintains for tomorrow's outlook. I thought I was disgusted about today's event with last night's models. I'm disgusted about tomorrow. I no.
No, you don't know, actually.
I know that something is wrong. Something that is really wrong. Anyways, point being is there's not really a whole lot of crazy stuff that's going to happen tomorrow. It just does not look at it. Cavendish is in chat. What's up, Hannah? Are the government cuts affecting the NOAA weather forecasting? Surely not. Yes, but it's not in the forecasting department. It's more in the issuing the warnings department. And I'll give you a good example. When we had not April. Wow, we are not in April yet. When we had the March 15th event, the high risk day, every single tornado warning, what was the damage threat for almost every single tornado warning? Great job, Morgan. Great job. The answer, by the way, chat, is they PDS'd every single tornado warning. They didn't have time to basically make one tornado warning its own warning. They just wanted to warn it just because they thought it could potentially be bad. Which, to an extent, is admirable for the amount of people that you have, or admirable for trying to just get the information out ahead of time. Rather be safe than sorry. But usually you would see almost every single warning get a tornado warning in the beginning. And then if it did stuff, it would eventually become, tornado confirmed or PDS or tornado emergency and stuff like that.
When did I say it would hit the when did I say the outflow boundary would hit the Forest City cell in 15 minutes? I think I said it about 15 minutes ago.
They've done that for a few years, yes, but not to the extent of what happened in the 15th. Because I've seen National Weather Service Jackson and National Weather Service Birmingham issue warnings of just regular tornado warnings before. They've done that on significant events in the past, too. You can name multiple high risks that they did it, including, what was it, March 15th, 2021? Or 17th?
We had 17th and we had 25th.
17th. So 17th and 25th, both high risks there. They issued just regular tornado warnings to start with most of those supercells. Yeah, 17. Matthew Snyder's pretzels? That is... Thanks, Spike, for keeping that in my brain. Oh my gracious. Morgan, if you start calling me that, I'm gonna put you down.
No, I'm not talking about that. Did you see what Hannah just did?
What did she just do?
She timed out Spike.
There's something wrong with this chat. They changed it due to spotter catching them. But you see, every single tornado warning, and you can look back, was radar confirmed. Or radar indicated. With the exception of the spotters on the ones that they had. Like, for instance, the tornado warning that was out in, I believe, They had one after the Tylertown tornadoes and after the after Taylorsville. They had a storm that went up near Bay Springs, I think it was. Was not a tornado, but they still PDS'd it. They had some other tornadoes that were up north of Birmingham that weren't tornadoes, but they PDS'd. There was a couple of them that they just decided to PDS all of them just because. And I'm not saying that's wrong.
So they don't have good judgment of it in the moment.
Yeah.
Or they don't have enough people to make the decision at the time of whether or not a certain threshold is still being met or not.
Well, and the other thing too, I will say, is if you have more people, you have more eyes to focus on specific storms and what their storm interactions are. You're able to make those judgments and those decisions a lot quicker because half the time the radar updates every minute 30. There's sometimes to where they change the radar mode to be able to make it so that it's, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? Something like that. But because they had major damage before that.
That has nothing to do with the impact of the warning scale of the current thing.
Right.
They can add, and they have in the past added additional text in the warning for first responders that has nothing to do with the damage threat that they tag with any certain tornado warning.
And to add to that point as well, they have added in text that said this storm has had a history of producing X, Y, and Z. They've done that before as well.
Yes.
So it's one thing or the other. A lot of the warnings that they had, they either pre-issued PDS warnings because they thought it could potentially get to that stage, or they didn't exactly have as much manpower to deal with every single individual storm. Looking for future updates on how bad Central Georgia is going to get hit tomorrow. It won't be that crazy, to be honest with you. Told this morning to expect an EF2 to EF5 tornado. I didn't even get hit in Benjamin today. This ain't right. Listen, there's one thing about outlooks that always seems to be misunderstood. But the one thing that I will say is it also depends upon who is interpreting it for you. All right? Whenever you look at a convective outlook in general, all right? I'll bring this up here. Always look down here, at least if you're on my channel. All right? Down here, probability of a tornado. And then there's this crucial thing that says within 25 miles of a point. So if you were to take a radius around 1 point, 50-mile diameter, whatever probability you have that probability of seeing a tornado. Same thing for a hatched risk. Same thing.
Tornado warning for Central Logan County in South Central Kentucky, Northwestern Simpson County in South Central Kentucky, South Central Butler County in South Central Kentucky,
That's a
Western Warren County in South Central Kentucky.
It's a tornado warning for Bowling Green, but that's why.
Certainly. Warning of all time. I don't know which radar to take, the one that's in near proximity of it, but behind the storm, or the one that's seeing into it with clear air. I'm going to try Nashville first.
I'm lucky to have both.
Why? Really?
The one that's behind it is at least looking 1,200. So I'm gonna stick with Fort Campbell. That is no.
On the list of inspiring tornado warnings we've seen this evening, folks, that's pretty up there. There is a tornado possible, damage threat considerable in Texas.
Oh, it's with that one supercell that's near Mount Enterprise, or east of it.
Yeah.
Now.
2-inch hail and weak rotation. Thank you.
So, you want to know something interesting, Morgan?
I do.
We talked about the outflow boundary that's in southwestern Tennessee, the Memphis area, right? You can actually see the outflow boundary off of velocities, which is pretty funny.
Indeed.
And not only can you see that, you can actually see it being so far out in front of the storms, including the one in Millington. And you can potentially even see it almost out in front of that cell that you were talking about in Forest City.
Which you can see has just been shredded to the bone. It is. Good event.
I said it earlier. I said this is the perfect enhanced risk event. Like, I understand, unironically, we had some significant damaging winds in Indiana and Michigan. That's probably the only area that I could have accepted a moderate if I was looking in hindsight of things, right?
Just hatch the wind.
But hindsight's always 20/20 on that. Beforehand, when we looked at the models, genuinely perfect enhanced risk. Hindsight, perfect enhanced risk. For one of the largest enhanced risks that we've had this year, this is a perfect enhanced risk event. Storm Prediction Center, round of applause for y'all. Did a good job. I'm really happy you guys did not 10 sig this. Or not 10 sig, not 15 sig this. Because I would have been disgusted.
You already are, but
I am disgusted because this event was the event of all time, but that truly did not deserve it. And I'm happy that you guys not only know more than I do, but you guys also didn't bend to the moderate risk craze on Twitter. People wanting the red Sharpie.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and invalidate the name 3K at this point with everything that I'm seeing on any other run. Like the Euro has a I'm gonna send this to you right now. The Euro has a pretty obvious here's where your storms are gonna form. And meanwhile, the 3K has something going on in southern and eastern Kansas. In the middle of 250 Sin H. Like, I don't know.
I guess the 6ZH triple R is going to be fun.
I won't be awake. It's tomorrow morning issue.
Yeah, true. Yeah, tomorrow's a 10 tour risk, but honestly, I will be very surprised if that is maintained. It should be downgraded to a 5 tour. It should be.
It probably won't, though. There's a weird thing with the SPC and doubling down on some of their risk categories, unless it is more blatantly obvious than... I don't even know what to compare to. More obvious than the implications of the outflow boundary that shot out in front of the storms that I was on last night, 15 miles out east of it. That was pretty obvious.
Yeah. I also found it really funny that they 40-20'd that tornado watch last night. That told me everything, or it actually confirmed to me everything I
40-20, 40-30, 40-40. Aiden makes a good point as well. I just realized that tomorrow broke the record for the biggest 10 non-sync. They're definitely not dropping it. At least not yet.
They should, but
I don't think they will.
no. Based off of what I saw with the HRRR just now, and what I saw with the rap earlier, as I said, I'm disgusted.
I'm upset. I did not have to do that. Anyways.
Ugh. Well, the good news is the severe thunderstorm warnings are slowly starting to go away. Slowly but surely. If you're asking me what the storm in Bowling Green is, I'll be honest with you. It's a lot of wind, and it's a lot of wind, and it's a lot of wind. And that's pretty much it.
I said this earlier with the stuff that was south of Columbus. If you're in Bowling Green, forget a tornado, even if one exists. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts moving into your region. Get in a sturdy structure, ideally away from windows. Protects yourself from anything that may happen, even if there is a spin-up tornado for 13.7 seconds sometime on that US 68 corridor.
Yep. Did we go to uni together? That would have been cool, but no. He's in the middle of the Oklahoma. I'm in the middle of the Penn State. Might go to SUNY, though. We'll see. Fully is dependent upon what happens over the next 8 months. Look at the Forest City, Arkansas cell. Is it behind the outflow boundary yet?
Dun dun dun.
It is.
What?
Is that two supercells that are right next to each other?
I think so. It looks like it.
ZDR says it looks like it.
ZDR says it looks like it. There's absolutely no upper level mesocyclone to speak of.
That might be side lobe.
You know what? With an outflow boundary that's right there as well, you can see it going out the southwest side. That could be side lobe. That's a great point.
It could be side lobe.
Kind of following that.
I have to see another scan here in a second. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning
Thank
for
God it's not for that storm.
southwestern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Houston County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee.
They finally warned that one supercell near Waverly. Which tells me that this storm is still trying to do stuff. It's got a nice ZDR arc. I'll tell you what. Storm is trying. On its current trajectory, it takes it to Nashville. In an hour. Oh, goodness gracious. That is pretty funny. People are allowed to have their opinions. You guys are allowed to watch whoever you guys want to. We all try to do the same exact thing. There's nothing to worry about in Bowling Green. Based off of what we're looking at, we're kind of surprised the tornado warning got issued, period. But we'll watch it just in case. We're looking at it. We got 2 tornado warnings right now. Doing all right, Jaden. How about yourself? Marlins are in first place. That's because they faced the Pirates. The Pirates don't know how to win even if they were given it on a silver platter. They'd take it to the 13th inning and lose. And that's pretty hard to do. Yeah, the storm near Waverly definitely is spinning a good bit. I'm interested. Do I know who you are? I have a guess in my head that might be really interesting, but I'm going to say no. If you are who I think you are, then I do. But I'm going to say no. And just assume that I've met too many. So, there's a good bit of 3 Cape, a little bit of vorticity. So it's possible. Mixed layer Cape is still a good bit. .500 millibar wind shear. It does veer. Man, those photographs look nice in central Tennessee. Our sick tour threat is still here. But it's only in central Tennessee. What does day 4 look like? The 30 sig for around the same region today? Yeah. Day 4 is still a big ol' risk. Same areas that got impacted today will be impacted on Wednesday. That is a new severe thunderstorm watch for eastern Kentucky and western West Virginia. 25.
This is a reminder. Take pills. This is a reminder. Take pills.
Well job, Morgan. So yeah, there's a new severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. How do you become a member on mobile? If you're on Apple, you can't. You have to go into Safari and then do it. Or Google Chrome. $2019? Then I do know who you are. I do. It's been a while. I hope things have been well with you. Why did I just get a notification from? That's weird. Do we need to have a talk about the Brewers? They're not my team. They traded away all their pitching and now they're garbage. What else do you expect? Seems legit. It's been a roller coaster, Jaden, but we're still here at the end of the day. Well, it looks like storms have really passed by. Yeah, Columbus is really out of it now. So Columbus is done. Lancaster is done. Washington Courthouse is done. Johnstown, Mount Vernon, done. Now we're just getting into the Zanesville area and the MacArthur area, as well as Cambridge. We stayed at Cambridge, right?
Ohio, yeah.
Yes.
The is it a Hampton?
I can't remember. It was on the north side.
Oh.
I remember the day before we went to, what was it, Arby's? Or was it Wendy's? I think it was Arby's.
We had the meats.
Yeah. We had to wait for Caleb to join.
Okay, I think this is side load 2. Do you have Fort Campbell open? I want a second opinion.
I do.
On I-40 near northeast of Lexington, near Holiday. I think that's side lobe, but there is a ZDR arc.
What in the name of Mike? Nashville, do you have a second opinion? Nashville coincides with that too. There is something there. Memphis, it's time for you to be useful for once. Do you
Issue a warning that makes sense, please?
Actually, that is still Memphis's jurisdiction. I didn't
Please
even know.
issue a warning that makes sense.
I was gonna be looking at the radar. That's what I was gonna be like. All right, I need a third opinion. There is
It's
rotation
that Benton
there.
County. It's that Benton County border. That's where it cuts off.
Right.
So you see the tornado warning that's for Waverly is Nashville, and that severe warning to the west of it is
Yes.
Memphis.
I had no idea.
And it intensified on the newest scan.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is over here in
And-
eastern Ohio. Is not doing too crazy.
Stopped intensifying again. Okay. This Waverly storm is looking like it's getting it together, though. Very clearly on ZDR or on ZDR. Period.
It's got a nice B-word. Rain wrapping all the way around the rotation. Yeah, of course I still say that. It's a staple on this channel. But yeah. This is a really nice looking supercell. I'm not gonna lie.
Memphis.
Ooh, probably could see a tornado here. Northwest of McEwen.
Oh no.
Northeast.
We're also
of
probably going to get a
Waverly.
tornado warning here momentarily, east of Jackson on 40, up towards Parker Crossroads.
That storm.
Maybe towards Lexington.
Yeah. Seems how that's the actual storm that's
we
producing
should
the
get a
outflow
warning.
boundary. Probably.
Yes. It's the one storm that is not behind an outflow boundary.
Because
of
it
all of
generated
these
the
things.
outflow boundary.
Because it is the outflow boundary.
Proud of my National Weather Service yet? I just work here, man. I just work here.
Just here so I don't get fined.
Just me whenever I go to classes in person. I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Okay, that holiday thing has an upper level mesocyclone, so where did it go at the surface? I think it's getting range folded, but
Well, it very well could be that. Oof. Yeah, that cell in Waverly's probably on the ground here soon.
very shortly.
It looks that good. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a tornado, at least. Very good ZDR arc from Fort Campbell. What are you dying for over there?
Can you check my my most recent retweet?
I sure can. Flop to the right. Weather Watch number 74 has been canceled. What? HRRR won't initiate because overmixing. NAMG kilometer won't initiate because overcapping. FV3 will probably come with a supercell somewhere dumb east like Tulsa. And then
And it did. Nail and head.
super duper cell. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. That deserves, that deserves a retweet too. When will it be in Nashville? A good hour from now. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more, give or take.
Oh. I still can't tell if that's side lobe or not.
That's on the ground.
Holiday?
No, Waverly.
Well, there's a tornado warning for Lexington.
That is a debris signature. And I kind of
is it
knew
on-
it was a debris signature from the previous scan, but I didn't want to say anything.
Ow. Yeah, okay, on Fort Campbell.
There's a new tornado warning for
Tornado
your
warning
cell.
for Henderson County in West Tennessee,
One of my
northeastern
cells.
Madison County in West
As it
Tennessee,
should. Yikes.
northern Decatur County in West Tennessee.
But that is on the ground.
And feast. Range folded.
Debris went up to 5,000 feet. Wow, I feel so special. That is still a tornado, though. Look at that here, chat. That is probably one of the tiniest stacked velocities I'd seen. That's kind of crazy. Still a little mini tornado right in there. Doing damage. Look at that. We outlined the velocities, and it outlines the debris signature perfectly. I kid you not. I did not do that on purpose. There's a tornado confirmed. If you live north of McEwen, north of Tennessee City, confirmed tornado near your area. It's actually kind of the rural portions of Humphreys County, or northeastern portions of Humphreys County, in the rural area. And then extreme western Dixon County, a rural part of the county over there too. But the reason why I said that I thought I saw maybe a debris signature before that was this. I saw that, I was just like, I'm not too sure. It actually kind of aligned with the velocities pretty well, too. And then that next scan, poof. Idea of the timing of the line heading into Youngstown?
While from now. Probably 2 hours.
Maybe. If the storms aren't dead. Hour to an hour and a half. Something like that. Hour and a half probably is safe.
Not you get a pretty neat gust front.
Mm-hmm. Well, the debris signature did die a bit, which tells me this was as brief of a tornado as you probably could get it. I think the only reason why it showed as much of a debris signature as it did was because it hit trees.
There are lots of those there.
Yeah. Yeah. Chinchilla, what did you just do? What in the name of Mike? The male chinchillas are just being stupid. Bunsy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Germany coverage when? Whenever they get weather. Whenever that may be.
Not today. Not today.
Nope.
Innate.
Yeah.
We have I'm just gonna send you a screenshot of this in Discord DMs.
Sounds good.
We have new bedtime YouTube content for the evening.
Lexington and Parsons, if you guys live in those areas, tornado warning for your area. There's a little bit of rotation near Beach Bluff. It's not super crazy, but it is enough for there to be monitored. Oh my god. Whether we watch it or if we're just watching it in our own separate ways of just laying in our bed with our face stared up in the sky or laid down to the side with our phone, that is yeah. That's what I do. I pass out watching the YouTube by laying on my side.
Mm-hmm. Meso handoff on Beach Bluff, maybe? To that southern extent. Looks like it. Looks like it's trying to swing out a little bit more. But I also can't tell if that's just storm motion due to the boundary that it's on, or if that's actually like trying to perform it.
It's either that or it gusted so much that you can actually see the outflow boundary that it's creating. That's the only other thing that I can see.
That would be really, really funny, but also how?
Because, yes, well, that is what happens today.
We'll know in 2 scans if that's what it did.
Yes.
If it was the outflow boundary.
If it was the outflow boundary or if it cycled, we will see 2 distinct answers that will be in our
Yes.
line of sight. But I definitely see what you mean. I think the only reason why I said what I said was because that RFD has gusted into a bow. And now it is rain
Indeed.
wrapped.
The Morgan J. Fold storm chasing experience.
Hmm?
And now it is rain wrapped.
So funny enough, Nashville did not pick up the debris signature. So if you looked at this storm that was near McEwen,
I did. Yeah, I was looking at it initially on Nashville. I was like, "What's this guy on?" Then I looked to Fort Campbell and I understood.
it's definitely one of those tornadoes.
I think it was the outflow boundary because it is jutting out with southwestward extent again, and there's a shower going up to the southwest of it.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Same old, same old.
it didn't kill itself, to be fair. It just killed all the other storms southwest of it. Unwarned tornado in Mariana, Arkansas, confirmed by chasers. Where is?
Ew.
Oh, that's the severe thunderstorm warning. She said it was confirmed by chasers.
Chasers who?
I was gonna say who confirmed it.
And
as a
also
chaser?
how is a better question.
Convergence, maybe. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Dixon County
Tennessee.
in Middle Tennessee, southern Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee, northern Hickman
It's that
County
other
in
thing
Middle
that I was
Tennessee.
talking about.
Well, it is here, part 2.
The Tor storm is officially on the struggle bus. Like, big time. ZDR arc just either separated or fell apart. I don't quite know yet. And also the stuff to the south of it is crowding that thing's inflow notch. I'm gonna go with fell apart on that. I'm all
It occluded. That's what it did.
I'm also going to go for outflow boundary on Beach Bluff for a second time because it has turned from going easterly to east-southeasterly. Thank you.
Kopic and Gherkin confirmed it.
Why is
Where?
Kopic out there?
I don't listen. I don't.
I'm going to look that up.
Was it the storm that was north of Haines? Because it did have a little bit of rotation, but only because it was like sandwiched in between that and another supercell. So if they did see anything, it would be completely rain wrapped, and they would have to like 0 meter it.
Well, I think that's what he's doing.
He's 0 metering.
He is. someone just said that wrong. That's good. Mariana. Go back to Memphis.
Yeah, that's the only way I really see a tornado from that storm in Mariana.
Doesn't
And
look like it to me. It looks like a big shelf.
it's hard to tell when it's super dark. I will say that, but
Also, when your service is not great, as his is not.
it's one of those things to where it may be one of those things that it's up to the National Weather Service to decide when they do their damage assessments. Well, the bold spring cell is starting to intensify.
Okay, that's enough of Brandon Kopic's chat for me.
What'd you find? I don't want to know.
Somebody, and this is appropriate for me to say. It's just funny. Somebody in chat said, I looked for a split second. I thought it said marijuana, Arkansas.
No.
Enough of that for me.
People are funny.
Did you see NATO cast for tomorrow?
No. Is it a 2%?
It's a 5 in central Alabama, very western Georgia, and that's it.
Downgrade the rest. No, get those lights off. Off.
Off.
Turn them off. They're too bright. That's what I gotta say. Any chance join? Guys don't mind?
Oh, my jaws.
Probably not, Logan, to be honest with you. Maybe if it was a lesser event, maybe, but...
How much more of this are we doing, you think?
Well, I'm gonna wait until this storm that is...
Nashville?
Nashville's another hour. So, if I decide to do Nashville, then I'm only doing it just because it's impacting Nashville. But these storms, it's gonna take a bit.
What insight.
Well, there's a lot of people over there. So, I should look at the Wednesday 0Z NAM when I get the chance. I don't think I want to.
No, I'm gonna.
No, Morgan. Don't do it. Don't fall into that trap.
For what? For Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Like Wednesday's event?
Yeah.
Like Wednesday's event or Tuesday's event? I need that person to clarify.
Oh.
Seen enough. We need more Morgan and Nate. This has been a thing for 5 years almost now. Wow. That's a long time. um
Are we old
it,
yet?
it we me um what was I saying? Crap. It would happen more often if I was more available. I'm sure Nate's talked about this intermittently when he gets
Mhm.
questions. I am up to my neck here. So it's just I don't get on my computer very often,
And he doesn't.
which is just
For reference, chat, I hate to cut him off, but this is how much to bolster his point that he actually is not on his computer. Morgan, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to be completely truthful. How many times a week do we talk?
ugh. Say average this semester 1 because there's a couple weekends where it's 2 or 3 and then the rest are 0. So
That's my point, chat. It's
I mean
not
we text and we
Oh,
send
yeah.
each other Instagram reels, but
like actually voice calling or sending a call on the phone.
not
Like-
often.
And it's not like it's not to the point to where like Morgan and I hate each other. We still have the same relationship as we always had.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed besides the fact that our lives are just a little bit busier. That's it. If you were to have us go on another expedition of just storm chasing, or if we played video games, or if we just sat in a voice call and screamed about football or baseball, nothing would have changed in the past 5 years. Nothing. And it's kind of a little reassuring, to be honest with you, because sometimes when you go to college, you know, whether it's based off of me and my aspect of things or Morgan's aspect of things, it kind of changes you a little bit, you know? And the fact that it hasn't, and that we're all kind of the same, and even Tristan in chat, Tristan, when going through college, you know, it hasn't changed him either. We've had the same exact friendship since the beginning of when we started it. And it's kind of reassuring to be like, man, you know, we're allowed to have a life outside of, you know, calling and being on Discord and stuff like that. And then when we come back, we got the good old failsafe.
Okay, honestly, the NAM is just up what? Up to its usual shenanigans. There are a few things within this sounding that don't make much sense, but it's just shenaniganizing. There we go, as per usual to me. I have a slightly hot take. I think you have too much cape for Wednesday, if I'm being so honest with you, for the type of sheer profile you have. But it's if you want to go straight off the NAM, which has 4,000 cape, 153 cape with 40 knots of 1 kilometer sheer, that would do pretty decently. Although 73-degree surface dew points, I'm not so sure about that much moisture, but we'll see.
Waynesboro could see some severe weather tonight. It might be more of a wind threat than anything, but you guys could definitely see something. I'm going to put this camera up here. It's over in, where is this? In Parsons, which is out in front of this tornado warning in Lexington.
Which is still moving southeast.
Yeah.
It congealed with everything to the south and west of it. Ew.
Yeah, Tristan, thank you for the 2 and for the meaningful message. Yes, Morgan is also, he is still studying meteorology, even through all this whack stuff. The short and sweet answer of that. Sounds good, Drew. Yeah, I started my channel, at least weather-wise, in 2019. We didn't, Morgan and I really didn't start talking until, like, April of 2020. To which I had him stream this random Northeast event for me. Because, yes. I wonder if I can find that stream on your channel.
I might have unlisted it. Let me go look. That's broken. That's not how that's supposed to work. Why? Okay, I jump onto my YouTube page, and the header is, the title of it is Significant Tornado South of Chicago 6/20/2021, and it's playing this stream.
What?
Where does, like, I don't know how YouTube pulls the source for that even to begin with.
Yes, Nate, Indianapolis looks kind of crazy with that. What?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
That's like,
I did not unlist the stream, by the way. I found it.
we might need to make a video at some point in the future reacting to our previous content.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Help me.
I wish I still had the Easter outbreak. Of course, I had to live stream for 24 hours on that singular stream.
I just got a text from Tristan that says, also, I'm not chasing tomorrow. That is some bleep ass. Bye.
Word for word.
Yeah, very nearly.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him, honestly. About Ashland City. That's some nice lightning. Ashland City. Let's pull it up. Ashland City, Tennessee. That's all the way up there. They're seeing just some general thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorms may be possible. But I don't really see too much beyond that. The tornado confirmed has been downgraded to just a regular tornado warning. So that's good. What about Corbin, Kentucky? Take a look. Corbin, Kentucky, you will see some wind. It's pretty much wind. Wind, wind, and more wind. The only thing I gotta say about Wednesday is a lot of the wind shear is pretty linear, with the exception of everything that is north of the Ohio River.
Yeah, it's not quite unidirectional, but it's almost consistently southerlies at best. I haven't seen many evidence of even southeasterlies. I say many evidence, much evidence.
It's okay, Morgan. English is hard for all of us. I'm sure chat alone can probably pull up a compilation of how many words I have created. I am the new dictionary. I even give my own definitions too.
I had a friend of mine at Nightly the other day.
Mm.
She was recording something for her reel, and she was talking about allergies, and she was trying to get between the two words sniffly and sneezy, and she said sneezely. We were all laughing for a solid 5 minutes.
Monteagle, Tennessee. A lot of wind. It'll be a lot later on tonight, though, but it's going to be a lot of wind. That is a report of a roof gone on a house northeast of Waverly.
With that tornado, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, west. What should we expect in Warner Robins? A lot of wind and maybe a spin up. That's it. Speaking of that, I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna look at.
I'm gonna go
NATO cast
find
now.
that house and see how it was built.
We can't even let the houses rest.
No, I want to know if that was actually. Where's McEwen?
We gotta find the picture of that house first.
I don't. No, we don't, because I zoomed in on GR2, and there's one house in the immediate proximity of where that report was.
I found that 5% that you
Waverly.
were talking about, and I am disappointed.
There's McEwen. Yeah, aren't we all?
I'm disgusted. Why? Tomorrow should really not have a 10. Please, can we just downgrade it? Can we please? I'm begging you. Can we just not?
Crapola. There it is.
What's up, Lacey?
Have Street View. You have Street View.
Morgan's currently looking at how strong or how well built the house has been constructed that got impacted by this tornado. Nice camera in Centerville. It's still a 10. It wouldn't be updated for another 2 hours, but they definitely should take it down. Someone needs to charge their phone.
It's Spike. There's your answer. I'm gonna go with meh to no on if it was well built.
Give me a sec. I'm almost done eating out of my party mix. Okay. I'm going to say meh, because that looks like a 2-story building.
It does, but it looks like it was built up on a hill. I doubt the second story goes off to the right side, like what's being blocked by the telephone pole.
I see a roof up there. It's great.
No, that's what I know. I know, but I mean, let me correct my statement. I doubt there's a lower floor there where that
Oh.
telephone pole is blocking. It looks like it's built up on a hill.
Maybe. If that was the house that actually did get impacted, that'd probably be a solid 1.
Yes. Yes, we have Life 360.
The amount of times I've seen the notification of Nate or Morgan has left the underground lizard base is single digits.
Is it? It might be approaching 10 or something.
It's close.
10 or 12.
It's like, it has to be close to that, but...
Ooh. I have more meme material.
Of course you do, Morgan. Of course you do. It's not a typical Nate Snyder live stream without more memes.
What?
But that storm here east of Bold Springs still is trying to rotate.
That's not helpful at all. That's not helpful at all either. Oh.
This camera that we have in Decaturville is actually pretty nice. Someone please check Shreveport. Shreveport's fine for right now. If they see anything, it might be more rain that they can get overnight tonight. I'm looking at the radar on the side. And I'll show you here. Storms are going south. Or south of you. Natchitoches has probably got a better chance of seeing this severe storm than you do. So Shreveport is good. Someone mentioned in chat the new severe thunderstorm warning for Nashville is not tour possible.
That is correct. 60 and quarters.
You know what that means, chat. It's time for you to get your duffel bags out. Don't do that.
Don't get impaled.
That's a lot of hail. Don't get impaled. Well, that one tornado warning that was near Waverly, that has expired and or got canceled. I think it got expired, though. Ugh. Tell you what, I'm gonna enjoy my bed tonight because I've been sitting on the sitting on this chair. I'm actually curious. Actually, hold up, chat. I'm gonna mute myself for like a couple of seconds whenever I figure this out. But I want to see because I didn't go to my hockey game tonight. Did my team win? I don't think we did. But I'm not sure. That's at the beginning of the third period earlier, and we were up 6-3. Okay, so did we win? Chat, do you think we win? We almost lost, but we won. We won 6-5. That's good. My team won.
6-5.
We won 6-5. My team won. We're good. We're back in the win column of the standings. We lost like 2 games straight. One was to the best team in the league, who has, get this, Morgan, a former ECHL goaltender. So immediately we're just cooked from the start. And then the next one was against the best player in the league who played like D1 college. So that happened.
Not helpful.
Yeah. I also almost got in a fight that game because some dude was not getting penalty calls. So I just kind of checked him into the boards, this 6'5" dude. And yeah. I was upset. Hockey is definitely hockey for a reason. What's up, Marilyn? Yeah, I know. It's kind of a surprise, isn't it? All right, we're going to bring back this camera view.
Can the 3Z wrap run for my sanity, please?
That's a heck of a lightning strike we just saw there, chat. Hopefully we saw it at least.
Hopefully.
That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Perry County in Middle Tennessee.
So they extended it for the supercell that's in Parsons and Decaturville and Lexington. Checking a 6'5" dude does not seem like something you'd do without way too much rage, especially since the dude probably weighed like 270. Yeah.
Welcome back, Matt Rempe.
Well, yeah, but I checked him. A 5'10", 150-pound dude just checked a 6'5", 275-ish dude. And threw him into the boards, by the way. Where's that camera? Decaturville, Tennessee. It seems legit, Lacey. Felicity, by the way, it's nice to see you. Been a hot minute. I'm happy to see you. It's a lot of lightning. Looks like the yeah, it looks kind of like the leading edge of the rain is starting to get to Decaturville. You can see this big gust front that's just right here, and the heavy amounts of rain. Don't see anything tornadic, though. Would I be able to check the storm that is trying to form in Cambridge, Ohio? I definitely can, but I doubt it'll do a whole lot.
Why is there a severe thunderstorm warning northeast of Columbus?
Like New Philadelphia? Yeah, I don't know. That warning expires in 8 minutes. It was definitely issued like 5 years ago. And why it was
5
issued
years-
to begin with, I have no idea.
5 years ago, other known as 5 Lindsay Street at Classen Boulevard light cycles, traffic light cycles, because that light takes forever. Why is that? They missed. It's in Canton. Haley Kate is getting probably some pea-sized tail.
Yeah. Mayhaps. Line is falling apart. Nate's making fun of my chase target. If that was a chase target that you had, I'm sorry, but what are you doing at 11:30 p.m. Eastern? What are you doing this late at night chasing?
53.
11:53. Ugh, it is late. Cambridge, there is nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing. That's funny. You know I love you, Alistair. I'm going to go back to the camera as there's a new tornado warning extension.
It's the extension of Wrigley.
Tornado warning for southwestern Davidson County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee.
So if you live in those counties, consider the following. Yeah, it's good to see that my hockey team did not choke. Was Boyd County looking like? That's a good question. I'll pull that up here. Boyd County looks pretty good. A lot of wind, honestly. Is Harriman, Tennessee looking okay tonight? Harriman, Tennessee. Haley Kate is in chat. Look at that. The Haley Kate. You summoned her. You summoned her. Honestly, I think Harriman should be fine. Just get winds and storms. If it does hit, yeah, pretty much Tysman. Pretty much. Rain, wind, maybe some lightning. The typical shenanigans. You were told you were being bullied?
I was not bullying you. Who claimed that? It was probably Cavender.
Listen, that's more than what I get. Although
I just said you were probably getting pea-sized hail currently because they missed the severe thunderstorm warning, which now is expired. So there you go.
There is not a single warning in eastern Ohio. There is some stuff in southern Ohio, but all that is wind. Wind, wind, and more wind.
You didn't even get that? That's a ripoff. Hang on.
Where is...
That's annoying.
Yeah, Boyd County is probably going to see a lot of wind in about an hour. But I mean that's pretty much it. There's not anything tornadic. Get ready to hear Yazoo City for the next several days. That's
Here we go again, I guess. Made fun of. I didn't even make fun. I can't win. Who told you? Better question.
Better question. Who was the snitch? That's hilarious. I've got 2 guesses in my head. I've got 2 guesses. I know what my first guess is.
I have my great source. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Ugh.
Sure. Flying purple people eaters.
Right.
Hi, sure. Flying purple people eater sure looks strange to me.
3Z rap is running.
No, alright. Listen, we are being framed by chat. Okay. We were being framed.
I said verbatim, this is on a video. This stream is cached. You can scroll back. I said they missed the severe thunderstorm warning, and then I said Haley Kate is probably getting ... pea-sized hail. After 5 seconds of deliberation of what it was actually capable of, I may be making fun of the storms. I am not making fun of the people or location.
Yeah, Eastern Ohio is definitely not getting a whole lot, though. It is now just the Tennessee risk of all time, into which I am still... What? Storms? No. You're not going to make me watch this for the next 5 hours.
You don't have anything better to do, though, yeah?
No. Yes. No. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, the Waverly, the southeast of Waverly. It's ingesting every single storm ever in front of it. It's like Pac-Man, except it's cannibalism. The best way I can put it. It's eating its own thunderstorms.
And guess what? It's now behind the outflow boundary, too.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh my! Can I go home? Can I go home?
Good night, Sim.
Yep. Night, Sam.
Oh. I'm gonna look at a vertical wind profile for Nashville.
That is a good point.
Help.
What? The only reason why it looks like that, go back a couple of frames and it's even worse. Zero wins at the surface. Zero.
The one from 0322Z is pretty nice. That's about it.
Yeah.
Also, also, if you
Also,
would like, if you would like a proper representation of how this is going, go look at Memphis's vertical wind profile.
no.
Yes, if you like a proper representation of how we are doing at this point.
So wait a second. If I'm getting this right, we've got our cold front winds. Okay, that's blowing from the northeast. Or the northwest, I should say, not the northeast. The northwest.
Yeah.
And then your upper level winds are blowing from the southwest. And then you just have whatever the hell that 12 kilometer to 13 to 14 kilometer wind that just goes right through the right motion vector. How does Bristol Motor Speedway look? It's gonna be fine. It's once it gets that far east, it'll be more. It'll be not even more. It'll just be dead. Ish.
I got 3 bolts of lightning and they were cloud to cloud. Bruh.
At least you got something. I'm not gonna get anything tomorrow.
It makes a right triangle. That's not a right. That's a figure 8. Hey,
I was gonna say that is the weirdest strand of DNA I have ever seen in my life.
oh jeez.
And then I thought of no, maybe it's the X-Men.
Valid secondary take. Yeah, you can. Oh my goodness. You can see on Nashville's spectrum width the outflow boundary curling to the south and west. That's pretty cool, but also, can we be done?
Well, the storm near Wrigley and Fairview says it might try to spin up a little bit. But yeah, that outflow boundary is yeah. You like jazz? What's the all right, what's the probs of this tornado watch in general? That's a new tornado watch for northern Mississippi and northern Alabama.
That was supposed to be a. Oh no, that wasn't supposed to be a severe watch.
50-30.
Mm. 60-20, 40-30. Like
60-40 was the Nashville, the Tennessee risk.
the Dashville?
The Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's actually a severe watch in Texas where that stuff is. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, there is. 25. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Yeah, I do agree. You don't have to go that far, Jason. They could stay subscribed to whomever they want, but I appreciate your support. Thank you. We all try to do the same exact thing. We do. We just do it differently. When was that mesoscale discussion issued for those storms? Had to have been a bit ago. Couple of tornadoes.
I too like a couple of tornadoes in my 20,000 square mile watch area.
It verifies the watch. What are you talking about?
Hang on. Wait.
That is a tornado southwest of Fairview, more than likely. It is not a debris signature quite yet, but it has stacked and spectrum width itself.
Spectrum wide.
Spectrum wide.
Yeah, that's gonna be behind the the outflow boundary any second now. But if you're in Lipers, Fork, or Franklin, safe space, safe room, lowest innermost part of your building, with no windows, ideally. It is just one of it's just another one of those very brief
Spin ups.
supercellular things, and I can tell it's going to be very brief because of its appearance on ZDR. But that being said, take your precautions no less. You've been in a tornado warning now for some time, a lot of time.
Yeah. Someone asked about Rising Sun, Ohio on Wednesday. So the one thing I will say about that is that those storms on Wednesday, it hasn't been fully decided as to what that event will entirely look like. We probably won't have a specific answer for you until at least tomorrow night. Which will probably end up being a video on Tuesday morning. Waiting for this next scan to come on in. No debris signature, which is good on the new scan. Any idea on how bad it will get in southeast Kentucky and southwest Virginia tonight? It's just a lot of wind, to be honest with you. I wouldn't say anything more than that. That velocity signature really has picked up. I'll tell you what, it has become a lot more stacked. I need to find a better scientific term than just, like, I need to add something to stacked. But it definitely looks pretty uniform. Why don't I just say uniformly stacked? Nate, can you just, like, formulate a actual...
Holy yap of the Yappingtons.
Okay, but you kind of understand what I mean, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to translate.
We weather folks, I think, have a very good habit of making everything more elaborative than it needs to be.
Yes, but in a game of pattern recognition, I feel like there's just... Everything's got to have a name. Everything's got to have a name. So this is my name of it. This is uniformly stacked. Add that to the Nate Snyder dictionary. Absolutely. You know, chat, I'm not sure if that's a debris signature or not. I kind of doubt it. But I'll eat my own words. Is Indiana safe? Yeah. Yeah, I'll eat my own words. I'm like Kyle Gibson. Gibby. That is a new scan. That is not a debris signature. Still. Or at least not a well-defined debris signature. It's trying, though. Whatever it's dealing with, it's definitely trying. New scan on velocities will come in here in the next couple of seconds. What? It's not tight anymore. You got some grays in the middle. It's kind of uniform, but it's not uniform. It's the gray area.
Great. Great.
Oh, God. Why did that get me?
Uh,
Me whenever I hit the post in RL. That's a lot of special weather statements that I see on my screen. Look at all these special weather statements. I hate to say it, chat, but these are just participation trophies.
nice.
That's what a special weather statement is. It says, hey, listen, we're sorry you couldn't get the thunderstorms. Here, you get some discounts.
You tried.
That's basically what it is. Now I kind of feel bad for Haley because she's in a special weather statement. It's Eastern Ohio is just wonderful. I can't remember the last SIG event that was in Eastern Ohio. Is Indiana going to be a tornado? Not today. Very well, it did earlier, but that's besides the point. Not anymore today. Wednesday, you need to watch out. Wednesday, you need to watch out. It's such a perfect description. It really is. Did Nightbot think you were posting a link? Oh, it's because you put a period in between 2 and B. $18 likes away from 400. Are you serious? Yeah, we are. That's kind of crazy, chat. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. New MCD for Tennessee. Oh, that's not new, but it
yeah,
did
I don't know why it just came through.
Yeah. Also, they have canceled Weather Watch 72. What Weather Watch is that? I don't know. Is that the one that was in Memphis? That was the one that was in Memphis. They finally canceled that Weather Watch. Even though the storms kind of just left it already. So yeah, now that that is out of the way. Ouch. What about Gibson County, Tennessee? Gibson County, Tennessee. I kind of want to just zoom out and see.
Gibson
can
Ridge
find it.
2 analyst.
It is that time of night, chat. It is that time of night.
I'm reaching my limit rapidly, primarily because I have to be up in 8 hours, but I am reaching my limit.
That is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Baseball-sized hail. Hernando.
Oh dear.
Tunica, Pritchard. Yeah, Ryan Scholl, I wonder if he's on that storm.
I think his car's about to explode, so I don't think so.
What do you mean?
So, just saw his tweet that said breaking news, I am not chasing tomorrow. He was driving through a storm and a road sign blew off the side of the road and into his car.
What?
And put out his right tires, and his radiator is not working now.
Ouch. Huh. All right. Milan, Tennessee. That is. Oh, you guys are good. Don't worry about it. You're fine. You guys are all the way back over there. Watch out for Wednesday, though. Wednesday could be a doozy. Morgan does not like the 3Z wrap.
Yeah, it's the corridor in which it originally had the dry line area, or dry line, rather, the synoptic area developing is more limited. And it's still got the same issues with a surface inversion that it always does. My guess is that it figures that there's going to be clouds in the area, and therefore right above them, yeah, that would be exactly what's happening. And therefore right above them, you're dealing with warmer temperatures, warmer convective temperatures that are like 15 degrees different than the surface temperatures. So it's fine. It looks good. It returns moisture pretty decently. It doesn't particularly move the needle for me. It also resolves weirdly with the trough itself. It tries to create just a new low in Kansas and Oklahoma, which I'm not sure will happen. So
it definitely does look it. I wonder why, though.
Look what?
That low. In Kansas.
3K did it too.
It's because it makes sense. No, it makes sense. And the reason being is because the original low, that's with the trough, that
so far north.
It's not only so far north, it's at the latter stages of occlusion, which means the new phase of a low pressure system forming begins, which would be further along the quote unquote cold front that turns into a stationary boundary, which is basically what it does on the lead up. So that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I wonder if that means that Wednesday could be even crazier. Because now, since this is at the beginner stages of this low pressure system forming, does the new low pressure system make Wednesday that much more intense?
I don't think so. I think it's just going to progress into that. It's going to follow the track, progress into the Midwest as it was supposed to with the other one. So I don't think it'll be that much different.
Well, the only reason why I say that is how progressive is it? Because if it's still in the beginner stages of its formation, even by the time it gets into the afternoon on Wednesday, then yeah, you'll get your like wind, because everything wind shear wise is still going to be linear profiling. But If it becomes negatively
Well,
tilted,
Consider this in context. It doesn't look like it changes much at all. I'll go to the euro just for backup.
it does make sense that there is an upper level high above it, though.
What frame did I take that on? 21Z. Yeah, about the same.
About the same, but a little bit weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the short wave is a lot less pronounced.
That it is as well.
Rotation's still there heading into Franklin. It's trying to figure itself out, chat. It's just taking a little bit to get there. Yeah, no problem, Nicole. What about Cookville? Cookville's going to see a lot of wind overnight tonight.
Oh, thank you, GFS. I appreciate it.
I cannot. I cannot with the GFS. Genuinely some garbo. Well, I will say it does look like these storms are starting to deteriorate quite a bit. I mean, we've lost a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. But this new storm, this new damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning, does have a crap ton of hail with it. And it is a supercell. And what is that weather station? There is legit a weather station that is right in the storm.
It's reporting northwesterlies. That makes sense.
Well, but earlier it reported at 10:55 Central. Southwesterlies. Right. So, non-tornado for right now,
Cold
I
air
guess.
outflow.
Morgan. Look at Memphis's radar. And go on to spectrum width. Look at what's out in front of it.
Knocked over a bag. Where have I seen this one before? I'm struggling. Way out in front of it, too.
It is way out in front of it. That thing is like non-tornadic. And it's because of the supercell that is over in Sladen. It's the other severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi.
Yup.
It's kind of funny.
That being said, I'm going to head off at 11:30 because class.
Don't worry. I am thinking about doing the same thing here pretty soon. That is a report of multiple trees down south of Fairview, so maybe it did tornado. I was thinking it probably did. I believe that's Atlanta, Florida. Girl, I believe that's what that is, but hello. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I get that, Oak Park. It's, as I said, it's hard to say what Wednesday could do. If it makes you feel any better, there's a good chance you might be a little far out, a little too far to the east to be in the main significant risk. I think the main threat for big significant weather will stay near the Illinois, eastern Missouri, western Kentucky, portions of Indiana, maybe even western Tennessee again, and northeastern Arkansas. Brett Arnold's getting pounded with hail on his live stream. That's not surprising. He's definitely going places.
I keep forgetting you're not in Eastern Standard. Yeah, I also keep doing that because I keep calling my mother at like 9:30 at night on a school night, and she's a teacher and gets up at 5 in the morning, and she's already asleep by the time that I'm trying to call her. So it ain't just you. I also often forget that I am an hour behind. I'm in the past. Oof. Oh, wow. Man, if I'm already feeling this just from being in my chair, I can't imagine how you do acrobatics to just loosen up when you're done.
Oh, trust me, I'm gonna feel like I've aged approximately 50 years as soon as I step out of this chair. At least I don't have to worry about that nail that's in the stairs anymore, because Tristan took it out.
Yes, that's right. I need to watch where you're stepping. So come back to the eastern side. Funny enough, if there's anything that's going to change in the next few semesters, it is going to be in the wrong direction. But I leave the cryptic remark there.
Still an if though, huh?
If they could make a decision on my application, that would be great. Let's check again. Your file's complete and currently being reviewed. Review it faster.
I definitely will feel like Anthony Rendon. I definitely will. I cannot lie. Yeah, this rotation just died on its approach to Franklin. It's 14 minutes left, and it's probably gonna oof itself.
Where am I transferring? I'm not remarking on it until I actually have a decision, but the people around me know that if I get accepted where I have applied, which is one place, I'm going. So I leave it there. I'm gonna go to sleep, I think.
Yeah. I'm thinking about doing that here in a second, honestly.
So
it just
you enjoy whatever outflow boundaries you continue to find in your side quests tonight. If you are in Franklin, Tennessee, safe space still. And yeah, that's about all I got.
There we go.
I'll get into any discussions of people asking me, unless you have my phone number, and then you can text me if you want. I'll leave any discussions about that for a later date. But because I just don't know yet. But we'll see in the coming days.
Let's put it this way. Before Morgan goes, I think the best way to summarize what he just said is it's always good to keep options open, even if you feel like the first place that you went to still feels okay. It's always good to be able to get into better places if you feel like that is what is best for you.
So we'll see what the next few months has for me on that. But you enjoy your stream tomorrow night. That is viewers only, or
Members only live stream
Members
for the
only.
members in the chat. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 Central. Y'all should join if you're a member. We always
I
have
have
fun.
bowling, so I won't be there. But you enjoy that, and I will let you know of any plans that I have for Tuesday because, of course.
Yep. Sounds good.
Good night to you, and good night to chat, and I will talk to you all soon, presumably.
Yep. Something like that. Night, night.
Bye.
So there was Morgan. Morgan is gone. Morgan is headed to bed for college tomorrow. And the thing of it is, too, I kind of understand how he feels. Because depending upon what happens over the next 8 months, I might not even be at Penn State. I might transfer to State University of New York. So. Cool. Yeah, that's the members only live stream that we have 48 hours before a significant event. It's for our sponsors. And then we have the same exact live stream one day later. But it's with the models being oh so closer. So, yeah. We'll see if we end up going live tomorrow. Honestly, it's hard to tell, hard to say. But we shall see. I think the camera might be struggling. Might be on the struggle bus. Maybe. We'll pull up the Nashville camera. Just because. Yeah, we got a big event coming up in the future here. For the rest of tonight, this is what our severe weather threat could look like. Storms will continue to march its way further to the east. So anywhere within the yellow or the orange should watch out, although I will say a lot of these storms have made it to right about here-ish. Technically, it's like here. And then here. These lines will connect overnight tonight, and they'll head further off to the east. Tomorrow, we have the threat for severe weather as well, ranging from Albany, New York, all the way down to New Orleans, and back down and around. Areas in the orange here could probably see some strong damaging winds. I think really anywhere here along coastal Alabama and Florida, here in western Florida, could potentially see the threat for some spin-up tornadoes. So watch out for that. Once again, very closely. Watch out very closely. And then it does have a heightened tornado risk, but this yellow, I really do believe they're going to take this off. They should take this off, to be honest with you. All right, I don't know why it was issued as a 10 in the first place, to be honest, but it happened. It happened. Tuesday, severe weather over here in the plains, so definitely something to watch out for there. Wednesday, big ol' severe weather event. Basically the same places got impacted today, except this one's probably going to be a little bit more significant. So folks that may be watching the stream right now and is being impacted by these storms, you guys are going to get another round of severe weather there on a Wednesday. Might be a little bit more for, might be a little bit more intense in this area right here. more than some other areas. But some of the consistency with where and when is pretty off, so we'll see. And then Thursday, the continuation of our severe weather day from Wednesday into Thursday, to where more severe weather could exist. So there's just all sorts of stuff. We are down to one tornado warning right now, chat. This one area of rotation here near Franklin that honestly will probably be allowed to expire here soon because a new severe thunderstorm warning got issued out in front of it, and it's a large severe thunderstorm warning from Lebanon all the way down to Spring Hill. So the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been downgraded. It's no longer baseball sized hail, and it's now hen egg sized hail. So that is something to consider as well. Dean is a Vortmax truther? What? Whomst? Oh, SPC forecaster. Gotcha. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. A lot of lightning with this storm in Nashville. A lot of wind. A lot of shenanigans. New tornado warning, probably an extension.
Tornado warning for Tippah County in northeastern Mississippi, northern Benton
What?
County in northeastern Mississippi, western Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi.
Sir, why? Why do you do this for me? Why do you do this to me? Well, new tornado warning here for Walnut, Tiplersville, Faulkner, Ripley, Canaan, Ashland. If you live in these areas, I'd watch out. But there is barely any rotation. And the outflow boundary is making life very difficult. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, chat. Honestly, a lot of these storms, if you're in the path of these, I think the big thing to take away from this all is that if you want to feel a little bit more comfortable about some of them, it's probably good to sleep tonight when you aren't, say, how should I put this? If you are going to sleep That's a new tornado warning. Probably extension.
Tornado warning for Central Rutherford County in Middle Tennessee,
Yeah,
Northeastern
extension.
Williamson County in Middle Tennessee.
Night, Haley. If you wanted to go to sleep, make sure you sleep in an area that's not next to the edge of your house, like walls that are next to the outdoors. Sleep on the couch tonight. You know, stuff like that. Sleep with two eyes open. Yeah, there it is. Totally. But yeah, this storm still does have some rotation with it. It does. Not too much, but it does. Thunder's too loud. That probably means a lightning strike just occurred right next to you. Your couch is by two windows. Now that's tough. I don't know where you may sleep then. Lowest innermost part of your building. How accurate is the radar from the Weather Channel? Asking for a friend. It is very low resolution. So it's low resolution and it's models. It tries to do stuff or tries to show you what could happen ahead of time. That's just basically models and stuff. There's a difference between precision and accuracy. Precision means, you know, it got this specific thing right, and accuracy means it got the general idea of it right. It's accurate, but it's not precise. It's not the most accurate thing in the world, but for general people who may be interested in looking at radar, it's not bad. But for live radar, maybe not. There's definitely better options. There is definitely better options. Go to bed. Wednesday, stay up. Pretty soon I'll be going to bed. I'll have time tomorrow to sleep. These storms are very weak. There's 2 tornado warnings right now, one of which has had a history of being close, if not has already put down a tornado, which I do think it did put down a tornado. So I'm staying up for a little bit longer. I'm okay with putting up a night shift for tonight. At least just for a little bit. What's it looking like over Rural Hill? That is a good question. That's southeastern portions of Nashville. A lot of it just seems to be a lot of damaging winds, if anything, although you're getting a lot of anvil precip. So your ventilation of the storm is moving out into the storm, or into your area, I should say. It doesn't really look too crazy, to be honest with you. Still the chance for some strong damaging winds, but not anything beyond that. Are you going to die? No. No, you are not. Listen, Oak Park, you are really not... Tonight, you are not getting impacted by anything. And Wednesday, we don't exactly know all the details, all right? If you take the proper precautions, if you are ever impacted by a storm and you have a tornado plan in place, you will never get to that stage, all right? It's one of those things to where you want to have a plan of action ahead of time. You want to know where that safe place is in your house. You want to know if you have to abandon your house ahead of time, where you can go, all sorts of stuff like that. Trust me when I say you're not going to... If you do the right things and make sure you are informed ahead of time, you are not going to. Can Stanford, Kentucky go to sleep now? That's a good question. Stanford, Kentucky. Yes, you're behind the line. You're good. I'll show you, but you're good. Richmond, Stanford is right there. The main line is east of you. You're good. High risk Wednesday, be ready for upgrades. I'm not sure Wednesday is a high risk, to be honest with you. I see the ceiling for moderate. High risk, too early to tell. There are a lot of inconsistencies that are going on with that event. I need a little bit more consistency from some of the cams. So, what I see from the 21Z wrap tomorrow and the 0ZH tomorrow, I'll have a better answer. But there's only been one time into which I've seen this year at least where I was like, that's absolutely a high risk. And it was the 15th. Wednesday, no. Wednesday, there's a lot of inconsistencies. There's something interesting that popped up on the latest wrap and the latest NAM 3 kilometer, although I hate the NAM 3 kilometer with a passion. There's something that just popped up with the latest 3Z wrap for Tuesday's event that could make things really interesting for Wednesday. Maybe some of the domino effects. Are the storms weakening? Good to sleep in Chattanooga. I know they won't come through for another couple of hours, but bad weather anxiety. These storms are weakening. By the time it gets to you, it'll probably be a lot of damaging winds and thunder. Thunder and lightning. But I don't think it'll be anything with tornadoes. Not for you guys, at least. What do I think about the odds that SPC drop in the 10% tornado risk in South Carolina? They should drop the 10% tornado risk tomorrow, period. It is not a 10 tor risk. I was kind of trying to figure out why they issued it to begin with, but it really shouldn't be a 10 tor. Do I know when it's going to start in Hattiesburg? That's a good question. Hattiesburg, I think you guys could potentially see your activity in the early morning hours tomorrow. Sometime around 9 or 10 in the morning. Somewhere around then. Overdid it today. Should have been a... Brandon, I'm not sure if you're trolling whatsoever. You probably are trolling. I have no idea whether it's just you, whether that's actually what you feel, or if you're just trolling the troll, or if you're just someone who randomly created an account that knows me and just wants to come in and troll, but you gotta be trolling. There is no way you thought today was just a slight risk. Can Franklin downtown go to bed? We talking about like area that just got impacted. Franklin, Tennessee, I think they can go to bed, but I wouldn't be surprised if you guys get a little bit more hail and a little bit more damaging winds. But at least that's how it like it is. As I said, I'm very blunt. I speak my mind, I speak it. I always want to try and make sure that people understand where I'm coming from too. $170 credits into meteorology. Well, that's cool and all, but if you thought today was a slight risk, that doesn't mean that you are any less wrong. The only reason why I say that is because the wind risk absolutely verified. If we go over here to the storm reports, we'll open this link in a new tab, zoom in. That right there is a that is a verification for wind. That is a verification for hail. The tornado risk, not as much. Obviously, there's only 3 tornado reports, so one could claim it was a bust. But in the next 2 or 3 days, there's going to be outlooks. Well, not outlooks. There's going to be damage assessments that'll probably fill up some of these red spots. Even then, this was the perfect enhanced risk day. Also, Brandon James, you're 170 credits into metrology. For reference, it only takes about, what? I think it's 120 credits to get a bachelor's in meteorology. So, if that was the case, you should be official, shouldn't you? But higher risk comes with tornadoes? No. No. Have you ever seen a derecho before? A derecho doesn't have the whole lot of tornadoes that is associated with it, and yet it can be a moderate or a high. Most of the time, it's a moderate. Let's not. Don't even. Oh boy. You're absolutely right. We didn't have a derecho, but your claim was that with a higher risk comes more tornadoes. I just disputed your claim. That's my point. It can happen. And it doesn't just happen with derechos either. 90 plus wins is derecho. You're trolling. You're 100% trolling. I'm sorry. I'm done dealing with you. You absolutely are not in college for meteorology. Because you clearly are not informed. And this is taught in college. So thank you. I appreciate you entertaining my time. It was very fun. It was hilarious. But yeah, you are not. I need the meme of you are not the father. You are not the meteorologist. Can Springfield, Tennessee go to bed? Let's take a look. Yes, you can go to bed. For reference, by the way, a derecho doesn't take into account how strong the wind speeds are as long as the minimum is a 60 mile per hour sustainability over 250 miles. So a long line of storms with the entirety of the line of storms being 60 mile per hour winds or greater has to sustain for 250 miles or longer. True thing, kick and wing. That's why I'm saying I'm pretty sure that person knows me and just wanted to start at trouble or something like that. But yeah, as I said, that is not legit. It was funny, I will admit. It was pretty funny. But you are not the meteorologist. That is a new update from the Storm Prediction Center. They canceled Weather Watch 76, and that is a new tornado warning. Oh, yes, for Hampshire and Columbia. Absolutely. You'll hear it here in a second, chat, but new tornado warning, Hampshire.
Tornado warning for Maury County in Middle Tennessee.
So if you live in Hampshire or Columbia, you need to get in your safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. We do have a camera here. We do have a camera that is in Columbia. We'll let you guys watch it for a little bit. I want to answer this from chat, though. Question for you, Nate. What's the difference between the proposed 5 hatched risk and a regular 5 and a 10 non-sig? So, I guess the answer is there isn't one. Between the regular 5 and the 5 hatched. Because most often times they'll be intertwined between each other. Most often they will. I guess times when that isn't the case is when you have tropical cyclones that move on through and you just have a regular 5 risk. A 10 non-hatched would just be a higher probability of weaker tornadoes. And then I guess a 5 hatched is, 5% chance of significant weather that could occur. I guess that's what that is. I'm still not too familiar with the proposed plan is completely, but that's crazy freedom. What should Augusta, Georgia expect for severe weather tomorrow? Damaging winds, to be honest with you. I don't really expect anything other than that. Velocity signature has weakened over the past few frames, but this was an absolute valid tornado warning. Once again, if you live in Hampshire, along U.S. Highway 412, you don't want to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. What do I think about the proposed double and triple hatched in the SPC? I think the way they can go about it can be better. But it is still in a developmental stage. I think instead of doing like a 5 sig or like the sig system in general, you can do it to where there is you can do it to where, how can I word this? You have the type of risk that you have, and then you can scale it up. I guess that's kind of similar to what it is, but I thought of it the other day and I thought it was pretty good. But it was basically like, okay, so you have this type of tornado risk here, and it would be classified under different levels, like how frequent you can see the tornadoes. And then you can have like a subsection, and it would be like plus what the risk of significant activity could be. So, like, for instance, let's say you have a level 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So you would have a 3, and then you would have a slash with it as well. And then you would have your significant risk of 1, 2, or 3. You can put like 3/1 or 3/2 or 3/3. Or you can do something similar to like the probability within the tornado watch type thing. You could put in like a 15% in the beginning, and then another 10% significant tornado. So it'd be 15-10. And then the way you put that on the outlook with the hatch risk look that they have, instead of you adding like more to like the lines, what the heck did they? They updated the day 1, I guess. They updated it a while ago. Anyways, yeah. Instead of you just having like the different versions of like eye soreness, you can just replace this slash here with like a different symbol, and you would just have the same consistency. So you can do like black full circles and then black open circles or whatever. Something like that. Sup, KMS Bismarck? As I said, there's so many things that you can do with that, but I think it's just, it's weird for right now. It is definitely complex. What's the word on Wednesday? Right now, Wednesday, it seems as if it's actually, and this is going to sound pretty stereotypical, but it's going to be fully dependent upon what happens Tuesday. There's the potential for some pretty interesting activity that could happen on Tuesday that is just appearing on the models now. Something that's new. So, that looks to be a debris signature. That looks to be a tornado in progress east of Hampshire. So if you are, once again, along Highway 412, looks like a tornado could probably be in progress here. You need to get into your safe space. But that is definitely some uniformed stacking here. You can clearly see it is pretty much so in that classic box of where the strongest winds are actually located. We have a very tight and compact rotation here. That is a new scan that just came in. It looked like it was on the ground for a brief second because we do have some debris fanning. We do have some fanning here, at least in the lower levels. Craig's Marine Shifa. The more I know. Still going to be a tornado warning here for Columbia, Tennessee. If you're in Columbia, Tennessee, please get into your safe space, lowest innermost part of your building, and stay away from windows. That would be the way to go. Still got this storm over here west of Murfreesboro. Looks like it's trying to tighten up with a little bit more rotation. Does it look bad around Savannah? Sounds not so good down here, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't really look that bad, to be honest with you. It's just a lot of spotty hail, maybe some damaging winds, but the tornado threat is pretty low for you guys right now. Please look at London, Kentucky. Friend is in a trailer and radar scope is showing a TVS. You said London, Kentucky. That is north of Corbin, east of Somerset, west of Hazard, southwest of Jackson. All right, got it. I think I know where that is. All right. Jackson radar. Somerset. London. I really don't see a whole lot of stuff that says something that's tornadic. Why is this warning text? All right, enough. I just want to go back to this radar. Yeah, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation near London, to be honest with you. I see a lot of wind. See this line of storms here. Nice little outflow boundary out in front, too. So that tells me that this is really a lot of wind. So I don't think you're going to be really dealing with a lot of stuff that's tornadic. Should be fine. Jackson, Mississippi in the clear from any storms tonight. Really, it's tomorrow morning that you guys are going to be seeing that. Sometime around 6 or 7, maybe a little bit earlier than that is possible. And then once those storms move on through, guys should be done with the main significant activity. Should be okay. Yep, isn't that the truth, Freedom? Western Tennessee is pretty much done. Not really a whole lot of stuff for you guys. Still some rotation here near Columbia. We still have our camera that is in and around this area. Opinion on tomorrow? A lot of wind. The tornado threat is not that crazy, to be honest with you. I really don't see a whole lot. If there really is a tornado threat, it will probably be along coastal Florida. Like western Florida. That coastal area of western Florida. Yeah, I had to take a pretty long break. A lot of stuff that happened outside of YouTube, but we're alive and well now. Did I see the Pistons game brawl? No, I did not. I've been here. Columbia, Tennessee area. Yep. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Franklin's definitely done with their big main severe weather risk. Although they did have some pretty gnarly hail over there, ping pong ball sized hail. So it's possible that there could have been a little bit of damage. Looks like our little area of rotation here, southwest of Columbia, is starting to get really close to our camera. So let's go full screen to our camera, see what this thing is doing. Somehow you were totally missed in Shreveport. I thought you guys were going to get a lot more storms, to be honest with you. The fact that you didn't, kind of surprising to me. But I'm happy you didn't. You guys have been getting a lot of rain over the past week. Man, look at those winds here, chat. See this? I'm seeing winds that are going this way. Winds that are going this. Wait a second, chat. Chat. Is something tornadic here? What is... Did it go south of the camera? What is this? Could be a little spin up southwest of Columbia. And that would make sense too. That's what we're looking at. Huh. We might have a little weak tornado going on. You're south of Columbia. Watch out. Tell me I'm going to be staying live for a little while. More than likely. I do want to go to bed eventually. But until a lot of these tornado warnings actually get canceled, and there aren't any more, we'll probably stay up for a good bit longer. So now winds are starting to go like this. So we definitely had some rotation earlier. We definitely had maybe some form of a tornado that got close. Aiden with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. Says goodnight, Nate. Appreciate you as always. I appreciate you for being here. Helping out with the stream, helping out in chat. Thank you so much. As I said, really do appreciate it. Last couple of years, these meteorologists have been off on predicting the weather. I will say it is pretty difficult to get a lot of these precise. So looks like the camera's just not going to work, whether that's a power outage or what. Looks like it's not going to work. I do know that we have a camera on our camera map that is near Murfreesboro. Yeah, we do have a camera that's in Murfreesboro. It's currently looking at the remnants of that tornado warning. Thank you, Beats by T9P. I appreciate you for being here. That Columbia storm moving towards McMinnville. Looks like it's heading just a little bit to the south. But I do think McMinnville could see some severe weather. Some strong damaging winds. Just got up watching from eastern Tennessee. Well, I'm telling you, these storms are not really that crazy. So if you wanted to, you could go back to sleep. But I understand why you may not. They updated the SPC Day 1 Outlook. Part of South Carolina is in the light green area. Is that the outlook for tomorrow? Is that what you're talking about? I guess we'll have to see here. We're going to be up until at least the top of the hour. No problem, Jimmy. Reed Timmer's really good at chasing, but a lot of the stuff that he says, and this is pretty well known by the weather community, but he can over exaggerate a lot sometimes. And that could basically bite some people in the rear when they try to do that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he's still an experienced and good forecaster and stuff like that. It's just sometimes it's just a little too much. Here's our storm that's getting into Murfreesboro now. Murfreesboro is currently seeing a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. I'll tell you what, there's probably a good chance that there's some constant rumbling in this area. Like, there's so much lightning here. There's probably some constant noise. Night Oak Park. Can I show you Willoughby, Ohio? I sure can, but I don't think you're going to be seeing a whole lot, to be honest with you. Willoughby, oh, that's like Cleveland. Yeah, you're done for the night. You can go to sleep. You can go to sleep. Tomorrow/today, yeah. I mean, the new day one hasn't come out yet. But if I had to guess, I really think they're going to take away that 10% risk. I think it's just going to be a lot of 5 tour. Do I think we can get a day 3 moderate? I wouldn't put a day 3 moderate if I was the SPC, but I can't say. I think they should keep the enhanced. Don't add anything extra. There is still a lot of inconsistencies with the Wednesday's event. Someone was trolling in chat earlier and said, oh, it's going to be a high risk. I definitely see the ceiling of it being a moderate. Don't get me wrong there. A high risk? You kidding me? I need to wait until tomorrow night. I need the 21Z wrap, the 0ZH triple R for me to make that consensus. And even then, that's not guaranteed. Even then, it's not guaranteed. It's bad that I kind of look forward to severe weather. I've walked the beach during a hurricane here in Virginia, but severe weather's always intrigued me. I mean, I guess it depends upon how you look at it, because I enjoy chasing severe weather. It's just I would rather it not, impact people's lives. But I always have fun chasing it and look forward to it. So, yeah, I can see what you mean. I don't think it's too bad. I appreciate that, Urio. Or Urio. I get that, Lexi. It's kind of like a vibe. Just sit here, watch the stream, do other stuff. I do that with some other streams, like gaming streams or whatnot, if I just can't go to sleep. Tornado warning has been updated. Still area of rotation south of Columbia to watch out for. Tornado warning over there. The other tornado warning that was in Benton County in Mississippi has been canceled, so it's just these 2 tornado warnings at this time. Got sirens going off in Glen, Mississippi, probably for some severe thunderstorm warnings. I know a lot of storms, or a lot of cities, sound off their sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff like that. And that does look to be the case. There is no more tornado warning over here. People are saying that tomorrow might, or if tomorrow could go, or asking if tomorrow could go moderate. Stop. Stop. Tomorrow is barely an enhanced risk. The only reason why it's going to be an enhanced risk tomorrow is for wind. If anyone wants a moderate, oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Stop. You need your standards fixed and checked. Just stop it. Where is Glen, Mississippi? Glen is close to Corinth, as someone said in chat. Yeah, of course. I always try to interact with my chat as best as I can. Of course, when we get more viewers, there's been times into which we've had like 2,000 people on in chat and they're texting and all sorts of stuff. But I try to make sure people get, or I try to talk with as many people as I can. No promise I can get to everyone, but I do try. What do I think about Tuesday for Eastern Oklahoma? Overnight. Overnight severe weather. That's all I can say right now. Bad weather freaks you out. It freaks a lot of people out. Yeah, don't feel like you're alone in that. You definitely aren't. If you are north of Nashville on 65 or 24, you can go to sleep. There's nothing going on for you. Just some random thunderstorms. It's really not that crazy. The tornadic rotation in Columbia has now weakened significantly. It's now just this blob. This blob of a storm. Bleh. Can I get a timing on the Jackson, Mississippi for tonight, please and thank you? So Jackson could more than likely see their stuff sometime around, I would say 5, 6, 7 a.m. Somewhere within that time frame. Give or take. Give or take. Depends upon how progressive some of these storms actually are. But I really do think it's somewhere around that time period. I think it'll be a lot of damaging winds too. But I don't think it'll be anything more than that. At least it doesn't seem like it will be. Speaking of which, I forgot to actually see how progressive the severe risk for coastal Florida actually is. Coastal Florida and southwestern Georgia. Chat, is it possible that they just only put a 5% tornado risk for, like, southwestern Georgia, and that's it? Like, they do southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, western Florida. That may be it. That may indeed be it. Oh, well, besides the severe weather stuff that's possible over there in northeastern North Carolina. But other than that, I mean, it's not too crazy. Yeah, no problem, Crystal. Timing looking like for southwestern Alabama, it'll be a little bit beyond. That's a new tornado warning. Do they extend one of these?
Tornado warning for southeastern Lewis County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Wayne County in Middle Tennessee, northern Lawrence County in Middle Tennessee.
What? Waynesboro. They issue tornado warning for this one? Okay. Sure. Looks like we're still up for a little bit longer here, chat. Alright, well, while we wait for the tornado warning to pop up on our screen, someone asked for southwestern Alabama. Southwestern Alabama could see their stuff sometime around 9 or 10 in the morning before things start to move across. Something like that. Alright, is there a camera down here in Waynesboro? Not through that. I think there is one through Has cameras, though. There's Lawrenceburg. It's Pulaski. I'm pretty sure there's a camera. There might be a camera in, like, Waynesboro. Yeah, there is. So we do have a camera in Waynesboro. That's from Hascams. I'm gonna real quickly just put that there too. That way I just have this for future reference. There we go. Sup, Savannah? Welcome to the stream. Sup, Darth? Nice to see you. Were there any SIG tours during the afternoon or night? Because I saw there was one PDS in the afternoon. That PDS was the only SIG tour. It was on the border of Missouri and Kentucky. Other than that, no. Euro is updating? Might be interesting to look at. Maybe. Especially something sit on notifications. I appreciate that. I don't think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. We usually update update and upload at 9 in the morning Eastern, 8 Central. I don't think we'll have a video tomorrow morning. We're going to be up for quite a bit tonight. So any content that we'll have, it may be in the afternoon. So it's probably just good to have notifications on. But I appreciate all the people who are here in chat, all the people who subscribed and supported the channel. How much does this app cost? depends upon what app you're talking about. If you're looking at the camera right now, it's free. Just go to the website at the top left-hand portion of your screen, hascams.com. You can go over there and go see it. The model site that we look at here with the storms and the timings and all that, that's free. Just look up pivotalweather.com. That is pivotalweather.com. You'll be able to find all sorts of models over there as well. And then if you're looking at a radar, to be quite honest with you, there's a lot of different ways that you can go with radar. There's stuff online, there's apps, there's whatever. Unless I've missed it, watched you all day, I haven't seen you eat. So funny enough, I was given my dinner sometime around 7:30 Eastern. It is 1:33 a.m. This is what my dinner looks like. All I have is my broccoli left. So I have been picking. I've been slowly picking. I appreciate you watching out for me, though. Kind of the reason why I've been picking at my teeth with this this flosser is because I have something stuck in my teeth. I've also been munching on my party mix. If I had to say, would you say the outlook tomorrow could change any? Yes, it will change. It should change at least. If it doesn't change, I'll be surprised. But the 10% tornado risk should be gone. I firmly believe it should not exist. Am I here on the East Coast? Kind of. I've been to Baltimore and DC way too many times that I can count. But I live in South Central Pennsylvania. Are there any good free radar softwares for PC? Yes, there is. I can't remember what its name is. Give me a second. I think it's WeatherWise. I think that's what the name is. We pull up WeatherWise. Apps on Google Play. WeatherWise app. WeatherWise radar. WeatherWise Plus for desktop. There it is. WeatherWise is not bad. You can just go over here, click a radar. It'll load reflectivity. It does its job. For a free radar online, web.weatherwise.app. It's not bad. I have quite a bit left on that plate. It's only broccoli, and I'll eat the broccoli later. It's fine. I like broccoli. But I saw the mashed potatoes earlier, and I saw the chicken. I was like, I can't leave that. Broccoli is the one thing that if you leave it on a plate for too long, it won't spoil. But if you leave those mashed potatoes and that chicken, But yeah, WeatherWise is not a bad app. You can go down to the bottom left-hand side, and you can just tap the reflectivity thing. You can change it to all sorts of stuff that you want. Correlation coefficient, differential reflectivity, velocity. You know, we might actually use this as a part of our how to read radar video, because we'll look at all sorts of different radar applications. But yeah, that's kind of what I got with WeatherWise. I totally get that, Savannah. I totally do. All right. One thing that I want to mention here, real quickly, we're still gonna be streaming for a good bit because that tornado warning is still in effect, and that is a new thing from IEM Bot. Tornado Watch 82 has just been issued until 12 UTC. I don't know where this tornado watch is at that just got issued, but okay. A lot of you guys know there's going to be a lot of severe weather over the next few days. I mean, we could just, we can show you guys the rest of the severe weather for today, right? Storms will continue to march its way off to the east. Heading into Monday, severe weather will continue to move off into the coastal areas of the United States as well as the southeast, even into areas up near Albany. So a lot of severe weather that's possible over here. Tuesday, very expansive risk for severe weather across the board, from the Central Plains all the way into the Midwest. Wednesday, we have a very big risk for severe weather that is pretty much in the same areas as today. And it probably will be worse than it was today. So be weather aware if you live in any of those areas that got impacted today, so we can get another bit of activity there. Where is this new tornado watch? Where? I have no idea. Anyways, that's the risk for Wednesday. Big time risk. Thursday, the continuation of that severe weather as it moves east. And we probably will have more where that comes from. While I be streaming on Wednesday, there's a very good chance that I will 100% be live streaming. More than likely will happen. I'd be shocked if I wasn't. Anyways, the reason why I bring this up, chat, is because I want to make sure that everyone is informed or everyone is able to conversate, especially if you're a part of, or if you want to be a part of my community. I'm not saying that you have to be a part of it or if you have to talk and stuff. But if you do have a Discord account, we do have a Discord server. Link is in the chat that I just posted. Feel free to join there at the Twist of Fate Discord server. Trust me, there's a lot of good conversation there. I owned the server for about a good 4 years, then I passed it on to another person who's going to be really active with it. That's the new tornado watch. It's for Knoxville and Chattanooga. Please tell me it's 4020. It's 4020. It's a bottom of the barrel tornado watch. Yeah, okay. Not that crazy. That is new mesoscale discussion. Watch possible. 40%. Okay. Cool. That server link is expired. Is it? I'll just create a new one. I shall just create a new one, chat. It's fine. It works. I shall just create a new one. All right, here you go, chat. Link in chat. You want to join the Discord server? Click that link. Go do it. I recommend it. A lot of good conversation in there. That seems legit, Ario. Ario. If I had my own weather radar app. I don't know, Titan. That's a good question.
Tornado warning for South Central DeKalb County in Middle Tennessee,
Of course.
Northwestern Warren County in Middle Tennessee, Central Cannon County in Middle Tennessee.
Well, new tornado warning here for Woodbury. If you're in Woodbury, watch out. If you're north of McMinnville, you need to watch out. But McMinnville is not actually in the tornado warning right now. I'll think about that, Titan. I don't know, to be honest with you. Watching from Shetland Island, Scotland. That's pretty crazy. I've been to Scotland before. I went there this past summer. It was pretty cool. Went to Glasgow and Edinburgh. And then I also went to the Highland Games, which was pretty cool. Very beautiful place. But they definitely do not get a lot of tornadoes. They get a lot of wind. Morgan's my companion who streams with me. He was on the stream earlier. But now he's sleeping. Going to bed and whatnot. Man, that's some pretty large hail reports over there. Near Smyrna. Nolansville as well. 2-inch sized hail. That's hen egg sized hail. If you can imagine buying a carton of eggs, that one egg, that's the size of the hailstone that had fallen from the ground, or fallen to the ground from that storm. This is my #1 place I visit before I die. It seems legit. I appreciate I can at least give a little bit of comfort. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know what I would name my weather app if I were to make one. That's a good question, Titan. After thinking about it for about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes now, since you asked that, I still have not come up with something. I don't know. I'd probably come up with something corny like Weather Watch. I don't know. Just got placed in a tornado watch west of Chattanooga. Is it looking bad? No, not really. Really, this is the only storm here near Woodbury, Tennessee. It has a little bit of rotation here. Just a little bit. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is at. Shetland has the strongest wind gusts in the UK at 197 miles per hour, but the recording materials blew away, so it could never be recorded officially. That sounds about right. That's pretty funny. They updated it. They updated it, chat. New day one outlook. New day one outlook. It's time for the reveal. I've already seen it, but do you think, chat, did they keep the 10? Did they keep the 10 torr risk? Or did they keep it as a 5% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius? What do you think in chat? Put it in chat right now. Do you think they kept the 10% or did they decrease it to a 5? And no, one of the answers is not they increased it to a 15. Go away. Nor is the answer did they decrease it to a 2%. Ladies and gentlemen, your answer is they decreased it to a 5 torr. Goodbye. Bye 10 torr. It's gone. I told you. Should never have been there to begin with. Goodbye. Bye, 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 bye. Someone play Backstreet Boys because gone. Off. Goodbye. Ejected. Day one risk just came out. This is the severe weather threat for Monday. They have taken the 10% off. Completely gone. Completely gone. It is now just a 5% tornado risk that extends from New Orleans all the way to Pensacola, down to Tallahassee, up to Savannah, Charleston, Columbia, Charlotte, Raleigh, Virginia Beach, Wilmington. They took the 10 torr off. Goodbye. I told you, chat. Should be gone. The 30% wind absolutely is valid. Keep that on there. It's going to be windy. All right. It is absolutely going to be windy tomorrow. The tornado risk is not that bad, chat. As I said. 10 torr did not need to be on there, period. There is no reason why it should have been on there. All right, let's look in chat here. Wisconsin should be fine. Is Waynesboro safe? Waynesboro... It looks like the rotation has moved to the east of Waynesboro by a good bit. And it also looks like the storms have passed you all for the most part. We'll go back to the radar here. We'll show you guys what we mean by that. Here's Waynesboro. Here is the storm in question that produced the tornado warning. It has moved just to the east of you all and is still going to move off to the east. There are no storms really to your west that are significant, so I believe Waynesboro, in this case for right now and for today, is safe. I think you guys are definitely going to want to watch out for the potential of severe weather on Wednesday, though, as there could be some good amount of activity for you all. See, I told you, chat. There's not too much to worry about tomorrow besides just strong damage and winds. I think the main tornado threat, if you had to ask me where the main tornado threat is going to be tomorrow, it's going to be southwestern Georgia, southeastern Alabama, western Florida. That's really it. Anywhere else, it seems a little too much to me. But yeah, that's my thought process. Was weather related. Large tree toppled a home. 3 individuals had to get extracted from a home. 3 transported with injuries. That's crazy, Devil Overload. I hope they're all right. I hope they get the care that they need. What about McMinnville? So the good news is that this current storm that is over near Woodbury, the bit of rotation, is going to head to the north of McMinnville. I do think they could see some other storms that could move on through that area. Maybe see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at most. And you might even get the remnant of this tornado warning. But I think this particular storm here that is in Woodbury will head to the north of McMinnville and not pose a tornado threat for you all. I totally get that, Lexi. As I said, it's storms. They either can put you to sleep, or if you get like tornado watches and tornado warnings and stuff like that, they can keep you up. I totally get that. When are the storms coming through the Atlanta metro? That was a good question. It looks to me like the Atlanta metro is probably going to see their activity sometime around noon, maybe a little bit after that, like the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We'll see, sometime within that time frame, maybe give or take an hour. That's what I would expect. So late morning, early afternoon. 62 likes from 500. Sheesh. We're getting up there, chat. You guys are definitely helping us spread the information, get onto the algorithm. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. About both South Carolina local offices already called the very low tornado risk yesterday. Yeah, they didn't agree with the SPC. I don't think anyone did. It was not necessary. But I understand why they did. I don't think. No. No. My hair is starting to poof out of my hair outside of my hat. That's what I was supposed to say. Tornado warning just got updated. If you're in Woodbury, the storm has started to pass you guys. Give it another 5 minutes and then you guys should be good for the night. You'll see a couple more thunderstorms, but it will not be severe to the extent of what you just saw. So just give it a little bit. Wind should be a major concern for tomorrow? Yes. I mean, I wouldn't even say major. It would just be a concern. At maximum, you guys could probably see 60 to 65 mile an hour winds. But it also could be possible that some areas don't even get to that extent. You could see 40 mile an hour winds. Not every area will probably be created equal. It's just the maximum conditions, the maximum intensity of those storms will likely sit somewhere in that. It's like the ceiling of the event. Totally get that, Eric. We had some crazy weather earlier. How's Destin and Panama City Beach Monday? I think you guys could probably see a couple spin-ups that are possible. There's always something that happens along the coastline of Florida. So I'd watch out. If you're still watching this, I would recommend, especially if you're watching this behind, this is currently 1:56 a.m. Eastern, 12:56 a.m. Central. If you are not aligned with this time, or if you're, say, like a minute or two behind, well, not like a minute or two, but if you're beyond a minute or two behind, I would recommend refreshing the stream. Sometimes the stream can lag, and sometimes you can be a little delayed. Get the most recent information by refreshing the stream. The typical stuff. 35 likes from 500? Sheesh. You guys are hitting that like button. I'll tell you what. Doing that helps us get onto the algorithm. It definitely helps us spread information with more people on social media. So I appreciate you guys. Weather Radio just woke us up here in Knox County, Tennessee. It's probably because of the tornado watch that you guys got. But the tornado watch, it's the bottom of the barrel. It's like the lowest tornado watch that you could possibly get, with the exception of the one tornado watch that I saw a couple of years ago. Oh, goodness. That tornado watch should not have been a tornado watch, but oh well. You're in Georgia and you get anxiety when it gets to me. Tornadoes are possible. Yeah, I totally get that. As I said, let's hope that it doesn't get to that stage. Looks like the storm has started to gust out east of Woodbury. It looks like we're seeing a little bit more of a bow echo, at least according to velocities. You can see how bright the reds are here. A lot of winds that are moving away from the radar. Very strong winds. You can even see that bow echo on reflectivity. The storm is trying to hook around. It's trying to wrap that rain, maybe create some rotation at the front part. But what it's also doing is, while it wraps that rain around, it starts to bring a lot of that wind, and it pushes a lot of the rain out into more of a bow echo. And usually when that happens, that wind can overpower the rotation and kind of just cut it off. But that's at least in the long-term range. In the short-term range, sometimes with that bow echo, it can create some spin at the top part of the storm that's favorable for tornadoes. So, on one hand, you get some brief tornadic activity. On the other hand, the long-term delays long-term potential. It subdues long-term potential. Yeah, of course, Jesse. Was the outlook for Winchester? I'll take a look. By the way, the rotation... That looks weird, chat. Right in here is where I'm watching. Right at that little area. So you said Winchester, Tennessee. Moderate tomorrow? No. No. Absolutely not. There will not be a moderate risk for Monday. They just took down the 10 tour. It's now a 5 tour. As I said, tomorrow is not crazy. If there's any event that could see a moderate risk, it's going to be Wednesday. Some people might say high. We are not in that stage to where we can say that it could be a high risk. But it will definitely not be a moderate risk for day 3 tomorrow. I do not see that happening either. I will be surprised. I will genuinely be surprised if that happens. You mean for day 3? As I said, they should keep day 3 enhanced. The only times they should be issuing a moderate risk for severe weather for Wednesday should be when it turns into the day 2 outlook or when it turns into the day 1 outlook. Day 3 should not go moderate unless if the models get a bit better in the middle of the day tomorrow. I could see them maybe changing it to a moderate risk in the middle of the day tomorrow, but I do not see it. I do not see it here within the next couple of hours. Winchester, Tennessee, you're pretty far out in front of the storms here. I see a lot of damaging winds, but I don't see anything more than that. How does the storm in West Virginia look? The stuff that's over in like Huntington and stuff? Let's take a look. Wow, that radar just died. Guess we're gonna have to use Charleston's radar. That's fine by me. Will it produce a tornado? What do I think? Are we talking about the storms that are ongoing right now? If we're talking about the storms that are ongoing right now, it might try that one that's east of Woodbury. I kind of doubt it to an extent. I really do. But it's always good to be prepared. But I kind of doubt a lot of these storms and their tornado potential. And that goes for these storms in West Virginia, honestly. This is a severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Jackson. I believe that's Wirt, Rowan, and Calhoun. I've not been in this part of West Virginia. I've pretty much been to almost every other area of West Virginia besides Parkersburg and just western West Virginia. I haven't been to Huntington, and I have not been to, like, Beckley. I've been to Charleston. I've been to, like, almost near Greenbrier. I've definitely been... Okay, Addison is not technically Addison. It is Webster Springs. But I've been over there. I've been to Elkins, I've been to Morgantown, Martinsburg, I've been to Wheeling. I used to live in West Virginia, in Martinsburg, but I have not been in this area. That is a little bit more unfamiliar territory. But one thing that is pretty consistent is that the storms that West Virginia usually gets is a lot of wind, a lot of rain. And that doesn't seem to be anything different with what we're seeing tonight. So, should be all right. Now, that is a new update from IEMBot. That is a new Day 2 convective outlook that just got issued. I wonder if they kept that as a slight or if they moved that to an enhanced. I wonder. That is still a giant slight. The tornado risk, I wonder if it's just a giant 5. It is a giant 5 tour from Wichita Falls, Texas, all the way up into west central Missouri. And it also includes areas like Wichita, Joplin, maybe Springfield, Missouri, and of course OKC and Tulsa. But there is a nice little 5 tour there on Tuesday. We probably could go live for that severe weather event. So we might be live then. We probably will be live tomorrow night for our members, because as I said, we want to show them some support. They are basically like our sponsors. All the people who hit that join button. That's a new tornado warning. Are you serious?
Tornado warning for North Central Knott County in southeastern Kentucky, Central Floyd County in southeastern Kentucky, Northwestern Pike County in southeastern Kentucky.
Chat, Ryan Hall, y'all, is under a tornado warning. How about them apples? Well, it's time to preach. It's time to practice what we preach. If you are a y'all man or anyone near Pikeville, Harold, Langley, Martin, Allen City, Zebulon, Golnair, if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Lowest, innermost part of your building if you can. Yeah, I would watch out. And it's in the general risk. I mean, technically it's in the enhanced. Technically, but we're going to pull up this camera from Pikeville Medical Center. Just for right now. But there is definitely some rotation here. You can see greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Apparently the Jackson radar is down, so we have to use Charleston's radar. Or at least that's what it looks like here on GR2. But still, Pikeville, Coal Run Village, Golnair, Harold, Allen City, Martin, Langley. Lowest, innermost part of your building if you can. Everything in Woodbury just calmed down, just a little bit of thunder. Well, that's good. If that's Woodbury, Tennessee, and things are calming down now, I think you guys are able to go get some sleep, go get some shut-eye. I'm kind of surprised this tornado warning is still up. The one that was near Waynesboro, that is now into Summertown. They're probably going to cancel this thing here pretty soon. As a matter of fact, the velocities have weakened considerably. But there is an area of rotation here near Lawrenceburg, Tennessee that's interesting. That might head towards Campbellsville, Linville, areas north of Pulaski. So that might be an interesting area where there could potentially be something. There's also an interesting area here near Shelbyville. Maybe a little supercell embedded within the line. Something of the sort. I was watching Michigan Storm Chasers today, and their lead guy had to hide today, too. What? Oh, boy. Isn't that something? We're in a tornado warning until 1:30 a.m. That's... Oh. Not anymore. The storm which prompted the warning is weakened below severe limits. Woodbury is good. It just got canceled. Erie, Pennsylvania, you guys are fine. Honestly, if anything, it'll be a good bit of wind that happens overnight tonight. You guys should be okay. Can I briefly discuss the storms headed towards Tullahoma? Yeah, I can. The Cliff Notes version of what's happening in Tullahoma is... It looks like we have a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side of the supercell. You can see how the line kind of arcs to the side. So you have a lot of strong damaging winds that are pushing out with this. The only thing is, we'll show you the storm track, and a lot of the main activity with that storm in particular is actually going to be heading north of Tullahoma. So I guess if you're near like Normandy or Manchester, or if you're a little bit north of Tullahoma, you guys could get the remnants of that storm. But right now, in the near future, it doesn't look like you guys are getting that activity. However, there is another storm that is over near Lawrenceburg right now. That could head over near you in about an hour and, like, say, 15 minutes. So I would watch out if you're over there. But otherwise, I mean, should be okay. Please stay away from Columbia no more. Columbia's good. You guys, these storms are moving way far off to the south of you. There's Columbia. Storm passed on through. This next storm back behind is just still kind of moving off from west to east. You guys could see some thunder and lightning, but it won't really be anything more than that. What about southwestern Georgia for tomorrow? Southwestern Georgia tomorrow is probably in the best chance for tornadoes, and even then, it's not even that huge. So I would watch out for the strong damaging winds and the chance for a spin-up tornado sometime around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, something like that. Any storm damage in Spring Hill, Tennessee? I think my friend is okay, but just checking. My other friend is in Jackson, Michigan, just dodged a tornado. I'm in Detroit. We just got 70-mile-per-hour winds. Been a busy day. It definitely has been a busy day. I definitely can see that. Spring Hill, I believe, is on the southeastern side. Is it? It might not be. When in doubt, look it up, forehead, right? Spring Hill, Tennessee. Southern side. I got a thing right. I don't see any reports of damage that could have came from Spring Hill. A lot of the storms kind of avoided Spring Hill, to be honest with you. It either went south into Columbia, or it either went north into Franklin. That's really it. Could Collinwood have another wave at all? Collinwood, Tennessee. Beyond the storms that you're dealing with right now, maybe part of one, but it's like from this little small storm back over here. And that's pretty much it. Once these storms move by, you're done. You're good. How bad do I think Lawrence, South Carolina would get with the new day one? I really don't think it'll get that bad at all. I mean, just gusty winds. Gusty winds is what I truly believe. Maybe a spin-up tornado, but other than that, not really a whole lot. Columbia said they had damage by a Hampshire pike too close to me. Yeah, a lot of this probably is just tree damage. There's a report over here near Hampshire of some damage from what looks to have been a storm that went through. I think that, honestly, there could have been a tornado southwest of Columbia. That would be in between Hampshire and Mount Pleasant. Specifically northwest of the airport, or near the airport. I think that's where there could have been a tornado. There was reports of trees down on Hampshire Pike. So that's what you said earlier. At least one home destroyed, according to emergency management. Multiple homes damaged. Multiple power outages in the Hampshire area. So yeah, as I said, I do believe that a tornado went through this area. We were watching that live here on radar when it did move on through. Thank goodness I'm still on. Everyone's gone to bed. Very afraid of storms. Could you please give me your prediction for Rogersville in eastern Tennessee? By the time the storms get into eastern Tennessee, first off, just a general note. If you are east of I-75, I really don't think the storms are going to be that crazy once it gets to you. I really don't. But I'll look at Rogersville anyways. Rogersville, Tennessee. You are east of I-75, not too crazy for you all. Should be okay. What about Maryville, Tennessee? Good question. I can look it up. I got you. Maryville. You are east of I-75. I don't see a whole lot of crazy stuff for you. At least overnight tonight. By the time the storms get near you, it probably will get just some gusty winds, some thunder, some lightning. That's pretty much it. How's southwestern Louisiana going to fare tonight with the storms south of Shreveport? I mean, there should be more storms that form overnight after midnight. By the way, every single tornado warning in Tennessee has now been canceled. It's just the one tornado warning that is next to Pikeville, Kentucky. It still has some decent rotation. I'll tell you what. The radar got fixed. They fixed the radar, chat. It is now golden. Wow. Pretty surprising. Yeah. I think southwestern Louisiana could see a lot of rain. Flash flood risk could definitely be there. Probably could be the strongest risk of weather for you guys, to be honest with you. But other than that, not too crazy. How's Lufkin looking? Lufkin, I think, is actually fine. There's just some general thunderstorms over there. Yeah, you're south of those thunderstorms. You probably will see more later on tonight. More thunderstorms. Nothing tornadic. You guys should be fine as long as you stay indoors. Which, I mean, I'm not going to judge, but I will question why you're out in the middle of the night at like 1 in the morning. But you get my drift. I'm joking, by the way, chat. I'm joking. Gotta make some fun here at 2:16 a.m. Alright. You have kids there in Onieta. Whereth is thy area? Oh, you are close to I-75. It's the storms over near your area in general aren't that crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Just a lot of rain, thunderstorms. Don't know why Tennessee is getting so much weather. It's that time of year, unfortunately. It's just happening. Me too, Linda. I'm happy a lot of the people are safe, at least for right now. Yeah, no problem, Brianna. Which radar is that? This is GR2 Analyst. I definitely do recommend it for people who are pretty fancy with radar, but honestly, if you want something that's cheaper, Radar Scope, Radar Omega, or if you want something that's free on your computer, go to Weatherwise. Weatherwise is pretty cheap. Weatherwise. Radar. I might as well have this like favorited. Web.weatherwise.app. I'll put this in my severe tab. So yeah, if you want something that's free for radar, it's in chat. You click that link, you'll be able to get some pretty decent radar, in my opinion. Is Columbia, Tennessee clear now? Yes, Columbia's good. You can go to sleep. You're in Aberdeen, Ohio. I'll take a gander, a little peek. We're going to keep our radar over here with this storm that's heading into Pikeville. Still a tornado warning over here, but it will expire in 10 minutes. I haven't seen anything that is looking like it'll try to put down a tornado. Nothing has been consolidating or has been uniformly stacked, is what I like to call it. So we're definitely in a good position here for right now. I am not doing that loop anymore. That sucks. All right, Aberdeen, Ohio. Hypothetically, you guys should be good. Yeah, you're good. You're fine. Sleepy time for you. Sleep for you if you need it. Why do people say it's crazy to say Tornado Alley has shifted eastward? Used to never include Kentucky, Tennessee, and Alabama, but now these seem like the hot spots. I've lived in Kentucky all of my life. You know, I think it has shifted to an extent. But I definitely think it also has been fully dependent upon what type of risk of severe weather that, well, not risk, pattern of severe weather that we could be in. I just read someone in chat. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I guess it just depends. Your birthday's on the 15th next month? My birthday's on the 23rd next month. Share April birthdays. That's pretty cool. Any severe weather in Woodbury? Not anymore. You guys are fine. You can go to sleep. Yeah, I definitely think things have shifted off. We're definitely in the pattern to where areas like Kentucky and Tennessee, Alabama and Mississippi, even to an extent, Illinois and Indiana are in the risk a little bit more. Guess it's just the pattern we're in this year. Man, we got a lot of April birthdays in chat. That's pretty cool. How's Florence, Alabama looking? Right now, they're looking fine. They could potentially see some thunderstorms here relatively soon. But I see a lot of wind and hail. And that's pretty much it. A lot of wind and hail. Leo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to everyone that's been in chat, by the way. All you guys who's been in here. I appreciate you all. The fact that we're 6 likes away from 500 too. You guys have been absolutely killing it. Appreciate you guys helping us spread information on YouTube, getting us on the algorithm and whatnot. About Star City, Arkansas. Arkansas, for the most part, is good, but Star City, are they in like the southern portion? If they are not in southern Arkansas, honestly, you guys are good. I don't see too much. Star City, Arkansas. Storms are moving through Pikeville right now. Star City should be fine. It should be okay. Are we good in Shreveport? Yeah, I would say so, Tyler. I think you guys are fine. It looks like a lot of the storms are heading just to the south of you. Signal Mountain, Tennessee. I'll look at that here real quick. Dalton, Georgia is going to be impacted tomorrow. A lot of damaging winds and maybe the chance for a spin up or two. Signal Mountain, Tennessee. You're basically Chattanooga. I see you guys getting a lot of damaging winds. That's kind of pretty much it, to be honest. Man, this storm here near Normandy, heading into the Manchester area, still has some interesting storm characteristics. Good bit of large hail. Still a strong ZDR arc. Shows the storm is still sustaining and, I guess, ventilating and or breathing like it should. That's the roundabout way of me saying that. Randy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Bringing the cake and the hockey stick for his birthday. There it is. Seems legit. Believe it or not, chat, I'm actually not that much of a cake person. I can eat cake if someone gives it to me. Like, if someone gives me, like, a cupcake or a cake, I have enough manners to be like, I'll accept it and eat it in front of you. But it is definitely not my treat of choice for a birthday. If anything, like, ice cream cake is probably a bit better. With Dalton, Georgia, I'm assuming it'd be about the same for Phoenix City. Yes. You'd be correct in that assumption. What about Grenada? Grenada, I believe, would probably see some damaging winds in the early morning hours. At least I believe that would be the case. Yeah, a lot of these storms over here, we could just take a look at the models and show you all. We'll zoom into Mississippi and Alabama here. Timing is at the top left-hand portion. That is right here. So we're looking through 4 a.m., 5 a.m. Stuff starts to move on through into northern portions of Mississippi. We also see some storms that move on into southwestern portions of Mississippi near Natchez. That starts to move about. Anywhere that's here in eastern or southern Louisiana, as well as southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, western Florida, I do believe you guys could potentially see a little bit greater risk for tornadoes. Same thing with areas here in southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia. And this would be basically the time frame from like 5 a.m. to like 12 or 1 or 12 a.m. 1 or 12 p.m. 1 p.m. something like that. So within a span of about 7 to 8 hours, that's probably the best window of opportunity for anything that's tornadic. But even then, it's not a huge risk. It's just a lot of these storms would likely spin up. If anything, there'll just be stronger gusts of wind than what usually would come about with these storms. Anything significant, not anything long track, just a lot of that. How's Murfreesboro, Tennessee? Murfreesboro is good. You can go to sleep. You're fine. The stream. Southwest Columbus, Ohio. Are they okay for tonight? Yes, they are. And by the way, go Jackets. I live in southern Pennsylvania, but I like me some of my Columbus Blue Jackets. I'll be going to a game over there on April 12th when they play the Washington Capitals. Remember the Hockey Boy Nate intros? I know, right? Hey guys, Hockey Boy here. For those of you, those of you guys who don't know, we've been a weather channel for almost 6 years now. Longest tenured weather YouTube channel here on YouTube. So we've covered a lot of events, a lot of it. We've pretty much seen it all, seen almost all of them. Even the Easter outbreak of 2020, we live streamed for 36 hours that day, including one 24-hour live stream. This was before I actually knew that you can't live stream over 12 hours. So the live stream was not saved. But we've seen it pretty much, we've seen pretty much all of it. So we used to be Hockey Boy N8, and now we're just Nate Snyder. Because we got to be a little bit more professional, right? Just a little bit. Ozark, Alabama. I think Ozark is like southern portion, right? Yeah, your southeastern portion. Sometime in the late morning, early afternoon is what you guys are going to want to watch out for the threat of some severe weather. Night, Crystal. Hope you have a nice night. Hope you get some good sleep. That's crazy, Leah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if you get some calls. How's Bourbonville or that's not Bourbon, Barberville, Kentucky. Looking for the rest of the night. That's a good question. Barberville, Kentucky. You guys are good. You guys can sleep. I really don't see a whole lot with you guys. It's just these thunderstorms, the thunder and lightning. Not really a whole lot of wind. If you really wanted to, you can go to sleep. The strongest wind gust, for reference, in that local area was 50 miles per hour. And there was another wind gust report that was around 21 miles per hour. So the absolute ceiling is like 50 miles an hour. That's not even severe. So I wouldn't mind going to bed if I was near your area. Love your channel. Too many channels out here spreading storm fear for likes. Just chill and check 90% of the areas are asked. Give the best advice. Yeah, listen. Weather, I'll be honest with you, it can very easily be taken to the next level. I hate using the word concerning. I hate using it. I understand why people use it. I do. I really do. But I'll be honest with you. I think the standards of the word concerning, at least with a lot of people on social media, is way too low. Especially since I'm sure half of you guys here in chat have probably been told that a storm that is concerning is moving through your area and it doesn't really do a whole lot. It's just the nature of it, right? That's why, for me, I picked the storms that I truly believe could actually impact people's lives through, actual livelihood, like, functioning body, human being, life or death type stuff, or property. That could include pets, even though that's not technically counted as property, but you kind of get my drift with that. That can include cars, houses, valuables that might be outside, stuff like that. So I'll let you know if stuff is actually like that bad. But half of the stuff that people say is concerning is not actually concerning at all. So Yeah. How's Denver, Colorado? Are we under anything? Not really. Guys are kind of all right. Sparta, Tennessee. Yeah, let me check that real quick. Sparta. I think Sparta is actually. Sparta sounds familiar. I think that's what? Western Tennessee? Why does that sound familiar? No, Central Tennessee. It's actually East Central Tennessee. I knew it sounds familiar because there's a camera over there. That's why it's familiar. I just immediately assumed because I've covered Western Tennessee so much that at that point I was just like, why have I heard this town name so many times? I know the reason why now, and it doesn't really look all that bad. You can see here there's a lot of brighter pinks that are in this area. That's where the strongest winds are at least based off the looks of things. The current trajectory takes the brightest pinks south of you into Spencer, and just to the north of McMinnville, even just near McMinnville. So the strongest activity goes south of you, and whatever you guys get, even though you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, it doesn't look that crazy. So I think you should be all right, Summer. Good night, Gabby. Have a good night. Hopefully you get some good sleep yourself. We need to bring the police back. Oh my gosh. How about a throwback for that? Maybe one day we'll have a throwback stream and bring back some of our old stuff. I appreciate all the people who have subscribed and liked the live stream and all sorts of stuff like that. You guys truly have helped us spread the information with as many people as we possibly can, and because of that, we're one subscriber away from 51,900. That's a pretty good number here, chat. I appreciate you guys. The storm that sticks out for me in my channel was the Minnesota December 2021 outbreak. That had to have been December 15th, no? The big derecho that went from Nebraska all the way up into Iowa and then into Minnesota. Yeah, I remember that day. It was pretty crazy. How's northwestern Alabama looking, north of Florence? Really, a lot of the storms that are over there, I see a lot of damaging winds. Damaging winds seems to be the main risk for you all. I think we're going to have to move one of our radars over here. Fort Campbell, you get the short straw. You're moving over there to Huntsville. Sup, Kim Twister? Nice to see ya. Got the same cam up? Yeah, Pikeville. That's where that tornado warning was. Now there's no longer a tornado warning, which is pretty good. I'm enjoying that. What could you guys expect in Knoxville? Really just damaging winds. Honestly, by the time the storms get over there, I wouldn't even be surprised if the storms are sub-severe. So that's winds that are below 60 miles per hour. I've heard people say things are concerning when they aren't. Been tuned out of paying attention to weather and ended up with a tornado less than a tenth of a mile away. That's kind of what happens when people have the boy who cried wolf activity that's put on people. Because there's only so many times in which people, could actually take in your information and actually trust it. That's why I feel like it's important to say when storms are actually concerning that I should voice them out. But if I call every single storm concerning, like these severe thunderstorms here right now, okay? This isn't concerning. All right? These are thunderstorms. These are thunderstorms with 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and half the time it doesn't even reach that. That's just the ceiling. That's the highest strong damaging winds that you can get within this storm in particular. Half the time in a severe thunderstorm warning, most of the time, half the time or most of the time, a lot of the people that are in those warnings don't actually see that height. They see 30-mile-an-hour winds, 40-mile-an-hour winds, 50-mile-an-hour winds, somewhere within that frame. So it's important to me, at least, that when storms are actually bad or significant, that I call those concerning rather than these ones. All right. Right now, the only reason why I'm up right now is I want to make sure that the people who come into this stream, if they have any questions, I answer the questions, try to provide a little bit of relief to people who might have anxiety, stuff like that. You know, if there's anything that happens that's bad, I'm here for it. Maybe not for much longer. You know, I'm thinking probably at the end of the hour or the top of the hour is when we could skedaddle. But, you know, something like that. I want to make sure that you guys at least have some idea of what could be happening with our weather. All right. How's Flora, Mississippi looking for later? That is a good question. I'll pull that up. Flora, Mississippi. A lot of rain. Some damaging winds are possible. Sometime in and around 6 a.m. But beyond that, not too much. Harrogate, Tennessee. You guys are east of I-75. By the time the storms get to you, I wouldn't be surprised if they deteriorated. But if they don't, damaging winds is probably the thing that you'll see the most. Anything for Chattanooga? The same thing, damaging winds. It's possible that the storms, by the time they get over into both of your areas, that they could deteriorate. It's possible. Isn't that the truth, Highlander? If I'm not talking about your area, there is a good chance that nothing's happening. Whether it's not anymore, or not yet, or not at all. You know the crazy thing about that statement, Julia? I think I remember like an article that I read. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. I had no idea that like 70% of tornado warnings didn't actually produce a tornado inside the polygon. I had no idea. And though every single tornado warning, with the exception of maybe the select few of 5, maybe 10%, were valid, you know, like the National Weather Service had an actual valid reason of issuing those warnings, still, not all of them, you know, produced a tornado. And that was something that was really crazy to me. So, yeah, it was crazy. Something I did not know. How these storms affect southeastern Georgia later on. So believe it or not, by the time these storms get over to you, they would have deteriorated to some extent. I still think you guys could see some damaging winds, but the risk for you all would probably not be as great. I'll show you here with the models, however, because transparency. Timing is at the top left-hand portion up here. (11 a.m., 12 p.m., 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now starting to get into southeastern Georgia. You can see storms are just all over the place. A bunch of popcorn cells. Bunch of areas of popcorn. Notice earlier, everything was a little bit more in a line. There's a lot more yellow, a lot less gaps. And then as you head further east, storms kind of just are there. These little popcorn cells. And these little popcorn cells are probably the ones that have the best chance of producing your strongest damaging winds and maybe even a few spin up tornadoes. Something like that. But yeah. Harrogate, Tennessee, right now is not seeing anything significant. Really, it's just a lot of damaging winds that you guys could expect later on this evening into the overnight hours. You guys could probably see your stuff sometime around 2 or 3 Central. So sometime within the next hour. So when you guys could see some activity. But as I said, it doesn't look like you're going to get a whole lot. Yeah, you're seeing some showers right now. It's nothing severe. Nothing's expected to intensify. Not according to the models, not according to the current observations. Harrogate should be okay. That's my opinion on Coffee County, Tennessee. Coffee County, Tennessee, in that severe thunderstorm warning near Manchester, is a really interesting predicament because that storm has tried to do stuff over and over again, but it has failed. So now it leads me to believe that even though we still have this supercell that could potentially be embedded within these storms, it leads me to believe that the tornado threat is not as likely. And the main reason is because a lot of these weather stations here, at least this one here in Winchester, shows winds coming from the south and west. That tells me that a lot of this wind shear is probably a little bit linear. I know some areas south of this have some southerly winds, but I think this has to be influenced by these storms. The boundary, maybe some form of an outflow boundary that's out in front of this. We have Huntsville's radar. Why don't we use that? For goodness sake. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of rotation. I see a lot of wind. Maybe some localized hail. Heavy amounts of hail over here into portions of Manchester. Quarter-sized hail is definitely possible, especially if you're along areas near Highway 41 and the intersection of Highway 41 and Interstate 24 on the northwestern side of Manchester, all the way into the downtown areas. My goodness, chat is absolutely booming. I appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate you guys getting me over 51,900 subscribers. We are definitely getting closer and closer to 52,000. About to turn a new leaf here, chat. The goal is to get to 60,000 by the end of 2025. Hopefully we get there. No problem, Nicole. How does Blount County, Alabama look? Blount County. Blount County, Tennessee is, I'm assuming, what you're looking at. Maryville, by the time it gets over to you guys, be some damaging winds. But if it's Blount County, Alabama, we can do forecasts. Blount County, Alabama. That's central Alabama. That's a little bit of a tricky area to forecast, and I'll tell you why. I can give you an answer. It just might not be something that is not as clear-cut as some of the areas that I talked about before. So, you see this line here, sometime around 8 a.m. The storms start to approach your general vicinity. 8 a.m., 9 p.m., or 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Sometime in the mid to late morning. See how these storms are consolidated just like this? This disappears in the span of an hour or two. All right, at least the bright reds and some of the purples start to disappear. It is possible that those storms could potentially last longer than what this model says. All the models do is they give us an opinion. Sometimes the opinions are wrong. Sometimes the opinions are somewhat on that level. Sometimes it could be a little bit in between. What I can say is that I definitely think you guys could see some damaging winds. I do not think it'll be anything tornadic whatsoever. The tornadic threat is going to be a lot further down to the south. Really anywhere that is from Montgomery and south could potentially be in the tornadic threat. At least the main one. But it's just whether or not those storms could sustain as it gets into your area is something that I would watch out for. If it does, I do think the damaging wind threat could be a little bit higher than, say, if there isn't one there. But that's what I got. Yawn counter off. Seems legit. Night, don't dox me. Hope you get some good sleep yourself. Right now, Harrogate, Tennessee is okay. Once again, just a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder. Nothing too crazy. If there even is that. Must be tired. Oh, trust me. In about 10-15 minutes, I'm going to be going to sleep here. All I'm doing right now is making sure everyone is weather aware. Any questions I can answer. Stuff like that. I want to make sure I can try and put as many people's anxiety to rest as I can. What do I think about Kansas City for Tuesday? Kansas City's in an interesting risk because they're kind of more on like the warm front rather than the dry line. I think storms could definitely form in and around that area. I think they could. But it's a little difficult to say. 3Z Rap, do you have something for me? The answer is yes. Storms form well off into the overnight hours. Lot of rain, lot of rain, lot of rain. Could be the potential for something tornadic. We'll see. Definitely some hail, some spotty hail I think is possible, but I think you guys are on the fence between getting something and not getting something at all. Over the next 24 hours should really tell us what you'll get. Getting loud in Lewisburg again? That's probably because you're getting a couple more storms. Once these storms get by, you're done. All right, and once these storms go through, you should be fine. I know, right, Allie? The I think I can storm. Weather app says you're under a tornado watch until 8 a.m. Yep, but just because you're under a tornado watch in this instance doesn't mean always that you will see a tornado. There's one thing that I will say here, and this is the difference between the tornado watch and a tornado warning, and I want everyone here who watches my channel or is watching this live stream to please pay attention to the best of their ability, because this might be an unorthodox way of explaining the difference between the two. There is 100% a difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. I'll go full screen so that way, or full face cam, so that way you can see. Hi, hello. So, tornado watch and a tornado warning. Obviously, you guys know what the tornado warning means. It means that a tornado is imminent. There's a threat, a real threat for a tornado to actually form within that area. It may not be, a strong tornado, a weak tornado. It could be whatever tornado. Tornado could be possible here within the very short term. Things are coming together, right? All a tornado watch means is the environment is capable of trying to bring something together over the span of however long the tornado watch lasts for. The best way I can explain the difference between the two is, let's say you are making a cake, a taco, or whatever that takes a bunch of ingredients together, okay? But we'll go with a cake for now. In order to bake a cake, you need sugar, you need flour, you need icing, you need food coloring, all sorts of stuff. Throw it into the oven, you name it, all sorts of stuff. A tornado watch is basically like saying, okay, it's a cake watch. We are waiting for someone to potentially try to bake a cake. The cake has not been baked yet. We still have eggs, we still have flour, we still have sugar, we still have, icing. They are sitting on the side of the table over there. Somewhere over there is those ingredients. They just haven't come together yet, or someone hasn't come together and put it into a cake yet. No one has thrown it to the oven. No one has made anything. It's just ingredients. That's all it is. But a tornado warning, however, someone's trying to put that cake together. That cake is in the oven right now. Could it be a good cake? Could it be a bad cake? Could it be burnt? Could we not get a cake at all? Could we get a nice cake? Could something come out of that oven? That's what the tornado warning means. It means that something is right there. The ingredients are put together. They put the eggs, they put the flour, they put the sugar, all that stuff. That's basically what that means. So, tornado watch, all it means, the ingredients for making a tornado, it's there. It's just not together. Tornado warnings is the stuff that you really should pay attention to. However, I will say, if you have a tornado watch, I think it is also very important that you guys start thinking about a plan of action in case of a tornado warning does happen. That way, you can react with confidence rather than be surprised and have your emotions influenced. Whether it's because of anxiety or fear or whatever. Be proactive and not reactive. That's what we say here on this channel. What I think about Wednesday, I think they should keep it an enhanced risk for this evening, for the day 3 outlook. If they try to upgrade it to a 4 out of 5, a moderate, they would probably do it in the middle of the day tomorrow, but I think they should wait until day 2. That's what I think. Knoxville is a lot of damaging winds, to be honest with you. I don't really see that. Do I play Xbox, PlayStation, or PC? Come play you in NHL 25. I actually haven't played Chell 25 this year. I haven't played Chell in a hot minute. But I definitely could see myself playing Chell. I don't know. There just hasn't really been a whole lot of stuff that's changed. They kind of put out the same exact thing every single year. I kind of got tired of it. Night, Alma. Hope you have a nice sleep. Have a nice night. All right, let's try and speed run some of these comments in chat. What do I think about Louisiana for 3 a.m.? A lot of rain. Flash flooding risk is definitely possible. I don't see too much more beyond that, though. We're actually going to change our radar over here to the Huntsville radar. Just play a loop. Probably would be better. Prospect, Tennessee. Good question. We're getting close to the end of the stream here, by the way, so if there are any questions, lay it all out in chat. I'll try and answer all of them to the best of my ability. And then sleepy time for yours truly, because these storms are not that crazy. Prospect, Tennessee. You have storms out in front of you. Really, you just have the one storm, actually. When that storm gets near you here in about, let's say, an hour, it'll probably produce some large hail and some damaging winds, but the tornado threat is not really all that. So I would just be weather aware if you are going to stay up, but it isn't really all that crazy. Rowan County, Tennessee. Rowan County, Tennessee, that's Kingston. When the storms get near you, it'll probably just be damaging winds. Some thunder, some lightning. That's pretty much it. Sure you'll hit 60,000 before the end of the year. Sure appreciate you putting us at ease. Oh, no problem. I appreciate you, Monique. We'll continue to try and grow the community that we have here, right? Van Buren, Tennessee. Van Buren, Tennessee. Van Buren, Tennessee. You guys are good. You can go sleep. Am I able to talk about the past related to this storm? Wanted to ask about thoughts on what happened in Ashtabula County, northeastern Ohio. I mean, you can. I don't really think that the storms really did a whole lot up there. I think it was just a lot of just general damaging winds. But as soon as the storms got up there, it just really kind of died out. Not a whole lot of buoyancy and energy up there. Rolling Fork, Mississippi, pulling an all-nighter. Justified? You can if you wanted to, but I think it would be a little bit more valid for you to have your weather radio on, your emergency alert notifications on your phone, and you just made sure your notifications were on. That's it. Do not shut off your cell phone. Do not power it off. Make sure it's connected to a charger. Excuse me. What do I think about Iowa, Louisiana at 3 a.m.? Iowa, Louisiana. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. That's pretty much it. I'm still streaming? Yeah, surprisingly I am. Now I want cake. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry I made y'all want cake. Can we go to bed in Franklin? I'm gonna double check Franklin one more time, but I think you guys are good. Yeah, you guys are definitely good. You're fine. Sleep. You're good. I think the cake analogy is better than the taco analogy. I mean, some people like tacos. It's flexible. It's fluid. The invite link is invalid or has expired. Try using a different link to join the Discord server. Here, chat, if you wanted to join the Discord server, be my guest. Join the Discord server. It's right in there. Have a good night, Teencom. Hope you get some good sleep. Southeast Arkansas. Is there a tornado threat for the rest of the night? Not really. It's a very low tornado threat, if any. It's a mess here in Atlanta, Texas. Are we out of the woods? Really, any storm that's in Texas that forms, I don't think it could be too crazy. I just pulled up an application that I did not want. No, I don't want Guru. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. For reference, this is a program that allows me to see the Doppler on wheels. All right, you said Atlanta, Texas. Yeah, you're good. You can go to sleep. Don't worry about it. Shelbyville, Tennessee. That sounds very familiar, to be honest with you. And I see where it's at. You're currently getting some more thunderstorms, but once these thunderstorms pass, you're done for the night. You really are. Or at least it looks like it. You guys might see a couple more thunderstorms later on, but it's not really going to be super significant or that crazy. I appreciate all the people who have subscribed, by the way. We're slowly climbing up. We're getting close to 52,000 subscribers. So I appreciate you guys. And you guys have been smacking that like button, too. We're getting close to 600 likes. You guys have definitely helped us out getting the stream to more people on social media. So I appreciate you guys. No problem, the young sir. As I said, I'm trying to do my best to help people relax if they can. Bledsoe County, Tennessee. Absolutely. Bledsoe County, Tennessee. That is currently in a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. From the looks of it, it really is. This is the definition of damaging winds here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bow echo with some stronger gusty winds. I think if you're on the northern side of Pikeville, if you're north of Pikeville along US Highway 127, I think you guys could probably see the strongest amount of winds. Somewhere up here. Maybe even north side of Pikeville could see some 50, 60 mile an hour winds. But the tornado threat, I don't really see a huge one with you guys. So you should be okay. Northeastern Georgia, a lot of gusty winds, really. I don't think there's too much. What do I think about the northern risk on Wednesday, particularly Illinois and Indiana, around the right exit region of the trough? Not up to give thoughts, totally understandable. So the only thing about it is that, yes, it's in the right exit region of the trough, but there's not a whole lot of diffluence aloft in that area. And that's the thing that I'm watching out, because the RAP showed a surface low pressure that's forming on Tuesday's event. If that surface low pressure system moves up into Illinois, then I think that'll fix the divergence or the diffluence aloft. You'll be able to get something there. I do think the prime environment for tornadoes is definitely in that general vicinity. But I need to be able to see what the 21Z RAP and the 0ZH tomorrow says for me to get a full opinion on what Wednesday could be like. But for right now, the ceiling for me screams moderate. That's the ceiling. I wouldn't be surprised if they kept the enhanced risk tonight, though. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Victoria Pope with the Tornado Tracker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. And for reference, Victoria, as well, we will actually have a members-only live stream tomorrow night. We always have a members-only live stream 48 hours before a significant event. It reacts to when the HRRR first gets in range of the complete and total event that would happen in the future. So, because our next significant event is on Wednesday, we will be live Monday night. The model comes out at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and we're live for about an hour as we react to the models. So, but yeah, I appreciate you supporting the channel. Basically is kind of like a sponsorship role. You support the channel, and I really do appreciate you, Victoria. So thank you very much. Thunder in Cumberland County. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a few storms that are going to move on through Cumberland County, but I don't think it'll be too crazy. A lot of thunder, a lot of wind, a lot of lightning. Should be good, though. I don't see any major tornado threat with any of these storms that are alive right now. I saw one earlier, and then it just kind of died. I'm going to move the radar from Memphis down to Columbus Air Force Base. Am I planning to do another sports stream? Maybe at some point in the future. What does 15012 look like? Oh, Pennsylvania. That's pretty convenient. You're just like me. We're not getting a whole lot. I'm in South Central PA. I'm not expected to get a whole lot. So, you're good. You're alright. I hope you have a good night's sleep, Grant. I appreciate you being out here tonight. Is Fayetteville, Tennessee good? Fayetteville, Tennessee. We'll play the loop of these storms here real quickly. Fayetteville, Tennessee. You're in a special weather statement. You're going to get another round of thunderstorms this evening. That thing I will say. Wow, that storm that went through Connorsville and headed into Lynchburg did nothing. That thing evaporated almost. You'll get one more storm. You'll get one more storm that'll move near your area in about an hour and a half. But other than that, it's not too crazy. Auburn will see some pretty strong activity tomorrow, sometime in the late morning. Has the chance for some strong damaging winds and maybe a spin up or two. But beyond that, not too intense. Will the storms hold together as they make it into the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia area? They probably will. It's possible. It'll probably be strong, but not severe. 6Z Rap is running. Yeah, so Shenandoah Valley, storms will likely start to pop up in the afternoon for you guys. That'll be really it. Pearl, Mississippi. Isn't Pearl in the sub? No, Pearl is like Jackson, I think. Let's double check. Pearl, Mississippi. That is Jackson. I knew it. Haha. Damaging winds. A lot of rain. Flooding risk is possible over there. I don't really think it'll be too crazy beyond that. Yeah, it's a lot of storms. Early morning hours tomorrow. It's looking like sometime around 6. What does Monday look like for Mountain Home, Arkansas? See, that's the one thing that I will say. A lot of these storms here that are anticipated on Wednesday, we can't really say specifics right now. I know that's an answer that not a lot of people want to hear. All we can say is this is the general area of where the significant activity is. That's the general area of where severe weather can be possible here come Wednesday. We probably won't have our specific answers for Wednesday until Tuesday morning when we upload our video. Our video will be uploaded sometime at 9 Eastern, 8 Central in the morning. It is not at night, it'll be in the morning. So you guys will be able to come into the video whenever you guys want to. You guys can watch it, hear my thoughts on the video and all sorts of stuff like that. But it'll be sometime around then as to when the specifics will come out, and then we'll have another live stream Tuesday night, whether it's for the severe weather for the, Central Plains, because there is some severe weather that is possible there. You can see there is a risk 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in some of this general area. We could be live for this system. We may not. But if we aren't live for that severe weather, then we'll be talking about what's going to be happening on Wednesday. About the Atlanta area, Atlanta might actually be a little bit too far north by the time the storms get there for some significant sustained activity. But there are some strong storms that move on through. So I can't rule out, once again, strong damaging winds, maybe a spin up, something like that. Mingo County, West Virginia. Mingo, I think, is what? Southern side? He said coal fields. That's the first thing I thought of. It is. Southern side. That's like Williamson. Storms have passed Mingo County for the most part. Really, if you're in Gilbert, just wait another 5 minutes and then you're good for the night. Can I see the line for Florida, Mississippi between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m.? You sure can. Local. Alabama, Mississippi. Models. Here you are. Timing, top left-hand portion of your screen, all the way up here. So we'll start at 3 a.m. Here's 3 a.m. 4 a.m. 5 a.m. 6, 7. Storms start to impact Jackson and Pearl. 8 a.m. 9, 10, 11. By the time we get into 12, around noon, storms should be out of your way, to be honest with you. There might be some spotty storms, but that's pretty much it. Bill Jr. with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, long time no see, man. What should you expect for upstate South Carolina? Good question. Upstate South Carolina. Once again, timing, top left-hand portion of your screen. So we're really going to be seeing our stuff in your area sometime 2 p.m., 3 p.m. is when you could start to really see some stuff. That'll continue all the way until about 8. And then things should be completely out of your area with maybe some residual showers behind it around 9 or 10. That's pretty much it. Sunbright, Tennessee. We're going to be going through the last few questions here, and then we're going to be going to bed. Because as I said, a lot of these storms are weakening, and we honestly are losing a lot of that. Although, what in the name of Mike is that damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning in central Louisiana? What in the name of Mike? That is not legit. What is this, chat? 3-inch sized hail? Are you kidding me? That's larger than baseballs here. Baseball sized hail and larger than baseball sized hail south of Winfield. Do we have any cameras out in this area? The answer is no. We have one in Natchitoches, but Natchitoches is too far west. We have one in Gina. Might get some nice little lightning there. Let's pull up that camera. We'll have that camera up there. Yeah, that is a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for folks that may have pets outside in Georgetown, Tulos, Urania, and Ola. Bring them inside. If you have any cars outside and they're not in a garage and you're able to put them in a garage, put them in a garage. If you're outside in the middle of the night here just taking a stroll, don't. If for whatever reason you're gonna, the answer is no. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go outside in the middle of the night to look at baseball-sized hail. That is a stupid decision. Don't. We got some pretty hefty amounts of hail. Once you start getting into the oranges, that's 2-inch sized hail. And once you get into the pinks, that's 3-inch sized hail. Like red and pink, that's 3-inch sized hail. That's kind of crazy. So, anyways, just wanted to make that statement. We'll play the loop there of that storm. Look at the reflectivity there, chat. That's some pinks into purples. That is some very high reflectivity with that storm. We'll get a loop going for that. All right. So Sunbright, Tennessee. Double check that here real quickly. Sunbright, Tennessee. You're currently seeing some general thunderstorms. Honestly, it's not too crazy. Yeah, just some general activity. It's not looking too crazy for you all. You guys should be okay. You guys should be good. Manchester, Tennessee. As I said, last few questions of the night here. Manchester, Tennessee. You're behind that severe thunderstorm warning. That's right. Duh, Nate. Why you couldn't just remember that? I have no idea. Probably because it's 3:18 in the morning. You're getting a couple thunderstorms right now. You might get one more, but I kind of doubt it. Right now, you just have this next storm that'll impact you in about 5 to 10 minutes. And then after that, it's kind of a 50-50 shot of you guys getting another one. If you don't, you're pretty much done. I'll tell you that much. It's not really a whole lot of crazy activity, but that's what I mean by that. Oakland, Tennessee. Thunder woke you up. Oakland. That is western. Is that like Memphis area? If that's Memphis area, I don't know how thunder woke you up from all the way over there, but you're good. You are not getting impacted. There's just a couple of thunderstorms there, but you're not being impacted by the major ones. The major ones are they're a little too far to the east. You're good. You're fine. Yeah, that's those storms over there are kind of crazy. The fact that they just popped up out of nowhere. It's pouring here in Morgantown. Isn't that typical? Isn't that typical? The typical rain shower. Scott County, Tennessee. Scott County, Tennessee. Huntsville. Special weather statement. Not really too crazy from the looks of that. We'll go to the local radar. Yeah, no. That storm's not all that. Should be fine. A lot of these storms, honestly, are just really loud. Sometimes loud can equal scary, but sometimes their bark is also worse than their bite. Are there tornado warnings for northern Mississippi near Arkansas? There's tornado watches, but there are not tornado warnings. Baseball-sized hail can definitely kill you. That's kind of the reason why I'm like, don't go outside during that. It's stupid. Paper Houston, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. What kind of storms are we getting? Wind. Wind. More wind. That's basically that. It's a lot of the stuff tomorrow is pretty much wind. I'll be honest with you. There's a small chance for some spin ups across the board, but it's just not all that. Is the intensity expected to pick back up as the daytime rolls around? Not really. It's going to sustain the same as it came in the morning as it goes into the evening. About Franklin, Indiana, is there anything going to come out of Franklin, Indiana? Nope, you guys are good. You can go to sleep. Johnson City, Tennessee is going to see a lot of these leftover storms. I'd be surprised if they still are stronger storms by the time it gets to you. Otherwise, should be okay. Tuscaloosa, Alabama is going to see their activity in the mid to late morning tomorrow. Damaging winds, maybe the potential for a spin up or two is possible, but that's pretty much it. It's very slow. Yeah. All right, guys. I have caught up to chat. I have answered most of the questions. Memphis, Tennessee is the last question here that I'm going to talk about. And so I shall show you. Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee is seeing some general thunderstorms here. None of these look really significant or tornadic. All of this is just a lot of noise, a lot of rain, maybe some wind. We do have a couple of thunderstorms over here near Tishomingo and areas north and east of Tupelo. This is just a lot of wind and hail. Florence, it's pretty much the same thing except not as much hail, just a lot of wind. Loretto heading into Pulaski in Tennessee. A lot of wind for the most part. I don't see any spin, any sort of rotation with those storms. We'll double check with this other radar, and that seems to still be consistent. These storms heading into eastern Tennessee honestly could probably expire here soon. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. If they do issue a new severe thunderstorm warning, it'll just be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nothing more than that. Severe thunderstorm warnings also here in southern West Virginia as well as western Virginia. Damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour is possible. Not really a huge hail threat. It just gets windy. Maybe some thunder, some lightning. That's pretty much it. Louisiana. You, on the other hand, are starting to get to see the beginning of the storms that'll start to move off into Mississippi in the early morning hours. If you didn't already know that I needed to be asleep at some point in the future, this is probably the sign. The fact that these storms are starting to pop up and starting to go about and starting to form tomorrow's risk tells me that I've been up for way too long. But still, significant amounts of hail heading into the Gina area as well as Alla and Clark's. Baseball-sized hail, maybe even larger than baseball-sized hail, is possible in some of these areas. Very high reflectivity. If you're in Tulos, Georgetown, Urania, Alla, if you have any pets outside, please bring them indoors. If you have any cars outside, bring them into some form of carport or whatever. Just put some form of cover on them. Should be good. A couple other severe thunderstorm warnings near Many, southwest of Natchitoches, north of Leesville. Damaging winds and large hail is likely with that. There's probably going to be a good bit of large hail here in portions of Louisiana overnight. And then finally, we also have our severe thunderstorms that are just to the west of Greenville, southeast of Monticello, where some damaging winds and some spotty hail is definitely possible with that. Let's get a better view here on radar. Let's make things just a little bit better, even though it is kind of in a radar hole. Yeah, there's just a lot of storms. Just some storms in and around the Greenville area and west of Greenville. North of Hamburg, south of Monticello, or Monticello. There's a good chance there could be a flooding risk with this too. Flash flooding is definitely possible. But regardless, beyond that, the only thing that's really crazy is that storm with baseball-sized hail. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate everyone who's liked the stream and has subscribed and stuff like that. Believe it or not, chat, we are 4 likes away from 600 likes. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. If you haven't subscribed already, hit that subscribe button. If you want to stay up to date with all the latest information that we provide, we are going to be live a lot this week. We are going to be live a lot this week. There is a very good chance that we're going to be covering a lot of severe weather. Look at this. Tomorrow, if we're not covering tomorrow, big time severe weather with strong damaging winds. Not anything super overpowering, just going to be a widespread severe weather risk I'm expecting 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe a couple spin-up tornadoes that are possible. And you can see the tornado risk goes all the way up into southern New York with a 5% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius also being here. The best area for tornadoes, in my opinion, where there could be tornadoes, would have to be sitting in this area right here. This area right here probably is the best chance of seeing tornadoes tomorrow. So watch out from New Orleans all the way over to Montgomery, Alabama, to Tallahassee, and even into the Macon, Georgia general vicinity, as well as Warner Robins. Could potentially see some stuff. Tuesday. We will be live on Tuesday regardless if there is significant severe weather or not. But this is the risk, a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale up here. So definitely something that I would watch out for. They have not issued the day 3 convective outlook quite yet. They actually should hypothetically update it here in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, it is 7:28 Z right now. They are scheduled to update it in 2 minutes. So we might as well wait, right? We might as well wait to see what the new outlook, the day 3 outlook is. And then we'll head off. But regardless of that, that is our outlook for Tuesday. And 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here. If we are not covering severe weather here for this, we will be live at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. As we'll look at the new models that come in, we'll react to it live, and we'll go over everything that you guys need to know about what will be happening on Wednesday. So that way no one is surprised and everyone can be prepared. I really am hoping that this gets updated here soon, though. That would be nice. I would definitely like to sleep. And then for Wednesday, big expansive risk of severe weather here. Basically the same area that got impacted today. Basically. So if you're in any of the areas that we have mentioned that had significant severe weather, you're going to have to watch out for it again. Wednesday, it will likely be worse than today. It will likely be worse than today, to be honest with you. At least in some areas, the peak of today will not match the peak of Wednesday. So, just something that I hope you guys watch out for. Interesting. Tornado warning in Tullahoma, Tennessee. You sure it's not a tornado watch? There is a difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. Right now, there is not a tornado warning in Tullahoma. There is a special weather statement as well as a tornado watch. But I do not see anything tornadic in Tullahoma at this time. Night, Julia. I hope you have some good sleep. I hope all the people who are deciding to go to sleep now, I hope they get some good sleep. Sirens are going off, probably for a severe thunderstorm warning of some sort. Probably. I don't see anything tornado-wise. That mesoscale discussion was issued 9 minutes ago. Tornado or two possible. So it's up in the air. By the way, severe thunderstorm watch was issued for portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. So if that tells you what type of risk you guys could be getting over there in central Mississippi, it's not too crazy. The SPC is late, chat. It is late. Issue The Outlook. You donut. So I can sleep. Chat, at this rate, we might not be able to get an Outlook. We're just waiting patiently. As there are 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, 12 main ones. 1 damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and 1 damage threat, destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I appreciate everyone who subscribed, join our community, and hit the thumbs up button down below. We have definitely grown quite a bit. So thank you so much, chat. I appreciate you all. Watch it come after 4 a.m. Eastern. Let's put it this way. If they don't issue it within the next 6 minutes, okay, I'm going to sleep. We can't talk religion in chat. The main reason being, and I say this as a Christian myself, is because people are going to be fighting about it in the chat. There's always going to be people who believe and who don't believe. And at the end of the day, people believe that you can pray and you can make things better. Some people could also believe that you could do absolutely nothing and things will naturally happen and get better. In my opinion, what we should be doing in chat is we should be coming together and trying to help warn people of impending disasters rather than fighting over what people believe. Because at the end of the day, especially as a Christian, it is not my decision as to whether or not people believe what they can believe. I believe it is up to them and themselves, and people are able to make their own decisions. But I would rather be more impactful in regards to trying to help save lives rather than trying to push my agenda onto people, because all that's going to do is make people feel uncomfortable and disturbed and not feel safe in their own way. So that's what I did for the rules. That's the reason why I put that there. So I hope you guys can understand with that. And if you don't like that, then I recommend heading to a new channel. You can absolutely pray. You can say in chat, hey, I'm praying for you. That's fine. But anytime you try to convince other people of what they should believe, there's better ways to spend that time. That is what I believe. And I say that as a Catholic myself. I went to church yesterday because I knew I wouldn't be able to go to church today. Looking at all this weather and stuff. I appreciate that, Julia. as I said, I want everyone to be on the same team here. I want everyone to be able to I want everyone to try and help each other be safe and all sorts of stuff like that. Anytime I can limit any sort of fights or misunderstandings. That makes the experience for everyone that much better. Because I'm all about saving lives here. Yep, you're absolutely right, Lord Howard the Pig. The tornado threat is off and on from now on. And the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has not issued this outlook yet for the day 3. It better here soon. In 2 minutes, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to be not very happy. They are late. Late. And you want to know something funny, chat? As soon as I leave the stream, if I do leave here in a couple of minutes, there is a very good chance that, you know, there is a very good chance they issue the outlook as soon as it dies out. I appreciate that, my life. With and cats. Yeah, I know, right, Julia? If they don't do it here the next 40 or 20 seconds, second I leave the stream, we have no, it's not. That's not gonna happen. Not tonight. I appreciate that, Joe. Day 1 is indeed out. We're waiting for day 3. All right, it is officially 3:40. They have not issued the outlook. We are going to bed. We are going to sleep. Done, skis? Yeah, chat. They're just waiting for me to go offline so they issue the outlook. That's what they're doing. They torture me into not getting information out. How dare they? I'm just kidding. That's completely satire. I think they're just deliberating or delegating between themselves, I should say, as to whether or not they should actually change anything big. That's what I think they're doing. That's usually what happens when the outlook is late. That damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning has now been downgraded to a damage threat considerable. So golf ball size tail with that storm heading close to Jaina. But other than that, yeah. We're going to bed. Hopefully you guys can go to bed as well. Get some good sleep. Enjoy yourselves. Yeah. I hope everyone... Liberating was probably the right word. Yeah. Probably. I don't know. It is 3:41 in the morning, and I can't think straight. I am tired. I need some sleep. We'll hopefully have a video out in the afternoon, so make sure if you haven't already, hit that notification bell next to the subscribe button. Yeah. If I stay up any longer, chat, I could sleep on stream. And I have only done that once. And that was accidentally. And that was because I live streamed for 36 hours straight with no sleep. Actually, I lied. 30 minutes of sleep. Someone else covered for 30 minutes so I can get like a 30-minute power nap. And even then, that didn't work that well. So, we're not going to fall under that same trap. It's not going to happen. We're going to go to sleep. So I will talk to you all at some point here in the near future. Once again, for our members, if you are a member, So whether it's a tornado tracker, spout spotter, or weather watcher, we will have a live stream for you all tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Check the channel sometime around that time frame. All right, you won't get a notification, unfortunately. So just check the channel if you're interested. We're looking at the live models, the first real interpretations of the high resolution rapid refresh model, or the HRRR. Its first grip on what could be a significant event there on Wednesday. Once again, tune in 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central, and then we will have the same exact style of live stream the next day on Tuesday, as well as potentially even some severe weather coverage. They updated it, chat. They updated it. Look at that. Look at that. My patience wear it off. My patience has been paid off. They issued the new Day 3 Outlook. They did it. They did it. They did it. There it is. Day 3. All we needed to know. All we needed to see. It's right there. They changed absolutely nothing. Day 3 Outlook. Boom. We can go to sleep. Good night, everyone. I hope you all have a good night rest. I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Peace out.